8 years ago today, the Denver Nuggets introduced Michael Malone as their head coach. The moment he arrived, he established a culture and an identity that would take the Denver Nuggets to places they've never gone before. And here we are. No coach in history of the Denver Nuggets has more playoff wins than Michael Malone. No coach has ever told an opposing team and its fan base to take that L on the way out. He came into this world as the son of a coach, but in these playoffs, he became the Lakers' daddy.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Oh yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud. Get loud.
I think that, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today.
Yeah. Of course, it's been about, 20 hours-ish since this news broke and we get the last bite at the apple. So the only way I can really present this to you in a way that makes sense to me, because there's about 8 different off-ramps to this conversation of why do it now, even if you were thinking about making this move in the offseason, all this different stuff that we're going to get to. In the meantime, of course, because this is how it was always going to work, we're on the road today, and this place is amazing. It's Clubhouse Work and Golf, where it is like your own little private oasis. If you want to go somewhere that's got some golf simulators, that's got a beautiful setting, you want to have a little meeting here with some people, it is absolutely fantastic. So we're going to be here all day today. Now, in the meantime, when the news first hit, I think it's impossible not to be shocked. Even if you were expecting things to come. Like if you thought this offseason the Nuggets were due for major changes, whether that meant GM, head coach, or more. To do it 3 games before the playoffs when you're still a 4 seed at the moment. That feels like, I think for a lot of people it felt like panic. And that's not the sense that I got. You have to be very intentional to make a move now. This is not the easy timing. This is the hard timing. If you wanted the easy way to do it, you let them play out the string, season ends, you let people go, and you restart in the offseason. To do it now sends some sort of message. The question is, what is it? And again, this is an onion that has about 15 different layers that we're going to get to throughout the course of the show today. Yes, Avs win this great game in the shootout last night, but this is taking precedence. Because this is not typical of the way that especially this ownership group handles things. People don't get fired. And they are loyal to maybe a fault sometimes. There were certainly opportunities in the past when both Jared Bednar and Michael Malone, you looked at them and said, yeah, maybe it's time. And they stuck with it. And it resulted in championships on both sides. So to make the move now is the question. The number one to me, we can get to whether it was even deserved or earned, these firings, in a second. But just the timing, the why. I think it sends a very simple message. You do this now because you think there's more in the tank that Malone's just not going to get.
I want to stay on parade.
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
And if you listen to Josh Kroenke's interview with Vic Lombardi, which we're going to be playing throughout the show, Brett, to your point, he used the same metaphor like 8 times. He kept saying, we want to squeeze the juice out of this season. There's more juice to squeeze. He kept going back to that well. Hey, mixing my metaphors. Went back to the juice well over and over and over again. So he believes they're not done yet.
Well, he used the word now multiple times, and that's not an accident. This, yes, is a long-term play, but this is also a short-term play. And again, when you feel like you have, and it's not even a feel like, it's the truth, you have the best player in the world. Your team is not playing up to standard. They're better than the results that they've put up. You know, you can talk about the injuries throughout the course of the year, but in a game in which Joker's getting 61-point triple-doubles and you're losing, that doesn't make sense. There's a disconnect, and I think a lot of it stems on the defensive side. You know, there's a very famous quote that's going around. I forgot to send this to you, Nelly, but you've probably seen it if you've gone on Twitter or something like that. It was after the Portland loss, and Malone was talking about how he's trying to convey a message, and the players, you know, the ones who won't get it, they're full of bleep, and they'll say coach is tripping. But he said something afterwards that is actually, you know, it caught my ear at the time, but maybe even I was just getting immune to the angry Malone press conference after a loss thing. So if we got it, Nelly, let's go ahead and play it, because this is Malone in another angry post-game press conference. But he said something that I think conveyed the message that maybe kicked things off for this ownership group to start thinking about making a move. Listen.
Won't hear it. You know, they'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And I said it.
That part. Nobody's going to watch their film because nobody watches film, so we're going to have to show it to them. He's basically saying, I'm babysitting right now. And when it comes down to that, that is a huge indictment on your players that they won't put in the work to go watch tape, which is, I think, a basic professional sports 101 that everybody should have to do if they want to be successful. But I think it's also a look for Malone. It's also, your guys aren't willing to do this work. Well, that's not a great look for the coach either. And so you get to that age-old sort of obvious thing that we always kind of talk about. He's been here for a decade. Sometimes the message gets stale. And I think that's what happened. And the reason you make the move now, you see if somebody else's message is received differently. Maybe David Adelman's got something. You put him in charge, and maybe the Nuggets go on a little run here in the postseason, and he proves that he's the man for the job, or he doesn't, and then you're going on the full search. But I just think at some point when you're coaching the same place for a decade, it's really difficult to keep everybody's interest in what you're discussing. You know, that's how these coaches that your Belichick's, your Sabans, your Popovich's, your all these different guys, it's what makes them so impressive, is that they don't have these moments. And Michael Malone is undoubtedly the best coach in Nuggets history. He brought a championship here to Denver, something that seemed otherwise impossible before these last few years. He has earned the right, I think, to be called that. You know, there's another discussion about, is this disrespectful? And maybe to the best coach in franchise history, letting him go and not giving him one more opportunity at a playoff run is uncouth. But again, we're talking about trying to make a run in the postseason.
I'll have to bring up the clip from yesterday. On PhD, they interviewed Kaz, and he was having that exact conversation with Tyler Polumbus. He wanted to get a former professional athlete's perspective, and Polumbus said that he thought it was absolutely disrespectful to not give the only coach in franchise history who's brought you a championship one last ride here. And Tyler also said that from a player's perspective, when you fire someone who's hated, usually it gives the players a boost. But he said, I guess we're going to see how hated Malone really was by how they play tonight, because if you fire someone that still has some sway in the building, then the players usually don't react well to that down the final stretch of the season.
Well, you know what? They weren't to Kaz's point, and I kind of agree with this, as much as I respect Michael Malone, and I think that Michael Malone he's a winner more than anything else. That's all this guy did. The Nuggets were always, basically since Joker really came into his own and became the player that we know, there's no question to me that this guy was Malone sold out every night. And I think the bigger disconnect, I'll get to in a few minutes, was between him and the GM, and that's where it started to crumble. But just staying on this, to Kaz's point, the message wasn't being received. I mean, I don't know what you think was going to happen if Malone stayed. If Malone was, if he was still the head coach and you hit the postseason, was there a single person that thought the Nuggets were going to do something? And I'm asking anybody out there that's listening right now, did you feel as if there was some sort of light that was going to turn on once the postseason hit? Because I didn't. It felt like they're cooked. It still does, by the way. But maybe this provides some sort of a spark. You know, I heard Kreckman talking about this yesterday, too, that he doesn't think that Jamal is coming back at all in the postseason. Which, if that's the case, that brings up a whole host of other questions you need to ask in the offseason. But bottom line is, this is as much a message to the current crop of players as it is to both of the guys who were let go yesterday. They're looking at them, the players, and saying, we know you're better than this. And it's almost kind of like, if you guys really liked and respected the head coach or the GM or whoever, you let it get to this point. So it's on you to fix it. Do you like the other coaches on the staff? Do you want the opportunity for maybe David Adelman to take the job? Do you want all this different stuff? Well, go out and prove it. And if you can go out and put together some sort of postseason that is respectable, then maybe that's the case. But I don't think anybody, if the players feel like, I can't believe they did this to Malone, well, what's the reason why you would let your coach go? It's because the results aren't there. Who's ultimately responsible for that? The people who are handling the basketball. So a lot more to get to with this. Again, the big message and the big thing, the one thing that started, I think, the house of cards to kind of crumble was the relationship between Malone and Calvin Booth and how they saw a winning basketball team being formed. There is an organizational cohesiveness that is a necessity to success that was not there basically the day after they won the championship, and we'll get to that next.
So have you ever been on a professional team when they trade somebody big or bring somebody in new and you don't have a little bit extra energy?
Sure.
That doesn't give you any jive?
So here's what I'd say about that. And I think we saw it with the Raiders last year. Okay. When they brought in Antonio Pierce, you saw a rebound effect. Okay. You got rid of a coach that everybody hated. There was a major rebound effect. I do not believe rebound effects happen if the coach is loved. Now, you would know that answer more than I would. If that coach is loved in that locker room, I do not believe in a rebound effect.
Let me ask you this. Are you happy with where the Nuggets are right now?
No, of course not.
Okay. So if you're going to make a change in the offseason, why not roll the dice and do it now, 3 games before the playoffs?
I'll give you one reason, and maybe it doesn't matter. Respect to the greatest coach in the history of the franchise. Do it in the offseason when it's a little bit easier and it makes a little bit more sense.
So that was Cause on with PhD yesterday. Again, I think that both of them have some validity to their arguments in the sense of maybe it was disrespectful to let Malone go when you did the timing of it, but also you're providing a spark. But see, I want to get to the crux of the issue and where I think things started that led to a domino effect that finds us where we are today. That glorious day at Ball Arena that the Nuggets take care of the Miami Heat, they win their first championship in franchise history, and Jesse Trujillo gets really drunk that night. That's where it started. No. What happened was they hit the offseason. You couldn't afford to keep Bruce Brown, who was a huge piece. And this is what I think set off a host of events that led to some organizational dysfunction combined with, how do I want to put this? Strife between the people that are most in charge. Calvin Booth had a certain way that he saw building a team and making them a success. Malone had a way that he viewed it. They were not aligned in those. Calvin Booth had this revolving cast of different players that surround your core, and you build that through young players on rookie contracts, and that's how you're able to skirt the rules of max deals and being hamstrung salary cap-wise. That's how he saw it. Malone saw it a different way, which was, get me the best player who's been in the league for at least 8 years, and I'll play them. They're never aligned. Malone's been this way for a while. He's been this way for... You go back and you look at the really young players on this team, like how long it took for MPJ to be a stalwart in the rotation, how long it takes for him to trust younger guys. I mean, we've seen it this year in Jalen Pickett. Only got playing time when basically their hand was forced. Same thing with Zeke Naji. And then you realize maybe these guys can play a little bit. They're just never given the opportunity. Because Malone is always going to default to who's the veteran on the team. I'll trust Westbrook over everybody else because he's been here before. When you aren't aligned in the way to team build, it makes it very, very difficult to find trustworthy players. And if I ask you, how many players did Michael Malone truly trust on this team? It's the starting 5 and Russell. He would play other guys because he had to, but we've seen them disappear from the rotation for like weeks on end. Remember when DeAndre Jordan was playing every night and then he didn't play for 3 weeks and he was healthy? Even though DJ's a veteran, he wouldn't trust it.
You remember when everyone on the Nuggets roster got hurt and then they were forced to play Zeke Naji, Jalen Pickett, and Julian Strawther, and everybody went, oh, look at that. Those dudes can ball. Mm-hmm. Go figure.
But that's the thing. That's not the way that Malone wanted his team built. It's not the thing that he trusted. That's not what he thought would win a championship. And whether he's right or wrong, what this continued to do was build a chasm between him and the GM. And you can't have that. So imagine this. Imagine the Denver Broncos heading to the draft last year, and they know they're looking for a quarterback. And Sean Payton says, I really, really like Bo Nix. And George Payton says, oh, yeah, well, I think the key to winning and having a productive offense is to have a quarterback like, I don't know, Lamar Jackson. And so you head into it, and here's the conversation that takes place. Coach, you coach the players, I pick the groceries. That's not going to work. If somebody wants a Peyton Manning-style quarterback and the other one wants a mobile quarterback like Lamar Jackson, how can you make that fit? And it felt like that's what was constantly happening with the Nuggets roster under Booth, is that he had a certain way that he wanted to build this because he admitted it. I mean, I think it comes down to something as simple as this. Calvin Booth said multiple times he doesn't care about back-to-back championships. He wants 3 in 6 years. He wants to build a dynastic feel to it that is much more aligned with the San Antonio Spurs from back in the day. They didn't win every year, but they got 3 and 7 or whatever the number was. Michael Malone did nothing as far as coaching this team that said he agreed with it. Because for that to work, you have to give young guys playing time. He never would. He didn't trust them. Malone was not thinking 5 years down the line. He was thinking about the game that night. And he always has thought that way. And then it turns into, well, from some of the stories that we heard anyway, because now all of this is coming out, you hear some of the dirty laundry of what was happening behind the scenes. That maybe, hey, they're walking through the hallway and they see Josh Kroenke, and Malone will say, hey, what's Booth doing over there? And then Booth will see him and be like, hey, why isn't Malone playing my guys? And then it becomes snipping at each other behind each other's backs.
Well, and you remember when Calvin Booth made his press conference after the trade deadline, he was taking shots at Malone and his players openly in that presser. And at one point, he basically said, point blank, Malone is not playing Zeke Naji in the correct position.
Yes.
These guys were snipping at each other privately, but it also slipped into the public.
Like, I'm telling you, that was one of the more wild post-trade deadline press conferences I've seen, because it wasn't just him going out and saying, I tried to trade these guys, they're untradeable, in Dario Saric and Zeke Naji. You're right. He also was like, yeah, we keep trying to play Zeke at the 5. He's not a 5. He's a 4. And you're like, well, who's responsible for that? It's not Zeke. There's only one guy. And again, when you have that headbutting, there's nowhere to go. It's like you're either picking a winner or you're picking two losers.
And I wonder if that was part of what was wearing on the players. If you have one person running your organization saying one thing, and then the person coaching you saying the other thing, like when mommy and daddy won't stop fighting, it's going to have an effect on the kids.
So this is something from Kevin O'Connor. Calvin Booth, Michael Malone never liked each other, rarely spoke, and talked behind each other's backs, which was a big reason for the Denver Nuggets' decision to clean house with 6 days left in the regular season. And that's it. Here's another one. This from The Athletic. Calvin Booth was reportedly dismayed that Michael Malone continued to play Russell Westbrook over Jalen Pickett. Booth wanted Malone to use younger players that he drafted and wanted Malone to stray away from using veterans for so many minutes. Jalen Pickett's a good example of this, according to leaked sources. Booth was dismayed that they kept going to Westbrook. And when you have that, you can't build anything. You have somebody who shops for the groceries and somebody who cooks up the meal. If the cook wants to make a certain something and you don't give him the groceries that he wants, somebody is going to be pissed at the end of that. And it felt like it was like this for a while. I mean, Nelly, you remember in the offseason, I was talking about this. Now, I didn't know any of these stories, but it just was very obvious to me. I'm looking at the decisions the Nuggets are making, and I go, it feels to me like him and Malone are not on the same page. Because the way I knew Malone liked to do business basketball-wise was not the way that they were going about it. Like, I kept sitting there wondering, okay, you got a championship team. And if you remember, the next draft, they took 3 players. Strother, Hunter Tyson, Jalen Pickett. And I said, when are they going to use them? Because Malone, it's going to take years before those guys are trusted pieces of the rotation. And I go, why wouldn't you flip those picks for like a veteran or two? And to me, it didn't make sense. They go, well, maybe they had a conversation that this is the only route they can take is getting cheap contracts on the roster or whatever. I don't know. But even then it felt weird. Just because I knew Malone.
So, and to that point, if you remember last year, I think it was Zach Lowe was on a podcast with Matt Moore in about July, I want to say, maybe August, as the season was approaching, and he was saying the same thing. So it's something that we noticed in town, but it also obviously crept into the national mindset. And I know Matt Moore's a Denver guy, but Zach Lowe's national, and he was talking about this story, I think, before a lot of us were talking about it. And then just something else quickly I want to put out there. We got this text here. Somebody asked us why we're spending all morning just crapping on Michael Malone.
I'm absolutely not.
Well, and I have 2 things I want to say to that. First of all, no one is going to dispute that he's the greatest coach in the history of the Nuggets franchise. He's the only coach that's brought a title here. He's past Doug Moe. He's past George Karl by a country mile. No one's disputing that. Second thing I want to say is feel free to tell us how we're being unfair. If you think we are being unfair to Michael Malone or Calvin Booth this morning, tell us. Text us. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. How do you think we are being unfair in the way we assess this situation?
Well, I'll make this clear. Just crystal clear on the subject of Malone. I think Malone is a very good coach. Malone is going to find a job next year. Okay? He's very good. There is no question about this. There's also, to me, very obviously a moment of clarity that if you didn't see it, I don't know how to help you. That Michael Malone was not having his message conveyed to the players nearly like it was a couple of years ago. The one thing that Michael Malone has talked about over and over and over again is defensive commitment. Have you seen that? Because I haven't. No, another report yesterday, Jokic is in, I'll try and read it, but he was, here you go, again from The Athletic. League sources, there had been significant frustration within the locker room at how the Nuggets were playing, particularly defensively. The Nuggets were just 20th in defensive rating. Jokic has been frustrated with the team's defensive commitment and performance this season. It's obvious. If you saw Jokic on the bench during that Golden State game, he wasn't yelling about the offense. He was yelling about the defense. That's what his frustration, where his frustration lied. And sometimes there just gets to be a moment where your message is not received the same way. 2 years ago, if Malone took a post-game press conference and ripped the team up and down, said they were soft, said they were lazy, the team would come out and respond. How many times did we see that press conference this year? And I was mentioning it in the middle of the season. You can only go to that well so many times before it starts to be like, all right, dude, I guess they aren't getting it. When you call out players and call them, I mean, the biggest insult I think you can call a player in professional sports is soft. Malone did that multiple times this year. In fact, he did it once with no response the following game. That's where it gets difficult. And again, bottom line for the decision as to why now. Not why, but why now. I think this ownership group feels like they have more in the tank than they've shown. And this is their only way to try and pry it out of them. Is that you like this spark. The latest firing of a head coach, tied for latest in NBA history, by the way. What was the other one? Is it Hubie Brown back in 80 and 81? That wasn't a playoff team, by the way. This is. Not just a playoff team, a team that's got a home playoff game to start, at least as of now. So maybe you provide an extra sort of motivator, and you let the chips fall where they may. If you're going to make the decision regardless, but you're going to the postseason, why not do two things? Number one, try and provide a spark for the team heading into must-win games. Number two, see if the coach that's been on your bench is maybe capable of the job. And I think that's another part of this too. Let's see what Adelman can do. Maybe he can be a new respected voice within that locker room. Who knows? But 303-504-0925. If you guys, again, it's open to you. If you think I'm wrong, by all means, go ahead. Text line's open. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So a lot more to get to with this. I do want to talk a little bit about the Avs last night as they get a very difficult 2 points and another shootout game, another one. We'll talk to Bednar at, I believe, 8:30 this morning. So a lot to get to. Stick around. All right, back here at Clubhouse Working Golf. I'm telling you, this place is amazing, man. We get these beautiful, if you're watching on Twitch, these simulators right next to us. You can go hack the ball around a little bit, but it's an amazing office setup, too. Talk to your company about getting out here because you won't regret it. It's really neat. So, again, going to be here all day today as we have a huge day of insane news that broke everybody's brains, and now the question is, what's next? Like, where do you go from here? And the immediate where do you go is the postseason. You got to figure that part out. I think the last thing that you want to see is they make these moves and then the Nuggets just tank, which I suppose is possible. But there's a lot of guys, I think, that they're playing to prove they should stick around for whatever's next with this team. If you have guys who don't show up in the postseason, I think you have to have a real serious and hard look at, well, then what's the point of bringing them back? There's a whole bunch of different ways that this could play out, but I do think they'll be motivated. Like, I think when they take the floor tonight, I think you're going to see an effort that maybe wasn't there the previous few games. Because it's not only a motivating factor of we lost our coach, it's also a motivating factor of just personal pride. I think to a certain extent, you've lost 4 straight. You are now, like, the Nuggets are being made fun of. In the same way that I was making fun of the Memphis Grizzlies when they fired their coach this late in the season. It's the same concept. Very similar situation. But I do think this provides a spark. And maybe I will end up being wrong on that. But I think there's too much personal pride within that room for them just to be like, oh, they fired the coach, then I guess we're done. Like, you think, what, Jokic is going to take 5 shots tonight and then sit on the bench? I don't think so. Not at all. Now, just going back to this, sorry, Nelly, you looked like you want to say something real quick because I was going to go to the Avs. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, one last thing on the Nuggets. A friend of mine unintentionally asked me a great question yesterday. A friend of mine I caught up with knows absolutely nothing about sports whatsoever. I mean, you could ask him to name one athlete that plays for a Denver, Colorado team. He probably would say Peyton Manning or LeBron James. He's got nothing. So he was asking me yesterday how things are going, and I said, well, work got pretty crazy in the span of about 10 minutes because the Denver Nuggets fired their coach and GM 3 games before the playoffs out of nowhere. And so he asked me, he goes, oh, why would they do that? Are the Nuggets having a bad year? And that is a very tough question to explain to to answer.
It really is.
Because if you're trying to explain to someone who has no baseline knowledge of the Nuggets, on paper, the Nuggets aren't having a bad year. They're in a playoff spot. They have 47 wins. They have a 3-time MVP on their roster. They've got a lot of young pieces, young players you can develop for the future. But once you start expanding from the micro to the macro and you go out and you say, well, the coach's message was maybe getting stale and he didn't agree with the GM. Well, the GM has handcuffed the team by all these bad moves. Well, they have the best player in the world and they might only get one title out of it. Like, the more you expand the scope, that's when the cracks start to show. But it's a very tough question to answer to someone in like 10 seconds.
Well, yes. If I had to attempt to give them like a 20-second sort of synopsis. They're having a good year by an average team's standards, but their standards are higher, and you are measuring the Nuggets in whether they're winning a championship or not, and they aren't. That'd be the easiest way I can put it. You have graduated to an echelon where it does feel like it's championship or bust or something close to that. And it became, I think, very clear at the end of this season, at least with how things were trending at the moment, that they weren't doing that. And this team they have too good of a star player, and they have too many guys that are too highly paid to not have those expectations. I mean, anything less than that to me would feel like a failure. You get to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, no, that wouldn't be. But short of that, yes. Like, it's the same thing with the Avs. Does it feel like the Avs right now, if they don't at least make the Western Conference Finals, that you could consider this season a success? It'd be hard for me to. They go out, they get this great win last night and another shootout game, which I'm kind of tired of, by the way. Too many of these. Too many. But a couple of just really great individual efforts. I thought Charlie Coyle was the reason why you tied the game up. He worked his ass off on that shift just to give Jimmy Vesey a chance. And then he buries the game winner in the shootout. I thought he was fantastic. But you're getting huge individual efforts from these guys in games that, let's be honest, they don't matter. The Avs are essentially, and now they are definitely, locked into the 3 in the Central. The only question for them now is, does Dallas have the juice to try and catch Winnipeg by the end of the season? Which, who knows? But the Avs now have nothing to play for. They are biding their time until you get to the postseason. But still working hard. And we'll talk to Bednar at 8:30 today about that. And maybe, how do you handle this moving forward? Is this because you're locked into that 3? Do you rest guys now? Do you give McKinnon a couple of games off? Do you give, Makar a break? Like, how do you handle it? And it'll be interesting, but he'll join us at 8:30 this morning to try and get that done. But I'm seeing a whole bunch of texts come through with the Nuggets right now. One of them, Brett, you're talking about personal pride. Are you kidding? If they had that, we wouldn't be in this situation to deal with. I'm just telling you, there is a different responsibility. When this happens, the players know it's their fault. I mean, ultimately it is. A coach can do X, Y, and Z, but if you played good enough, then nobody's questioning whether somebody deserves to be fired or not. And so now it's coming down to all on their shoulders. If you fail, it's your fault. So what are you going to do with it? Another texture, did Kroenke just cost Nikola Jokic an MVP? First of all, no, I don't think he's winning anyway. But secondly, I don't care. Again, I'm going to make something clear. This isn't done on a whim. This isn't done for no reason. This is not an ownership group that goes out and fires people. The 2 coaches that they've had, 3, if you're including the NFL in the Rams. How long's McVay been in L.A.? 7 years? Something like that? So they have a coach who's been there in the same place for 7 years, a coach that's been there for 9 in Jared Bednar, and a coach that was at 10 with Michael Malone. They don't make rash decisions. It's actually the opposite of that. They will give it more than enough time to see things through. The reason he made the move, to me, is very obvious. He thinks the team still has something left. This is not a rash ownership group that just panics after a 4-game losing streak. This is something that they felt for a while. And it all just kind of bubbled into the decision to go with this move now. And I think it's a challenge to the players on that roster. We'll play the full interview, by the way, with Josh Kroenke and Vic a little later in the show today. And you guys can hear it for yourself. But nothing about this screams that he's giving up on this year. I think it's actually trying to do the opposite. I think they saw where this season was going to end in the status quo, and they're trying to do something to change that. So again, we can break down a lot more of this as we go along today. 303-504-0925. Hit us up on the Voice of the People, by the way. You want to get your voice on this show? That's the easiest way to do it. Go straight to Nelly. So if you go on that Altitude Sports Radio app, hit the microphone. Whatever you say next goes right into Nelly's ear holes. So go ahead. Between this, the Avs win, a whole bunch to talk about. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8:30 today. Again, we are out at Clubhouse working golf, and it is beautiful. I'm going to go get my clubs, and I'm going to start doing some simulating.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
It's not great at the moment. We're trying to fix that. So, you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals in Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. We're live every weekday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
8 years ago today, the Denver Nuggets introduced Michael Malone as their head coach. The moment he arrived, he established a culture and an identity that would take the Denver Nuggets to places they've never gone before. And here we are. No coach in history of the Denver Nuggets has more playoff wins than Michael Malone. No coach has ever told an opposing team and its fan base to take that L on the way out. He came into this world as the son of a coach, but in these playoffs, he became the Lakers' daddy.
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running the back. We running the back. Oh, yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud. Get loud.
I think that, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today.
All right, on the road this morning at Clubhouse Work and Golf. First of all, talk to your bosses about getting a membership here because this place is incredibly cool. Take a look at these simulators.
I kind of want to live here, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
I'd like to move in. Chance, can I move in?
Yeah.
All right. He says, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, cheap rent.
Yeah.
But we're going to be here all day today. I know that we're getting the last bite at the apple here, boys. So this happened, 20 hours ago, essentially? Both of these moves announced. Mike Malone, Calvin Booth both let go. Vic, I know you talked to Josh Kroenke yesterday. We'll play that if you guys missed it a little bit later in the program. But I'll just kind of set the table and get the hell out of the way. Because this is how it feels to me. The only thing that makes logical sense is that the ownership group felt like this team had more juice in the tank, and this is their way of providing a motivator. That's what it feels like to me. If they're going to make this move in the offseason, because to me it's not necessarily the why, it's the why now. 3 games before the postseason hits. And that's the only thing that makes logical sense. They think that this team can still do something this postseason, and it felt stale at the moment. But, Vic, go ahead.
I think the biggest factor here that is going to go overlooked and is hard to quantify is the lack of cooperation between the two guys that have been running the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make an easy analogy. We've taken this show from nothing to the top-rated show in Colorado, correct?
Yes.
We have. If we can't get along and we tease each other, we have fun, we get mad at each other. But if we can't get along for an extended period of time, if I can't stand Moser, or if you can't stand me, this show goes away. The show goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Not one. The whole show goes away because the show is a product of our cooperation.
Yeah.
And I think this is the case that happened with the Denver Nuggets. The GM and the coach cannot get along. We heard rumors of it. Hell, they held a press conference last year at the end of the season. Do you remember that press conference?
Yeah, I sure do.
What did you, when you watched it, what did you glean watching that press conference?
They were icy towards each other, like wouldn't look at each other. You know what else? Speaking not even just of the press conference at the end of the year, Vic, after the trade deadline, you're talking about getting along with each other. That's one thing. Also having a shared vision for how to make a successful team is another topic.
Yeah.
Do you remember at the deadline when I was shocked and I said, man, He just came out and said we tried to trade Dario and Zeke and nobody would take him.
Right.
But do you know what he said after that? He said, what we've learned is Zeke can't play the 5. He needs to play the 4.
Yeah.
Who's he talking to?
He's talking.
He's
to
not
Malone.
talking to Zeke.
No, he's talking to Michael Malone. Is what he's doing.
Well, again, I think they failed each other, and I'm not going to let the players walk on this either. I need to get this point across.
Vic, this is an all-encompassing thing.
Yeah, we have 3 hours. We have 3 hours to get through this. When there's a failure at this level, and it's funny, failure is a relative term. You mentioned, what are the Nuggets? They're currently the 4th seed, and that could change. But failure is very relative. The expectations this season were not the 4 seed. The expectations were not just swimming for your life toward the end of the regular season. The expectations were to compete for a championship. Those were the expectations. And right now they're not at that point. It's hard to always blame 2 people in charge. The players are also to blame. The players failed the 2 guys who got fired yesterday.
Yes.
And you could say why. You could say, listen, the rotations weren't right, or listen, the bench wasn't right. You could say whatever you want. But at the end of the day, players play. And if the players aren't playing to capacity or capability, people are going to get fired.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter. And I have such a deeper thought on this, but before I continue, Moj, we've seen this before. We have seen championship coaches get let go. Bob Hartley got let go.
Yeah, it certainly did. And it was not far after they won another Stanley Cup championship. Vic, I'm so glad you brought up the players, because this is an all-encompassing issue with this organization. It wasn't just the fact that the GM and the coach were on divergent paths. That's not the only reason. Performance of the basketball team and the players themselves have to figure into it as well. It's everything. And look, there are so many. I'm listening to you on the way in, and people are like, "Why are you beating up Malone?" And all this. You're not beating up Malone. Here's the way it is.
You're trying to give a reason why this happened.
That's correct. Yes. It can be everything. It can be all of that. It can be the coach's message got stale, the guys wouldn't listen. It can be he was not on the same page with the GM. It can be the GM didn't do enough or didn't do what he should have perhaps to keep this, all this kind of thing. Then it gets to the players, and they're not performing the way that they should be performing. Period. End of story. At least not every guy on the same night. You can get spikes from different guys on different nights. Fine.
Yeah.
But they're not a cohesive unit.
Motion.
And Vic, it goes back to what we've been talking about for the past couple of days. This used to be a basketball team, folks, I don't know how to put it any more clearly than this, that liked each other. This was a team where the players played for each other. This is where the room had each other's backs. That was a really cool thing about this team, is that these guys liked each other.
They were fun.
They were fun. They were building, as young guys, they were building something that they could all sense, they could all be a part of, all take inventory of. It feels like none of these guys like each other anymore. And I don't think that's the case, but that's what it feels like. And they're not even losing. This is not a 25-win team. This is a 47-win basketball team. They don't suck. But boy, oh boy, do they feel like they're all, at a family reunion, and there's a big problem inside the family, and nobody wants to talk to anybody. Something had to change. Everything can be true. Michael Malone is the best coach, the winningest coach in the history of this franchise. And that's saying something when I have all the respect in the world for one Doug Moe. But you cannot continue on the way this has been going. And I think it was very apparent to see. And Josh Kroenke eventually said, yeah, you know what, it's not going to happen. And I can't wait to hear more of what you had to talk to about.
Well, I think we were surprised that it happened yesterday. You have to acknowledge that.
I'm not.
Yes.
I guess I'm surprised that
you're surprised it happened. Yes. Don't play this game.
Okay, let me put it this way. Yeah, I guess with 3 games to go in the regular season.
You're surprised. I mean, come on, Moj. Sometimes you get to this point where you were surprised like the rest of us were that it happened yesterday. Just say yes.
Okay, but I'm not surprised that it happened.
Well, I didn't say we were surprised it happened. I expected this to happen. Guys, the warning signals were there. What have I been saying for the last week about what I've noticed in the locker room? What have I told you guys that I've seen? When I walked into the locker room for the last few games, what have I told you? What have I seen?
There seems to be a lack of care about losing.
joylessness, too.
Yeah.
Joylessness. And that stuff, it carries on to the court.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
And it carries on to the way you play, and it carries on to the next game. And it was so different from what I'm used to seeing. And if I saw that, you don't think the powers that be saw that, felt that, heard about that? And again, I don't want to walk away from today's show saying that, the two people who were responsible for this are gone and now everything's hunky-dory. No. It's a players' league. It's a players play, players produce, players either get you championships or players get you fired.
Yeah.
So let's see how these players respond to this. Because I really believe, and you're going to hear from Josh Kroenke momentarily, I really believe that this was also, the reason why it took place now, Moshe, it was also a message sent to everybody in that locker room. Everybody.
Absolutely agree.
Hey, look what we did with 3 games left. You think you're safe?
Yeah. At the same time, I think you can look at it from above, Brett, and go, we're not going anywhere with this coach and this GM right now anyway, right? You're not going anywhere this postseason with the way you've been coming down the stretch. Perhaps this can be a jolt. This can be a shock to the system. This can do something to fire up and repair those motivator cuffs when it matters the most. I mean, this is basically, look, might as well do it now because maybe you can get something else out of this.
Well,
that's the way I look at it.
Let me point to something. Of the 3 professional sports franchises that are major sports franchises, I don't know much about the Premier League stuff in the arsenal, so I'm going to leave them out because I don't know about it. But let's take NFL, NHL, and NBA. Rams, Avalanche, Nuggets. They all have something in common. They've had coaches that have been there for a long-ass time. Bednar's at 9 years, right, Moshe?
Correct.
Malone was at 10. What's McVay? Probably 7, I think he's at? 7? They don't make rash decisions. This ownership group does not make decisions to fire coaches on a whim. They almost to a fault will give you more than enough time to prove yourself, right? There were moments in which both Bednar and Malone, maybe you could make the argument that a change could be made. They stuck with them. They won championships. They did not fire Michael Malone with 3 games left in the season just out of like, oh, you know what? I'm done with this. There's a purpose to it.
Yeah.
And I think it's very clearly the purpose to this ownership group is they think they can still do more in the postseason.
Yes, and they hope they can do more in the postseason.
Yeah.
Because this is where we stand right now. They may not be able to do more. Hell, they may go to Sacramento tonight and Jamal Murray's listed as doubtful, and they could look worse.
Maybe.
And then they'll get a sense of what's at stake here. And I really believe they're doing this with 3 games to go because they want to see, okay, was it really the coaching? Was it really the rotation?
Sure.
Was it really the makeup?
I think it's going to give you a better idea on the makeup of the basketball team as well.
What if the team suddenly finds a spark and goes on a run? Or what if the team folds? And what if the team just looks like
that's
it has looked?
That's going to tell you an awful lot about
revealing.
Everything. Yes.
And it will tell you what you need to go moving forward. Listen, my last thought, because I want to hear from Josh Kroenke. You guys are going to want to hear from him. And there's a lot he said to me afterwards that I want to share. But here's my last thought on this. The Denver Nuggets are just 21 months removed from a championship, correct?
Correct.
That's the expectation here. And what have we heard from everybody from here to Serbia? Man, they're wasting Joker's prime. Man, they're wasting Joker's prime. Man, they got to send Joker some help. Well, you know what this move is? This is another way to send Joker some help.
Sure it is.
This is a way they acknowledge what everybody's thinking. They see it. They know it. They understand it.
I agree with you. What have I always said? I appreciate an ownership group in any sport about a player, about a coach, about a GM, about a whatever. If you know, then do it. If you know, I don't care if it's 2 weeks left in the regular season. I don't care if it's in the middle of the draft. I don't care if it's game 1 of the regular. If you know it's not working and it's not going to work, if you know in your heart of hearts and it's your franchise, it's your asset, then do it. Be proactive. I've always appreciated that about owners and people like in the NFL. Why would they fire that coach then? You know why? Because he knew. That's why. Why did Nathaniel Hackett not get a, quote, full season? Because they friggin' knew, okay? Yeah. And if you know, do it. End of story.
Why did Russell Wilson not get another season?
Absolutely. Let the chips fall where they may. And that's one thing I do appreciate about this. But look, there really aren't any bad guys here. Nobody's becoming a bad guy in all of this. It's not working. It wasn't working. This is not the same team for God knows a variety of different reasons. And am I shocked? I'm surprised at how it happened, when it happened. I'm not surprised that it happened.
We'll get back to this in just a second. We're going to give or play Vic's conversation with Josh Kroenke when we return as well. A reminder to you guys that we're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna from Better Sheds and Saunas. And today's keyword, I mean, you guys were just talking about it yesterday, the smell of that what? Ooh, that's cedar. So cedar in your first and last name is the keyword today. So send that to the text line, 303-504-0925. We'll have a new keyword each day until Friday. So keep putting your name in. It gives you a better shot to win. Also, check more of these saunas out at getabettershed.com.
Cedar as in cedar wood, not Seater, like back cedar.
Yes, cedar like the wood.
Cedar.
Cedar, cedar.
God, I love the smell of a good cedar room.
Yep.
I mean, I love it.
Vic's got the club.
He needs to go. You know what he needs to do? He needs to work some things out on the range out of his head.
Yep,
right,
exactly
good.
Right. So we'll play this conversation with Josh Kroenke in just a moment. Back after this.
hopes of a spark. I think that there's more to that group than has been accomplished so far. How much more is in that group? I don't think that, I know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. But I think I have a belief that there's more in that group that can be accomplished, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
That's Josh Kroenke yesterday.
Yeah.
We had to sit down for a few minutes, and that's the primary reason he made the decision. And you'll hear that extended interview here shortly, because I want to go through the whole thing piece by piece to answer a lot of questions that people may have. Are we taking any calls or anything today? Just curious.
We can. It's open for them. 303-504-0925. You can also do Voice of the People if you would like. That's available to you. We are here, by the way, at – this place is so cool, man. Clubhouse Working Golf. And, convince your boss just to get space here.
Just to explain what this is. You walk into this office building, right? There's offices everywhere. So there's a door for what seems to be another office building.
You should see the other side. It's 11,000 square feet.
Is it really? And all it is golf simulators. They have a Mizuno sizing area where you can get sized if you want some Mizuno clubs. They have a little putt-putt putting area. I just hit a few 8-irons right down the chute.
There's also 2 kegs from our boys over at Downhill Brewing. They're on tap over here.
Yeah. And then they have all this.
I'm taking the rest of the day off. You guys have a great show.
I mean, it's Masters Week, guys. Today's the par 3 tournament. And if you want to talk hole by hole about the par 3 tournament, feel free to ask any questions.
No,
I have no desire to do that whatsoever.
It's just we're here, and it comes on a day where we're trying to figure out. I mean, I think it's one of the most shocking news dumps that Denver sports has seen. Given the situation we're in of 3 games removed from the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, just quickly, I have to share this with everybody. So we have our little group chat that we're all on, and Vic sends a text yesterday. And that
text came before Shams.
It's before Shams.
But I couldn't go with it.
So here's what it says. And I want to get the time in this first. He has at 11:19.
Well, let me tell you where I was at 11:19. I was in the middle of the fairway at Rolling Hills after hitting a deep draw, a very deep draw to a great position to set me up for my second shot.
Well, he texts us, and he goes, curse word, huge news incoming. To which Moser responds, I already know, bro, it's not that big a deal.
And what did he think I was referring to?
I have to know, Moj, because I went back and I read that text again because it was so funny. And it's so classic you to think that you know exactly what's going on, and you're like,
and you
whatever.
Have no clue.
What the hell did you think he was talking about?
Did you think I was talking about my golf game? What did you think?
I actually had no idea, but my lovely wife goes, oh, that just like Vic to come up with a text like that and then not tell you what's really going on.
But what did you say? I already know.
Yeah, why
it's
would you
not
say
a big
that?
deal. What did you think it was?
No, nothing. I had no clue. But the bear
you
goes.
Said it.
I know. But the bear goes to me. She goes, send something smart ass back. Like
okay.
Like I already know. I said, okay. So that's what I said. I already know, bro. It's no big deal. I had no idea what he was talking about whatsoever. I was just trying to stick it to him.
He says, no big deal. And literally 30 seconds after that, Shams goes, Nuggets fire Malone. And I go, wait, what? Yeah. And look, this is where we're at now. I think there's a million different ways that we can talk about this that I'm sure we'll get to throughout the course of the show today. I think the most interesting one, and the reason the House of Cards really started to tumble, Vic, was what you brought up at the beginning. Organizational cohesiveness is a necessity for success. You have to be on the same page. It became very clear, the Nuggets won the championship, and then, the next day, it felt like Malone and Booth were on 2 different wavelengths on how to proceed with building this team. Remember, you go to the draft that following year. Do you remember what they did in the draft? 3 picks. They took Strother, they took Hunter Tyson, they took Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, they did.
And I remember I was sitting
in fact, I remember going, They're not going to use all 3 picks, are they?
They only had 2, and they jumped back in.
Exactly. Yeah, two. They're not going to use both picks. They did, then they jumped back in. Yeah.
So in my head, that day I was sitting there, and I remember, because we were talking about it the next day, and that was part of the discussion was, why didn't they package those for a player, like a proven veteran guy, for a team that just won a championship? And I was just thinking to myself, you got now 3 guys on guaranteed contracts. Malone doesn't play young players.
Well, he prefers not to.
It didn't make sense at all. And then what happened, Moj? None of those guys played.
We thought that they were going to perhaps spin those assets off into something else, and it never happened.
But just
they
that,
actually
that
used
moment,
all 3 picks.
That was right after they won, and it felt like that was the first major thing that you did where and it just felt like 2 different wavelengths on how to build a team.
You know, we got a lot to catch up on. If somebody wants to call the show, if you have a particular question, and I'm going to say this with no disrespect to anybody else, you're going to hear a lot of crap. You're hearing a lot of crap nationally, a lot of rumors swirling, a lot of reasons why they did this. And I'm just begging, be careful where you get your information on this, okay? I think you've known long enough, if you listen to the show, we're not going to lie to you. We never will. I've been warning you all for the last few days that the locker room has not been good, okay? And then this happens.
Vic, I could see it all season long that the locker room was not good.
So all I'm saying is be careful where you get your information on why it happened, okay? The why, we may never know the full reason why. We may never know the behind the scenes. We may never know if anybody else was involved. I do know this. Before we listen to Josh Kroenke, I know this. In no way, and you're going to hear people maybe reference it, in no way was Nikola Jokic involved in this decision. So enough of this crap that I'm reading. Oh, well, you know, Nikola's agent was in town last week, and Nikola Jokic is the ultimate I want to do this for the team guy. He's a team dude. He's not going to sit there and fire people because he's upset or he wants out. That's not what he does. That's not who he is. Now, was he probably alerted to the move before it happened? You're darn right he was.
Well, I think he has to be.
Of course he is. But there's a much different way you do that. And I brought this up yesterday with the afternoon show. You don't call Nikola Jokic or bring him in and say, hey, what do you think? That's not the way you do it. It's, here's what we're doing. We just want you to know.
Yeah.
Here's what we're doing.
From a site called Bro Bible by a guy named
We want you to know what we're doing. And that's how you go about it. You don't seek permission. That's not the way you run an organization. If you want to seek permission from your best players, go play for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've done for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I agree.
LeBron runs the Lakers.
I think there's some – basketball is really weird, man. There's some situations I think that you do go to them. And
you go to them, but if your decision is made listen, man.
On something like this, I was talking about a trade or something like that.
Yes.
Do I think that
all the time.
Do you go to Jokic and be like,
of course.
Hey, before we pull the trigger, you're good with this? Like, I think you have to have some of those. But this is an organizational decision. That's what that is. And they can't have an equal say as you. No. So you make the move, and then you be sure that they're aware of it before it breaks. Yeah. That's the problem.
I just want people to pump the brakes on, and I'm reading a lot about it, and you're going to hear some stupid remarks about it. I'm going to tell you the truth on this. Nikola Jokic had nothing to do with this move. He probably sitting there right now in shock like the rest of us. You don't think he had an affinity for Coach Malone?
Of course he did.
You don't think they loved each other?
Of course they did.
Yeah, you saw how you don't think it hurts him deep inside?
Of course it does. And I'm sure that for those who had an affinity for their coach or came up with this guy as the only coach they've ever known in the NBA, what there should be a sense of guilt. There should be a sense of a betrayal in the fact that we betrayed our coach because we didn't get it done for him. Now, again, not all the guys in that room that's not a description of them. They didn't grow up with him. They didn't come through the system with him. They didn't grow together with him to build a winning team. There are a lot of new guys on this club, veterans and young guys. so that maybe they don't feel the exact same way, and that's totally fine. But for the guys who have been there, you didn't get it done.
Yeah.
And you're the leadership core of this basketball team.
All right.
You are the group that is ultimately responsible for the winning and the losing.
Let's hear the interview, and it was done pretty quickly because the team had to get on a plane to go to Sacramento. You know, we were like on deadline to get this thing done.
Right.
So I get summoned over to Ball Arena, and I feel like an idiot because I'm wearing my shorts. But I just got off number one, right? So the interview takes place. I asked a couple follow-ups that I want to get into, and I want you guys to hear the interview. And if you have any questions thereafter, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of, why didn't you ask this? Well, I mean, I only had so much time.
Right.
Okay, I only had so much time. And I did ask a couple follow-ups that we can get into. But this is Josh Kroenke shortly after the news hit the wires and everybody knew that the Nuggets parted company with Michael Malone and Calvin Booth.
All right, here with Josh Kroenke. Always a tough day to make tough decisions like this. What was the thought process in making this decision now?
You know, this wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, you know, what I would say is that, you know, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there.
All right, stop right there. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop this mid-interview because I just want to describe a couple things. Certain trends that struck him. What do you think those trends were?
Defensively, not being able to be productive.
No defense at all, right? No defense at all. And that's pretty much, if you don't have a defensive mindset, you're not going to win.
Right.
Anything else that captures your attention when he says certain trends?
Yeah, let me say this. I feel like inside this team, Vic, there's been a certain sense of disassociation.
Okay,
that's my way of saying, you know what? You guys just don't like each other the way you used to. You guys just aren't as tight as you used to be. You guys are not. This is not the Eight Musketeers anymore. This is. Everybody felt like they're kind of doing their own thing.
All right.
Is that fair?
Fair. And he said that those trends that he noticed were masked by winning.
Because you have talent. Because you do have talent.
But let's
and
consider,
the best player on the planet.
Let's consider the 9-game win streak. Who did they beat? And we talked about it. I brought it up during. Who did they beat during that 9-game win streak?
Bad teams.
Crap.
Yeah. Yep.
Crap. Correct?
Correct.
And that may have masked a problem which is boiling over. Because against the elite teams, they struggled.
That is correct.
They struggled
against
the elite
teams. We talk
teams.
about all the time. It's, gosh, you know what? The Nuggets just aren't very good on national TV. Well, I wonder why. Who do you play on national TV? Really good basketball teams.
So that leads me to believe that this idea that was executed yesterday may have been in the works for a long time. But winning, even against bad teams, sometimes delays what you want to do.
Yeah.
Let's continue with Josh Kroenke.
To me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, you know, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, you know, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an eight-game win streak right before the All-Star break. You know, but since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very, you know, near end to our a very near end to our season in the near future. And so all that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that, you know, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, you know, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, you know, from that point forward, I think that, you know, I became comfortable with the thinking of, you know, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decision.
Can we pause right there? Let me pause right there. Everybody knows and they know better than we do. As I look at you, Brett, and I look at you, Vic. Jesse, I'm not looking at you.
Don't look at Jesse when you
I'm
say
not,
this.
I'm not looking at your face. But we've sat here for weeks, and where has our belief level been? Where has our thoughts about the prospects of this team in the postseason been? Honestly, where's it been?
Oh, I think it's going to be a short postseason.
Yep. If we know that, right? Of course they know that in that room, and of course they know that upstairs. I think everybody could feel that, see that. Vic, I'll tell you what.
They were telling you that.
Yeah.
Remember the press conference that Joker had?
Yes.
Do you remember the press conference when he went up there?
He was as honest as the day is long in the summertime.
We can't change who we are.
The thing is, look, there are sometimes moves made, and you're like, why did that happen? What went down here? Mm-hmm. This is palpable, and it has been palpable for some time. And by the way, I think perhaps the reason that it didn't even happen sooner, the masking with the wins, but also probably a sense of loyalty. And you know what? This guy is a good coach, and we won a championship 21 months ago. There's a certain amount of that as well. But I want the listeners and I want the Nuggets fans out there to understand, if you had that sense about this team, you were not wrong. In fact, it's probably worse than you thought it was.
All right, continue the interview, please.
So doing it with 3 games left and the playoffs ahead, hopes of a spark. Maybe it does something for the team.
Yeah, hopes of a spark. I think that there's more to that group than has been accomplished so far. How much more is in that group? I don't think that, I know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. But I think I have a belief that there's more in that group that can be accomplished, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Who calls the shots here in the short term?
David Adelman will be moving into the head coaching role for the interim, and have a lot of confidence in him. I think that the decision, outside of the decision, there was thinking around 2 separate things, involving with the timing of it all. I think that, the awkwardness of the timing with only 3 games left and then the playoffs looming. But it came down to 2 factors, and those 2 factors were side by side in my thinking, which is, 1, I have a complete belief and trust in our group of players that are in there, and I have complete trust and belief in our assistant coaches and their ability to step up into different roles, and maybe if their voices are a little louder in certain areas, maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
All right, so louder in certain areas. What area do you think he's talking about?
On the defensive side of things.
All right, that's the one area, and maybe turnovers, right?
Absolutely.
Stop turning the ball over. And he says he has a complete belief and trust in the players. Well, again, in my opinion, this is as much a message to those players as it is to the guys who he just fired.
It's another thing, too, that I want to get to in just a second. 303-504-0925. There's something else to that, what he just mentioned. And I think there's maybe one other added motivation to let Malone go now as opposed to the end of the year. And we'll get to all of that along with the Avs. Great win for them last night that we still got to get to.
Want to get some calls, too?
Get some calls?
All right.
All of that. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and there's no better time. The Masters right around the corner starting tomorrow. Get your bets in for that now on the Circus Sports book. Can also jump in middle of baseball season and right around the corner from the NHL and NBA postseason. So, best odds in the game, tight money line splits, whatever you want, the Circus Sportsbook has. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. Let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. Maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
On the road today, as we are out, such a beautiful place. Got the simulators here. It's a great place to work. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the office area over there. Mm-hmm. Absolutely massive. Really, really cool. Clubhouse, work, and golf. Convince your boss to get a membership here. It is awesome.
Moj, myself, and Kane hit some balls in the simulator during the break. Moj keeps going over the top a little bit.
I can't. It's something that started with me about a year and a half ago.
Kane hit 3 shots that did not register because they were so bad. That's always a bad sign if the simulator cannot see the ball you strike. So you might want to reassess your life.
It eventually picked it up. Eventually.
Yeah, when it hit the fake squirrel's ass over in the tree.
Yeah.
You heard from Josh Kroenke there and the interview we had yesterday. By the way, after we sat down, listen, I'm pinching myself. There's so many questions I wanted to ask that I didn't get a chance to ask. I wanted to ask, the team's in front of you right now. What do you tell the team? Right. What do you tell Nuggets Nation? What do you tell the fans who are invested in this coach, who gave the Nuggets something they hadn't gotten in 50 years? What do you tell them? There's a lot of things I wanted to ask. But one thing he told me afterwards, and it's very evident in his tone, is he noticed what we noticed. He noticed the same thing. He saw a team that was not playing to have fun. And I said, so what's your message to these guys? He goes, just play as hard as you can and play to have fun. Because if you're not having fun playing professional sports, what are we doing? Did it not look like they were just punching the clock saying, gotta go to work again?
That's what it felt like, yeah.
It was like if they did have success, they weren't really celebrating it, but when they weren't, it was really wearing on them. There's another thing, just quickly, before we get to a couple calls. I think another motivation for maybe making the decision when you did, with 3 games left in the regular season, so they knew that this was going to happen in the postseason. They said they already kind of came to the conclusion they're going to make some changes. Do you think they want to give Adelman a shot?
Well,
and just see if they respond to him differently?
It's part of the equation here. You never know. It would have to be a pretty magical run because I think they want to open this up to people who have experience in that position. And the only experience that David has is serving as the sub for Michael Malone. Right. But you never know. There have been instances where assistants have come up and done such an outstanding job. You got to give them the job. You never know,
right?
Hey, I did hear back. Charles Barkley said he'll join us. Steve, when do we have Bednar on?
He's at 8:30.
He's at 8:30. So when do you guys want to talk to Chuck?
It's going 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, 9:20, something like that.
Okay, I'll tell him right now. I'm interested to get his perspective.
Sure.
Given all the coaches that have gone down. Do we have phone calls?
Yeah, let's get to a couple here. I know Nelly is working them right now, so I don't know who's up and who's on where at the moment. So, Nelly, is Tyson still on? Tyson's the first name that I see.
Yep, we got Tyson.
All right. Tyson, welcome to the show, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Hey, good morning. I have a few things, so I got to be quick. The first thing that I wanted to say was I think Coach Malone's message had grown stale in the locker room. I think that was evident by them just not responding to a lot of things he was saying, in post-game interviews, talking about what was important. I think he shot himself in the foot when he basically told everybody in the media that they weren't listening to him anymore. They weren't watching film. I think that was a huge indicator he was on his way out. The second thing is I think that there was a fundamental difference in personnel, choices between Booth and Malone. I was at the T-Wolves game, and I was screaming the whole time for them to pull Westbrook and put Pickett in for at least one of the overtimes because I just thought he had a more secure kind of grip on the offense. And then I also believe that he finished +4. Westbrook finished -5, which killed us down the stretch. So I think that was a big issue with Malone, that he wasn't making those changes. And then lastly, Adelman's interesting. I'm excited about it, but I don't even think you can think the Nuggets are serious if they don't interview Bob Myers for the GM position. But that's all I got.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I've heard a lot of different names. And Bob Myers, of course, the former Golden State GM who won Executive of the Year.
He's getting a lot of FaceTime right now. He's getting a lot of FaceTime on TV.
And he's in love with Joker. Who would be? But something that Tyson brought up, because, Nelly, you played this earlier. There's a certain clip that has been, ever since this news broke, like really recirculating. And it was after the Portland game. And we played it on the show. But if you guys missed it, it was Malone talking about he had a real stern message to the team after the loss, and this is when he first was kind of warning, if you guys don't get it together, the play-in is a possibility. And he said it's not his responsibility for how they receive it. Listen to this.
I really care. It's not my job to evaluate how they take things. My job is to be honest, and sometimes brutally honest. And tonight, it was a brutally honest message, and the guys that are fully won't hear it. They'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And
so cut right there.
I'm not going to. All right, I don't like doing this hindsight thing, because when I heard Michael Malone make those comments, I loved it. I love the bluntness. I love the honesty. Sometimes honesty might reveal more than you want.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying, though. That the last part of that is something that I think is crazy. That they aren't going to watch film, so we're going to have to show it to them.
They're not doing their homework. We're giving them homework assignments, and the students are doing their homework.
Yeah.
Let me say this, and you can feel bad, I guess, for Michael Malone. You can really like him. You could sense as the season went on, and it's been culminating the last couple of weeks, it's not difficult to see. How has his sense of frustration grown? Even since, let's say, the All-Star break,
right.
but specifically the last several weeks. How can you see in the poll there's almost, and then it almost like the last game, you know what I felt like? It was sort of a give up, like I don't know what else to do with these guys. It's in hindsight, Vic, and I don't like to do it either, but it becomes easier to see that his level of frustration was growing and growing and growing till he's like, crap.
But here's the thing. We actually discussed this a couple of months ago. Malone has done that post-game well multiple times this year. I don't like our effort. I don't think that was good enough. Calling the team soft. Like calling them out in that sense. And I remember, I can't remember which game it was, but it was the next day. We were on the air. And I go, he's done that quite a bit. This doesn't feel like a card you can pull over and over again, or else it's like the message isn't getting across. Correct. You know what I mean? You can only go to they played soft and without effort well a couple of times a year, or else that becomes a trend of they're not getting the message right now. They don't really care. That's what it feels like. And I don't know if that's hindsight or what, but I think it's very clearly an indicator for the decision that we saw yesterday. I do.
At the end of the day, whatever happened, happened. But now the clues are there. Now we can go back like, how private investigators, they figure out the clues. And when you're done with White Lotus, you guys didn't watch it. Mm-hmm. You're done with White Lotus, then you go back and say, I should have seen that clue. I should have understood it. Now we're at that point. I should have heard that a little differently. I should have understood the clues that were coming in.
Yeah, I would say this too. This is my sense, and maybe I'm overplaying this. When a team wins, players can have their sort of own agendas at times, right? But the biggest thing on the agenda has to be, hey, man, we want to win, right? In any sport.
Right.
Okay? To win. You have to have enough guys, perhaps. I feel like there are different agendas going on inside that room right now, or there have been different agendas for whatever reason. And it's just fractured. I don't like it. You're going to need to be able to get some cohesive play, communication, and camaraderie out of those guys if you want to do anything. period. I don't care how talented you are. It's more than just talent to win in any damn league.
Charles Barkley will join us at 9:15. Get his comments on what happened. Let's go back to the phone line. Do we have a couple more?
Yes, I believe the next one is Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler.
Tyler, you're on with the morning crew. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hold on, Tyler.
Off,
He just called us. He just called us the morning crew.
I don't have time.
Like we're 93.3 Des Moines.
Yes.
What the hell is that?
Sorry,
Tyler. Go ahead.
You're on with the fun bunch in the morning.
Jesus God Almighty.
Hey, no problem. I just want to say first off, thanks for taking my call and taking our calls this morning, letting our voices be heard. But I think we were all listening last week and hearing the doom and gloom around the Nuggets and just this lack of hope entirely, it felt like. So my question is for you guys, as a Nuggets fan, do we feel thumbs up or thumbs down about going into the playoffs? Specifically regarding these playoffs with this decision, are we feeling better now, according to last week, or are we feeling like there's still just absolutely no hope with these playoffs?
Thanks for the call, Tyler. I think that is a very interesting question because how I felt yesterday before the news broke, Moj, I was just kind of waiting on the inevitable, which was going to be, I think, a really early exit to the playoffs. Today, I don't know. It doesn't mean it's going to be better. I think that there's a possibility that maybe this gives you a boost. There's also a possibility that this just tanks the team.
Tyler.
There's also that.
Yeah, let me cop out here. Ask me tonight after the Sacramento game.
I think you will get an indication tonight.
I think again, Tyler, I think that Josh Kroenke knows the inside of that team better than I do. I don't know what to make of them right now. I would love to have been on that airplane to get a vibe check. You know what I mean?
I asked Katie and Scott about it.
Yeah, I will have to see how they respond tonight. It's going to tell you an awful lot about the will and the want to of that team.
Moj, you've been on these airplanes before when there have been major decisions. It was a very talkative airplane for this reason. The head coach is gone. Underneath him, he's got a slew of assistants, a training staff, a conditioning staff. There are at least 15 people that are wondering, am I going to have a job next year?
Correct.
The GM is gone. Under him, there's a slew of assistants, scouts, assistant GMs who are wondering, am I going to have a job next year? So I think the talk on the plane was, what's going to happen to me?
Self-preservation,
right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
So to answer the question, do I expect the Nuggets to make some ridiculous run into the postseason? I'd be surprised if they did, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised. Would you guys be surprised?
I would be surprised.
I'd be surprised because the personnel hasn't changed. You can change the schemes. You can play a different defense. You can alter the rotation. You can tell them play harder. But they dug a hole, and they're in this hole right now, and I don't know how you get out of it. They just made things hard for themselves. We would love to see a run. We all would. Let's go. I just don't know if it's viable.
Well, we can get back to this in a bit. We got Jared Bednar joining us at 8:30 now. Charles Barkley going to join us at 9:15. A whole bunch to get to. Stick around. All right, back out here, clubhouse work and golf as Vic and Moser in the simulators. And I got to say, there's nothing funnier to me than somebody shouting a curse word from one of these bays that when you can't see them.
This is an office space.
It's just Moser yelling the F-bomb as loud as he can.
These guys are trying to solve the world's problems on their laptops. They're looking at financial theorems and stuff, and Moser's just cursing.
Yep.
Well, maybe my bad golf game will make them feel better about whatever it is they've got going on. I have no idea.
So, again, if you guys talk to your bosses about getting out there, this place is really cool. We got
pretty awesome.
Whole bunch of phone calls I want to get through here. Let's go to Ray. Ray is up next. Hello, Ray.
Hey, I was just curious. What do you guys think about like when Jokic was said whatever he did in the media that probably nothing was going to be fixable? Do you guys think that was kind of a turning point for Mr. Kroenke? Like,
yes,
he said he was going to do it after the season. Do you think that kind of led up to the whole ordeal kind of actually going down?
Yes. When your best player speaks into an open microphone 2 months before the end of the season that he doesn't expect the defense to get any better, it's who we are, he doesn't expect anything different, that's an admission that he doesn't what does that tell you?
Correct.
Yeah. What does that that's why it was so surprising to hear that. It was like,
hey, Ray, we talked about it that very next day. I guess I was surprised that the big fella let it out as honestly as he did, but he wasn't lying. And I think that I don't want to say I'm not going to call it a cry for help from the big fella, but more of just a
cry of acknowledgement?
Yeah, a cry of acknowledgement that, hey, look, he just knows they're not going to get any better. And I'll say this, Ray, too. The owners want to win. Everybody wants to win, right? But the players are the ones that are going to make it happen. And there's also, I think, a great responsibility and a great acknowledgement that you have the best player on the planet. And you're never going to have this again, certainly not in my lifetime. You've got to do all you can to maximize it. I think everybody recognizes that, especially when the big fella and the best player is not the issue. That's why you get what you get today.
All right, next caller. Who do we have here? Nick, Justin, where are we going?
Justin next.
You're up.
Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Well, I can't. I keep pulling the ball a little bit. Other than that, it's great.
Justin, I've got a real over-the-top problem I can't fix. Go ahead.
That's why I got Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Yeah! Yes!
No,
yes!
I like it.
Yes!
Every day, guys.
Yes!
Way to go. Okay, so the question that I have is, this has been trending in a bad direction that led to what happened yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a contract extension for Malone that just recently happened?
Yeah, and they're going to pay him off for 2 more years. And let me tell you something. Think about how bad they saw it in their eyes. No owner likes to pay guys when they don't work for them anymore, right? Nobody wants to pay off contracts. So to fire somebody when they've got time left on their deal, it's not an easy thing. The easy thing would have been to just let it go.
Yeah.
That's the easy thing. The easy thing would have been to say, all right, well, we'll take care of one end and let the other one go.
Thanks, Justin.
I think they did the hard thing here, to be honest with you.
Sure.
That's hard. You're not only eating the confidence of a guy who got you to a championship, you're eating a large portion of that contract.
It would be a lot easier, too. Thanks for the call, Justin. Appreciate it. If you didn't do all this together, if Michael Malone wasn't around for so many years, if he didn't coach up your first championship ever, right? I mean, you went through an awful lot of things together as an ownership, as a coach, as a team. No, it's not easy. You just walk in. I mean, look, man, you just walk in and say, no big deal. Get rid of Malone. Who cares? These things are tough in more ways than one. Very, very difficult decisions that have to be made.
This was never a just sort of on a whim decision, because that's not how this ownership group operates. This is something that they've obviously been feeling for a while. And we're going to get to more calls in a second. But I think this leads to, hey, first of all, maybe this provides a spark. Maybe this gives you a look at some other guys in the postseason. And, I mean, let's be honest here, guys. With Jamal, with Michael Porter Jr., I think that this is a message to the players as much as anything else.
Yeah.
we didn't make moves beforehand, but this is a new era of what the Nuggets are going to be moving into. Are you going to be a part of this or not?
Well, I just told you that they ate the latter 2 years of Michael Malone's contract. All right, they're going to have to pay him off. You can do that with coaches without it affecting your salary cap. You can't do that with players.
Right.
If you eat contracts, that still counts as the cap. That's the difference. That's the fundamental reason why ultimately it's much easier for the price to be paid by executives and coaches than it is players. Because once you start paying that price on players, it affects how you do business.
Yep.
Next caller. Who else do we have?
Nick is up next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. Just out of curiosity, because I know that extension went in, I think if I remember right, November 13th of 2023. Obviously, shortly after that was kind of the trend towards the lacking the finish in games, a little bit of the drop-off of the defense, seemingly a little bit of the mix-up in the culture. Do you think maybe there was a little bit of buyer's remorse pretty immediately last season, as well as leading into that complete crumbling against Minnesota in the playoffs? Do you think there was a feeling from ownership that they wanted to do it after last season and they felt obligated because of the championship to let him go through another regular season?
I wouldn't doubt that. Listen, it's hard to pull the ejection button on a coach after he gets you to a place you've never gotten in your entire franchise's existence, right? You have to allow him more time. But I could tell you, just judging from our reaction, I guarantee you the meltdown against Minnesota, especially that Game 7, that was a factor here, boys. That could have been the starting point.
Yeah.
That was a factor here. Because, to be totally blunt, they haven't been the same since.
We'll get more of these calls in just a second. We also got Jared Bednar who's going to join us in 20 minutes.
I don't want to say starting point. I think it's been brewing a lot longer than that. But certain glaring things down the stretch here made it all happen.
Yeah. Get back to this in just a second. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around. All right, I just want to mention real quick, and we'll talk to Bednar in 15 minutes, that the Avs did win yesterday in I'm tired of these shootouts, by the way, Moj. Enough. We're almost to the postseason where it's not going to matter, but is every game going to be a shootout now?
No.
I'll tell you this. I thought Charlie Coyle played a hell of a game, not just because he closed it out on the shootout. I think he was almost solely responsible for the game-tying goal. Because he worked his ass off to allow Jimmy Vesey to get in front of the net like that.
Do you know why coaches like guys like Charlie Coyle? Because they do a lot of the little stuff that makes you win. They go and they dig pugs out.
Yeah.
They bust their hump. They make smart decisions, right? He's not the flashiest player on the planet. Not the biggest goal scorer on the planet. Doesn't have to be.
But he works.
He works and does his job. He's reliable. He's predictable. Coaches love that kind of thing.
It's a really good 2 points. It now solidifies you for the 3. And now the question is, and we can ask this to Bednar in a few minutes.
You didn't see Eichel or Hurdle last night, but you didn't have Natchez or Drouin or a bunch of your own guys, right?
Well, and now the question,
Ross Colton last night.
The question I got for Bednar in 15 minutes is going to be, what do you do now that you can't really move? You're just kind of waiting for the postseason, and whether you win or lose these last couple of games doesn't make and has no bearing on where you're going to finish in the standings. So we'll talk to him in a few minutes. Get a couple more calls in as long as people are still waiting. Let's go to Adrian next. Hello, Adrian.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for the therapy session this morning.
Say it. You, Adrian! Okay, go ahead.
Anyhow, I just wanted to bring something up. So the Nuggets and Broncos are everything to me. They're my two favorite teams in town, by far and away. The Broncos win a Super Bowl, and it's full-on, gas pedals all the way down. They go for a second, they get it. And that mentality is great. But something sticks out with me that I feel is overlooked. In my opinion, what Kelvin Booth said after they won the championship about, well, we might not win it this next year, but to me that just kind of spoke volumes about maybe his mentality. And I don't know, what do you guys think? That's just something I was thinking of.
You had two different mentalities there. One guy was talking about dynasty, right? And the other one was talking about building it the San Antonio way. So I don't think anyone is going to run from the fact, and we haven't, that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth did not see eye to eye. Now, coach and GM don't always have to agree. There are a lot of coach-GM dynamics for the best organizations where they disagree. But the manner in which you disagree, how open you are with each other, how you communicate with one another, that matters.
Yeah.
And I just saw some decisions that were made on the court, off the court. They didn't coordinate. It wasn't work. The press conference at the end of the season last year spoke volumes to me. Do you remember that? It was just weird.
I don't think that either did things to spite the other. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did. But doggone it sure felt like they did at times, did it not? It sure felt like, well, I'm going to do it my way, regardless of what that other person did or did not do. You see what I'm saying, Brett?
There was just conflicting philosophies on what they thought the best route to success was, and they were never going to line up. Because when you take a longer-term approach, and that's what Calvin Booth wanted to do, when he said, hey, I'm not into winning back-to-backs, I want 3 championships in 6 years, how does that align at all with what Michael Malone does, which is he wants to kill you every single night, right? So he's not going to be the only time Malone played younger players was when he was forced to, because guys weren't in the lineup. The only reason Jalen Pickett got playing time was because everybody was hurt. The only reason that Zeke ever played midway through the season was because everybody was hurt.
Yeah.
He doesn't operate in, I need to sprinkle in minutes for these guys because this is going to help us 5 months from now. He doesn't do that.
Well, I think we can all acknowledge, there's been a rift in how you play the young guys versus the veterans. I think we can all agree, and we've said it on the show, Russell Westbrook has played too many minutes, and I think it's a big reason why mistakes are happening late in the season. I think he's overplayed what his role is. Do you guys agree on that?
Yeah,
yes
but
or no?
I also felt like Michael Malone felt like he's the only kind of guy that he can rely upon in these difficult situations when you need every win.
But that's not Michael Malone's fault as much as it is. There's injuries that force him to play. Jamal Murray's out all the time.
Well, what do you think of this, Vic? Because this was in The Athletic yesterday. Quote, Booth wanted Malone to use younger players that he drafted and wanted Malone to stray away from using veterans for so many minutes.
There's nothing wrong with doing that in October, November, December.
Jalen Pickett is a good example of this, according to league sources. Booth was dismayed that Malone went with Russell Westbrook over Jalen Pickett down the stretch of multiple games last week.
I would be dismayed too if I saw what happened.
Well, sure. Hindsight's 2020.
And
what, you want to go to the Minnesota game? Hindsight's 2020.
I would be dismayed too. I mean, let me ask you this question. You're watching the Nuggets games for the last 2 weeks. Are there moments down the stretch where you're like, please get him off the court?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So what do you think the GM's thinking?
Yeah, same thing.
It's healthy, right?
Sure.
I'm not lying to you. I'm just telling you. I mean, you just answered your own question.
But this is, again, why would Booth think Malone was going to do that? That's what I don't get. Why would he think that Malone was going to all of a sudden be somebody that would stray totally from his character and start playing young guys more? That's something that is never calculated with
He
me.
played Christian Brown from the get-go.
He did.
Christian Brown came in as a rookie and got critical minutes, even in the NBA Finals.
But he had to prove himself too.
But I mean,
he was a national champion, different animal coming in.
Hold on, I'm working both sides of the argument here, and I'm oscillating.
Because
I get it.
Well, Vic, that's
because not everything is true.
It's because there's not one wrong side and one right side.
So the argument here is, let me get this straight, and correct me if I'm wrong. The argument is Michael Malone refuses to play young players.
Mm-hmm.
I give you Christian Brown, who's a young player who not only played, but critical freaking minutes. You know why? Because he's good. That's why.
But he's also the outlier to it.
So maybe Michael Malone's saying to himself, these other guys, they're not good enough.
Well, I don't know if it's good enough. You know what's weird? Is that I don't know what Zeke Naji is as a basketball player. And he signed a contract extension.
Right.
Like, I don't know what Jalen Pickett is.
Clearly, the GM has one impression of his talents. The coach has another.
Yes.
And therein lies the problem.
Listen,
that's why we're here today.
But that's what I'm talking about in a philosophical difference between the two. It's just, yes, Christian Brown played. How long did it take MPJ to get consistent minutes?
A long time.
How long does it take for every other player that's not Christian Brown as a young guy?
A long
like
time.
Julian Strather would play. Dude, Peyton Watson played. Hang on, Vic. Peyton Watson played major minutes last year. Major. Until the playoffs started.
I'm going to defend Malone on this because we all agreed that the tough love he executed toward MPJ helped MPJ.
It did.
So you're not going to go back and tell me it was a problem because I think it was great.
Nobody's saying it's a problem, Vic, but I think it's on an individual basis.
Sure
No, hang on. It's not a problem, but it's acknowledging that's how he handles things.
That's how he operates.
That's what I'm saying. So when you draft three guys in a draft after you win a championship with the expectation that they're going to be major players in the next couple of years, I'm saying what part of you knew or thought that was actually going to translate?
I know we're waiting for Alex. Before we go to Alex, I have one more point to make, and I just responded to somebody on Twitter who made this point, and it's so true. How are we to believe, then, if Michael Malone doesn't embrace the Nikola Jokic concept, right? This bright-eyed, young, somewhat uncoordinated, it looked at times, kid out of Serbia and said, screw it. Not only are we going to make him a starter, we're going to reorganize our entire offense and make him the focal point. I'm going to ask you bluntly, how many coaches would have done that when the kid's 22 years old, 23?
Well, if you recognize all the friggin' talent that the kid has,
well,
then you do it.
All right, well, then why didn't all the other teams recognize it? Every other team had a chance to go
the Nuggets didn't really either. Or they would have picked him.
But are you sure that every coach in the league, are you sure that even when he came here and we saw him play in games, did you recognize it? When Nikola Jokic played alongside Nurkic. Did you, Mark Moser, sit on this radio show and pound the table and say they gotta produce an offense that's centered around Nikola Jokic? Did you see it?
When I was at that game in Madison Square Garden, I
said
that
was way after the fact.
I understood, but that's when he really came into his own. That night.
The point I'm making is he took a leap of faith there on a young player. Did he not?
It's a long time ago.
But did he take a leap of faith?
Yes.
So I don't want to hear
it. But it was easy to recognize that this kid.
It's easy now. It wasn't easy then. No, don't say that. It wasn't easy then. I didn't hear Mark Moser in 2017 say, let's pattern everything over and turn it into a Joker team.
Okay. But a lot of time has passed since then, and you could count multiple examples of guys who did not play here that ended up being players elsewhere because they didn't get the chance.
Sure.
Isaiah Hartenstein is a prime example of that. I mean, we were looking for a backup
100%.
for like 5 straight years, and this guy leaves, and now he's a $100 million player.
And therein lies the quandary. For every good, there's a bad.
Yeah.
All right, who's the caller we're talking to here?
We got to take a break. We got Bednar coming up, so sorry, caller. Call back after Bednar. I promise we'll get you on. We got Jared Bednar coming away next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined, as we are every Wednesday, by the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Coach, how are we this morning?
Yeah, pretty good. I feel pretty good this morning after that one last night.
I'm sure you do. Are you getting tired of shootouts? I'm like, enough. I know we're getting to the postseason where that's not going to matter, but there's been a ton lately. I guess you're more comfortable with them now, right?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we went ages without seeing a shootout. I didn't, and then even after the trade deadline, and now they've become very frequent for us. But, it's kind of the sign of the times. Everyone's kind of playing for position and trying to get in the playoffs for a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're playing some top teams, and there's lots of close games this time of the year. So I think you kind of come to expect it.
It's so funny watching you turn your back when a shootout is scored because you just can't watch, and I think Kyle tweeted it last night. Did you do the same thing when your children were born? Did you just turn away?
It's not that I can't watch, but now that has become like my one superstition. Like, I'm not a superstitious person. I follow lots of routines, but it's just my preparation, But when it comes to this now, I just turn the other way and pick a fan to look at and watch their reaction. It's pretty funny. So, and then I look down at the screen afterwards and get to see the guy shoot.
Yeah, turn one way, then turn the other. I love it too. But listen, you get the win last night, and that's the most important thing. So you're locked in to the number 3 spot, and now you just sort of await your fate. You've got 3 games to go in the regular season. And, Coach, I was talking to the boys, you also are going to have a week before you play a playoff game, essentially, or maybe even a little bit more than that. As a coach, what do you do here in the final 3? What's your philosophy on keeping guys fresh versus wanting to get everybody intact heading into the postseason?
I like to make sure that everyone plays one of these games. And then I'll discuss with all the guys on an individual basis here, and also with the trainers and see what our options are. We've got a lot of guys out here now. The list grew again yesterday with Colton being out of the lineup. We've got guys on the verge of coming back. So our number one goal here now, and it has been for some time, is just get healthy. That's what we have to focus on, making sure that we're doing everything we can as players to stay healthy, be ready, make sure our bodies are ready for the start of the playoffs. These next ones we'll go and we'll play hard, but the start of the playoffs is the most important thing, is getting ready making sure we're ready for a long, hard series.
Can I ask you about one of your guys, especially after a game like last night, where, yes, Charlie Coyle gets the shootout goal that ends the game and gives you guys 2 points, but he was also, I think, largely responsible for that second goal by the amount that he's working just to keep the puck in the zone and give extra opportunities for a guy like Jimmy Vesey who buries it. What has he brought to the table? What do you like about a guy like Charlie Coyle?
Well, he's been awesome. I mean, he's a great pro, and seasoned veteran guy, big strong guy that I watch him play, and he never coughs. He never coughs the puck up. If he can't find a play and someone's coming to check him, he just protects it. He's big, strong, experienced like that. But last night's a very good example of what he can do for us. So I think he had 2 points. He's playing a ton of hard minutes on the penalty kill, including overtime, killing the 4 versus 3. He's not feeling good the whole game, struggling. And, he's out there for all the D-zone draws, doing the heavy lifting. Then he's chipping in offensively. Then he just happens to be one of our best shootout guys. So he goes out and gets the game winner in the shootout. I mean, it's pretty invaluable, pretty impressive game for a guy that was really not feeling great last night. And I'm sure he's not feeling any better today. So he may be a guy that gets a rest here coming up.
I don't want to speak for you, but when you get a guy like Charlie Coyle, and not only is he a smart player and a good player, but he's a very predictable player. As a coach, how valuable is that, knowing what you're going to get out of him essentially every dang shift?
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best. That's exactly what you're looking for a coach, regardless of what it is. If you know exactly what you're going to get out of a guy because they're consistent at what they do and you know what they're good at, then it makes your life so easy to deploy them. What you're looking for is that trust to be able to put guys out in all situations against people that they can have success against, whether that's offensively or defensively, right? So, when you have that, it's kind of easy, makes my job easy. Just, like 3-on-4 situation, after studying Coyle and talking with Prater, and just like he's going out on the ice and wins a couple big draws, shoots it out of the zone, gets a block, gets a stick on it. Next thing you know, the 4-on-3 is over, and we got an opportunity to go to shootout to win the hockey game. So, I mean, that's how you win hockey games, is when you know how to deploy these guys properly.
I'm not going to ignore what we've seen out of your captain. Why? By the way, everybody asks me, from my neighbor to people on the street, that sort of thing about what his story is, and I don't really have an update either. But why am I so scared to talk about it? I mean, why am I so afraid? I guess that's my superstition. I mean, he's going hard, and you're hoping for the best, and I'm crossing my fingers. But, Coach, I'm scared. I'm scared to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's getting. It just seems to me like it's getting closer. Like, it's different this time. Like he's made progress over the years, but he's never gotten to this point. And like I would say, like I'm excited for him. So I talk with him. I see his workouts. I see him on the ice. I can see the excitement in him, which is now making me excited. I think I said that last week too. But that's I think everyone's obviously rooting for him to get back, and it's been a long journey for him. And like the bottom line is, everyone wants to see him play, and I think he can come back and help our team. And he wants to get back, and he's doing everything he can. And I think he's like, it just feels like he's getting closer, and so that's always a really good thing.
Is he ready to go with the Eagles? Is that around the corner?
It very well could be around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. We'll see how the next few days go.
Sure. Coach, I have to ask you now, you win last night, and, I'm looking at the standings. You're 6 back at Dallas. You're 7 clear of St. Louis. You're in the playoffs. You know who you're going to play pretty much. What do you do? Like, what do you do with these remaining games? What do you do with your free time? What do you do with yourself?
Well, I think you prepare the exact same way you prepared all year. You prepare to win the hockey game, and we should – like, I think that these are important games for some guys. Like, we've had some guys miss some time here, and I want to – like, the goal is everyone's sharp, ready to go for drop of the puck come playoffs. So some guys need to get in some games. Some guys need to do a little work on the conditioning side of it. Some guys, because of their injuries, right? Some guys need some rest. So I think it's and then we got to, break down Dallas and prepare so they know, sift through all the information as coaches and deliver the information that we want the players to have right out of the gate, and some things to be aware of, and how are we going to beat Dallas? That's so we'll be able to break that up over that week after playoffs. We'll be able to get a couple good practice days. We'll be able to get a couple good rest days, and that may even start here, like at the end of this week, when it comes to resting guys and getting guys some extra conditioning and just whatever all the individuals need to be at their best, so we're at our best as a team come next weekend.
Are you fighting a malaise right now with some of the players? Like, are they getting to the point where it's like, all right, enough with the regular season, just get me to the postseason? Is there any sort of that feeling right now?
Yeah, that's been not intentionally. Like, it's not intentional by these guys. That's just life in NHL right now. And I look at it like this: like, we're fortunate to be in that position, right? That we're not battling, have to win the last game of the year, that we're not, like, I know, like, everyone, like, it's life and death to a lot of people. It seems like that, you know, if we go into St. Louis and lose, but we were garbage in the first period, and then the game, the competitive spirit of your team kind of takes over, and then you can see what you need to see as a coach. I have to be understanding of that because they put themselves in this position that we're in a playoff spot, and the reality of it is we're locked in. We can't go up or down, and they're a confident group, and I just want to make sure I'm seeing enough out of our team that says, hey, we'll be sharp when the puck drops come playoff time, but just relax for a while. That's the message I'm getting from the players just by watching their body language. I know they care. I've been with these competitors for a long time. They're just not full on at the start of every game for 60 minutes, you know, and I think that's understandable. I think if you look at Vegas last night, they sat a couple of guys. They got some guys playing that feel the same way. It's like playoff hockey starts next weekend. It's not on right now for us anyway.
Coach, that's such an interesting way to put it. I've seen you coach, and you're coaching your butt off with 28 seconds left, and you're down by 2. And I'm like, hey, man, you're probably not going to score 2 there, but you're coaching your butt off. So I love the way you said that, though. What I described to the boys is that there have been some daydreaming moments for your guys, right, during the course of some games coming down the stretch here because you know where you're at. And so but when you say these guys have sort of earned the right to daydream, and me as a coach, I've got to let them daydream a little bit and you know, not seek that perfection and get on their butts. Is it hard for you to do that? Is it hard for you to sort of step back and say, all right, let them, they've earned this, let them do their thing?
Yeah, it's really hard because, like, the competitive spirit of you want to just be like, let's go. Like my message to our guys is like, we're here, we're dressed, we're ready, we're locked in here for the next 3 hours. Like, we might as well go win, and we might as well give a little extra effort so we enjoy ourselves for not only the rest of the night when we're done, but the next day, you know, while we're training and preparing for the next opponent. Like, we still had some runway left, right? But I think it's pretty calm, and like we're not the only ones that are like going, okay, let's get to the postseason here and let the best man win kind of thing, you know. And they're, you know, players are like thinking about their health, and it's a marathon season, right? And it's exhausting, and there's lots of emotional up and downs, and you know, all of that prepares you for the playoffs. But there's also a time where you need to just like take a breath and relax, but I still want to see the things that I need to see. I need to, like, when the game's on the line, when the heat gets turned up, I just want to make sure we're just playing with the right habits and the detail, you know, even if the intensity isn't there all the time. And I'm seeing enough of that. Like, I trust our leadership group. I trust the guys in that room. I know how badly they want to win. And, you know, the focus will turn here quick enough to try to make sure we're at our best for Dallas in every possible way.
Coach, you're in a sick business, and we've talked about this today. Coaches in pro sports are hired to get fired. And yesterday, a guy that you've shared a building with for the last decade got let go. What does that do for you emotionally when you look at coaching mortality, when you think about your friendship with Michael Malone? Where do you fall after hearing the news?
Yeah, like it's hard to hear that news. I think at any time, like because the coaches that are looking at it all the time from a coach's perspective. So someone gets let go in our league, and I'm like, oh, geez, I thought he was doing a pretty good job there, you know. and organizations make decisions for different reasons, and you know, expectations are tough. You know, people expect you to win every year. You know, you get a good team, and you know, I think they forget sometimes that there's 12 or 15 or more other really good teams out there that expect to win every year as well. So your odds aren't great, but I think you got to look at the good times. Like for me, like the organization makes a decision to let him go. But I look back at, like, we shared some conversations when I first got here, and they had a young team, we had a young team. We really were kind of mirror images of each other as franchises, right? Some big star players, the best in the game on their side, one of the best in the game on our side, and a really strong supporting cast around them. And how do you build it into a championship team? We're both able to do that. And then all of a sudden, you know, a couple of years later, and he's gone. So it kind of just, number one, you're thankful for, like me, I'm thankful for my job and that I've been able to stay here this long, and I want to continue to push to help our team win, and I feel for him, and you know, he's a good coach though, and I know he'll land on his feet, and you look at it, I don't know the life expectancy of a coach in the NBA, but I feel like that's a long run in one place, and he was able to get a championship, and I tip my cap to him and wish him the best. But, you know, the organization is going to make decisions based on what they're seeing all the time, and you can have a difference of opinion or share the same opinion. It doesn't take away the fact that, you know, he was able to bring a championship here, and I think he'll be able to look back on that and be really proud of it and move on and try to go do it again someplace else. And, you know, you just do the best job you can where you are every day. That's my motto, you know. Eventually all good things come to an end.
Coach, it's one thing I was wondering for guys who have been, you know, tenured as long as you or as Michael Malone was. How do you as a coach keep your message coming across in a way that doesn't feel stale to a group after that long? Is that something you consciously think about, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think you have to, you know, and I think it's all like for me, it's just all based on my relationships with the guys, and those don't come overnight. Like, you spend a lot of time with these guys, and just understanding where they're coming from, and at the same time so, like, how do they want to hear the message? How do they need to hear the message? When do they need a kick in the pants? When do they need a pat on the back? Like, how do you approach them on a daily basis? And, like, for me, I'm a facilitator. Like, I'm just another guy in the room that's trying to help our team win. My role just happens to be different than, you know, Nate's or Kale's or you know, Coils, right? Like, I'm just doing what I can do. I want them to be able to rely on me and count on me to give them the information that they need and deploy them properly, and to the best of my knowledge, I'm just giving the information like I have to do and in this game to try and get back in it, or to try and hold on to the lead, so everyone's clear and getting a clear message, and then it's up to them to go out and play, and everything has to come together on a nightly basis in order to win, and even more so in the playoff series where you're playing 7 games against an opponent that's equally as good as you are or better than you are, right? So, and again, just focus on your job and what you need to do, what the players need, and they focus on their job, and away you go. But you have to be authentic to yourself, and you got to be yourself, you know, and you got to be prepared. That's the biggest thing for me.
With all due respect, you've said more interesting things on this show today than you have in the previous month combined.
Yeah, that tells us that the previous month you just haven't brought your A game.
No, but the last thing, Coach. Seriously, last thing.
I think it's the questions. Yeah. Right? You give a good question, you get a good answer.
Last thing. Seriously, I just thought about this when you're talking about, I've been here with these guys for so long. Literally, it's a fifth of your life you've been around the core of this group, dude. I mean, it's a fifth of your entire existence as a human being. It's a big deal, and it matters. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm fortunate because it's not just that they're great players and great competitors, but they're great people and they're strong leaders, right? So it's our goals are aligned, right? I feel like obviously any team needs a coach that's wants to win and wants to help the players win, and these players are competitive guys and they want to win. So, like on a professional level, our goals align, and I think we look at it the same way as like the group in the room and our coaching staff. We all look at it the same way, and we all love to win and hate to lose. And then, I think as a team, like we've always kind of got along as a team, like, personally too. So that's always helps the situation when you care for each other and like one another.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every Wednesday. Always appreciate the time, Coach. Congrats on the win yesterday, and we'll talk next week.
All right, fellas. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline, but all conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
He just dropped some hella insight on us.
He did. And by the way, I want to remind Charles Barkley coming up in less than a half an hour. He will join us at 9:15. But I don't know. A lot of the stuff you heard from Coach, to me, you see a guy get let go. You see him get let go yesterday in a manner in which surprises you, right?
Yeah.
It's got to bring up that coaching mortality
to
top of mind. Like, what happens if we lose? What happens if we – but that's what coaches – you have to understand something. When you sign that paperwork, that's what it is. I just went through, Moj, the list of Nuggets coaches dating all the way back to Larry Brown.
Wow.
Larry Brown's about to be inducted into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. Do you know that every single coach that's come through at some point has been fired?
Yeah.
Nobody just says, hey, I'm done here.
Right.
Thanks for everything. I'm going to go chill. And you can look at every sport, in every league, on every team. There is an expiration date to everybody. And that's the life you sign up for. It sucks, but it is what you sign up for.
And it's less than 2. If you really want to put it in perspective for Malone, it's less than 2 years after he won the first championship in franchise history. And last year, we all said to ourselves, had they not vomited a second half in Game 7, maybe they go back. Right?
I think they do.
Like, it's a razor's
maybe they
edge.
go back.
It's a razor's. Frank Vogel got let go in L.A. a year after winning a championship.
Yep.
Mike Budenholzer got let go in Milwaukee.
4 of the last 6, I think, to win a championship have been let go.
I'm watching that Celtic City documentary. Bill Fitch won an NBA championship with the Boston Celtics and got let go months later.
Yeah.
This has happened historically. It happens all the time. When it happens to your team, it sucks. But let's not pretend this hasn't happened before. It does.
We'll talk more about this with Barkley at 9:15. We're giving away a custom-built brand-new sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. The key word for today is cedar. C-E-D-A-R. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, as we are going to have a different keyword every day for the rest of the week, and we give this thing away on Friday, or pick a winner Friday, announce it Monday. So get all these keywords in. And if you want to check out more of these incredible saunas, go to getabettershed.com. But a lot more to get to. Charles Barkley in 20 minutes. Stick around. right now. Yeah, just turn it on.
It
because
needs to be addressed.
Okay,
I'm going
just
first.
Just wait. I would like to give love to the fine folks here at Clubhouse Working Golf because this place is awesome.
These are awesome people.
They're awesome people. This place is awesome.
They don't like our language during the timeouts.
Well,
because they're working. Like they have jobs.
Okay.
Let me say this. This is my worst friggin' nightmare.
Hey,
not
guys-
this place. Now, hold on. This place is awesome.
I have a message to all the people that are here working. I don't care about your jobs.
Okay, hang on a second. This is my worst nightmare. This place is awesome. Kevin, get us a membership, please. We'll do the show from here every day. That being said, the worst possible combination in Masters Week is a whole thing full of golf people and Butthead over here walking around like the cock of the walk going, well, let me tell you all about Augusta. You know
I
what?
know.
I don't want to hear it anymore.
You know what,
I've been
Mose?
at all this bragging and all this.
Happy asked me a question.
You're so right.
No, you offered it up.
Hang on. You're so right about this and move your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Because Vic knows we don't want to hear it. We were sick of him talking about Augusta the second he got back from Augusta. But it's free reign for Vic to act like he's been a member since 75. And, has he told you about how they make the pimento cheese sandwiches yet? Have you guys heard that? I'm sure it's coming.
Let me tell you about the contours of 15 green, okay?
Yeah.
So if you're on the back,
He
it's gonna
dropped this,
slope 3
Mose.
degree.
He dropped this.
Jesus God.
One is way harder than it looks on TV. Like, the fact that he said that he was basically the book's better than the movie guy about Augusta, unbelievable.
Guys, it's not my fault that I played the course more times than guys who will miss the cut this week. That's not my fault.
Oh, for God's sake.
You know what? I want to bring up something. Kevin Shockey, our program director, just walked in, and we're playing a match here during the breaks. We have an actual match going on one of the simulators. He just asked me, do you want me to hit your drive for you? You might as well. Do you want me to hang out with your wife? What else do you want? You're not touching my drive, dude.
All right. Well, you know what? Barkley's going to join us in 10 minutes.
I'm not sure it's quite the same as hanging out with
I don't
somebody's
think
wife.
I think it's in the same category.
Hey, by the way,
Kane.
can I say something about Beds? He was so insightful. He dropped so much damn insight and knowledge on us in the last 20 minutes. It's unbelievable. But the minute he gets off the show, the Avs say that they've loaned Landeskog to the Eagles.
I just saw that. Yes. So hang on a second. If you can, in fact, Nelly, can you find the answer to that? Take it away from the
I
thing.
am.
The way he answered it was essentially yes. Vic, when you said, is he going to a stint with the Eagles? Yeah. And he goes,
I don't think he can just say it. I think we all know.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, we all know what's coming. We can all see the car coming down the road. We know what's happening. We've already said it. We've expressed it. All right? This is not going to be a shock. I think you hold out hope, as Moser just said. You hold out hope that everything goes well, that there's no something happens that you don't expect. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Dude, it feels like it is. I'm for some reason, I've been conditioned to be afraid to kind of really talk about it or actually open myself up to the possibilities. I'm going to have to acknowledge the reality that's in front of me. He's on loan to the Colorado Eagles.
What does conditioning assignment mean? That means he's playing.
That means he's going to play hockey.
Yes.
He ain't going up there to play tickle fight with Jacob McDonald.
Dude, did you see the end of that Vancouver game last night?
Yeah, I'll get to that later. We got Chuck coming. Yeah, the Canucks scored 3 goals in Dallas in the final minute of the game and then won it in overtime.
Dude, there was a minute left. They were down
5-2, and they scored 3.
Dude, do you understand what 5-2 means?
You're so dumb. Do you pay attention?
We have the dumbest hockey guy in the room here. He doesn't even know.
I'm trying to figure out how we were talking about Gabe being loaned out to actually play hockey, and you said, did you see what happened in Vancouver?
So
That's
Nelly,
what I'm trying to figure out.
Nelly, if you have the beds, here's what
did you see what happened in Munich yesterday?
Roll Beds, please.
Is he ready to go with the Eagles? Is that around the corner?
It very well could be around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely an option.
Yeah, I mean,
5 minutes later, he's going to Loveland.
You know what? Bednar doesn't stutter. He's very deliberate with his words, and he gave you an
like Vic. Don't make me say it, you moron.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, seriously, but they hadn't tweeted it out yet. Mm-hmm. This is big news. I mean, this is a really big deal. Conditioning stint means, Brett, that guys are going to hit him. And by the way, the AHL, I would argue to you, is the second best league in the world. Okay. Ahead of the Swedish Elite League, ahead of the KHL. This is the second best league on the planet, and these are men who make money, who have families and support their families. Okay, that's what the AHL is. These are very good players, and he's going to get wrenched on. He's going to get hit. He's going to get cross-checked. He's going to go into the corner on guys. This is the next big real step.
Yeah. But, again, we're working with a guy that doesn't understand what it's like to score 3 goals in the final minute to tie the game and then win it in overtime. So, whatever. Hey, I need to make a point. Coach Bednar mentioned how both franchises, when he took ownership of the Avs and Michael Malone took ownership of the Nuggets, and they stewarded these teams, right? They're very similar. I mean, you look at 2 teams, they're like twins, born from the same womb.
Sort of similar paths, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I want to say something that is going to require you to take a look from up above. I think the Nuggets and the Avs did the very same thing this year, but in different ways. They reinvented themselves by making major moves. The Avalanche did it by moving personnel. No team, you tell me, guys, listening, you tell me how many teams out there trade away both of their goaltenders before the first of the year. And then on top of that, make 6 other deals with 6 other players, reinventing their entire roster because they believed it wasn't good enough to make a championship run. That's what the Avs did. The Nuggets retooled their entire front office and head coach 3 games before the end of the regular season. They took a completely different approach. But at the end of the day, they did the same thing.
Essentially,
they felt at the end of the day, both franchises said, we're not good enough. The Avs said they weren't good enough, so what they do, they did it with personnel. The Nuggets said we're not good enough, and they did it with coach and exec. And the reason they took different approaches is pretty simple. You can move hockey players a lot easier than you can move NBA players.
I agree with that.
That's
especially with the tickets of guys that perhaps you would like to move. And that's the reality of the situation. But you're right, Vic. I mean, listen. And franchises need to, because they're different sports, they need to be ushered in different ways. Okay, and it wasn't. You didn't see. I have not seen out of the Avs one iota in the last several years. I saw it before. Hey, Vic, was there dysfunction inside the Avalanche room some years ago?
When you're losing, there's always dysfunction.
Of course there is. Did you have a guy who at one time was your number 1 center say, "I want out"?
He was the same guy who celebrated a goal when you're losing game after game after game.
So the point is that it's been there, but it hasn't been there like this on the Nuggets side in a long time.
The only point I'm making, guys, and everybody who wonders, well, what? It's the players. I get it. I put a lot of the onus on the Nuggets players too. And the players, I think, have to get the message. They got to get their butts in gear because it just cost their head coach a job and their GM. You can't move the players as easily as you can in the NHL. You cannot do it. Yeah. The NBA, CBA does not allow it. That's just a fact.
Well, and on top of that, it's – I don't know. I think there's probably some other factors that go into it as well. Even if they wanted to make a move, maybe there were some impediments and reasons as to why. The Nuggets were just – they had a major decision to be made in the offseason, and they made it.
It was already made. The decision was already made. They just decided to push the calendar forward a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The Nuggets is still, and we'll talk to Barkley here in a few minutes. The moves the Avs made were, I think, necessary to get to the point that we feel right now, which is they're a very, very good hockey team with a very, very good chance of winning a championship. The Nuggets just kind of, I don't know. I think that they were stuck. I think they knew things weren't perfect or things weren't totally right, but how can you fix it? Because you I guess, Mose, what you could do, you want to trade MPJ at the deadline? Well, that's going to be a major shakeup that, I'll remind people, you don't know if you're coming out better on the other end of it.
Correct.
Like, the Mikko trade has worked. It could have been really bad for the team, though.
You know, I tell you what, golly, being a coach in professional sports is so hard because you've got to be a lot of things. You've got to be obviously knowledgeable about the game. You got to be a proper motivator. All these kind of things. Every player is different, so you have to push all the correct buttons. But I tell you what, if my primary job, Vic, was not X's and O's and was having to motivate guys on a daily basis, that would drive me insane.
Let's do something really quick. A very quick keys to the game because we got to get to Barkley. So go ahead and hit it, Nelly.
Do whatever it takes to win. Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Kings Nuggets, 8 o'clock tonight, Vic. What do you got?
I am so eager to find out how these players react to the moves that took place yesterday. I don't know what the reaction will be. If Jamal Murray does not play in this game, it's up to the guys who you saw the other night against Indiana. I keep calling them Indianapolis. And I think if the Nuggets win this game against a team that wants to desperately win Sacramento,
well, they're trying.
If they win this game, I think they're assured out of the play-in. If they lose, I think they head to the play-in. I think that's what this game means tonight. So I'm not going to give you a key because I don't know what a key is after this disruption yesterday.
Sure.
I could say this: if they lose tonight, Nuggets are going to be a 7 or 8 seed.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Sir Charles Barkley joins the show next. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and there's no better time. The Masters right around the corner starting tomorrow. Get your bets in for that now on the Circus Sportsbook. Can also jump in middle of baseball season and right around the corner from the NHL and NBA postseason. So, best odds in the game, tight money line splits, whatever you want, the Circus Sportsbook has. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, going to connect with Charles Barkley in just a moment as we are here all day today at Clubhouse Work and Golf, which tell your bosses to get some sort of membership here because it is a very, very cool place to be as we're hitting the simulators in between every single break right now. So go and tell your bosses to do that, first of all. Second of all, can't wait to get Barkley's thoughts on this because it's the latest a coach has been fired in NBA history, tied with Hubie Brown in 1980 to 1981, but this team was the 4 seed at the time that they did it. So with that, let's welcome Charles Barkley to the show on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Chuck, always good to talk to you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Glad to be back to the NBA. Been gone for 3 weeks with March Madness. It was a great tournament. And now I'm ready to, I got one more week and then the fun starts.
I have to ask you, Chuck, calling the March Madness games, that play by the Houston player at the end of regulation when he jumped and clearly couldn't go anywhere, in hindsight, it's so hard, you feel paralyzed. What would you have done in that situation when you got a guy running at you, you already committed to taking the shot, and you know you can't get it off? What do you do in that split second?
Well, number one, I don't like shooting that quick. So you catch, and then you pump fake, because they're going to probably foul you if you jump into them. But you give yourself the option. You pump fake, you catch, because what he did was he was going to catch it and shoot it immediately. But I don't like doing it. I catch it, let me see what's here. If I'm open, I shoot it. If not, I want to be able to put it down. But if you already made up your mind that you're going to shoot it on the catch, I hate that decision because the defense can be there, and that's exactly what happened. So you catch, then face. That's what I always did, because I say, if you make up your mind in advance, bad stuff gonna happen. I always tell people that. You got to let the play out. He just had made up his decision. He was gonna catch and shoot it, and the guy was there. Great defense. But let me give Tubby not Tubby, I'm sorry, Kevin Sampson. I'm thinking about Tubby Smith. Let me give Kevin Sampson some love. I gave him credit for going for the win, man. You could tell once that play developed, everything was happening on the perimeter. They were going to go for the win. I don't know. I think he was saying, hey, you know what? Florida's got a better team than us. We played as well as we could play, which they did. Everything went perfect for them. And he's like, we still down with 20 seconds to go, and we played pretty much a perfect game. We're not going to beat them in another 5 minutes. So I give him credit for going for the win. It didn't work out, but it was courageous.
All right, Chuck, I texted you this morning because I know you haven't been at work, but you heard the news yesterday. Not only did the Nuggets dismiss Michael Malone, they dismissed their GM, Calvin Booth. 3 games left. What was your instant reaction? And now that you've had some time to chew on it, what do you think?
Well, first of all, your ass texted me last night.
I forgot. Sorry.
No, and I didn't text you back last night because it was too late. I was just flying back from San Antonio. Well, number one, I was shocked. I was shocked, number one, he got fired. I like Mike Malone as a coach. But I was shocked for 2 reasons. Number one, 3 games to go in the rest of the regular season. But I think number one, because he had done a really good job. I know they have been struggling. I didn't watch any NBA games really for the last 3 weeks. I didn't know they had been struggling so much, to be honest with you. I think they're like 11-18 since the All-Star break.
11-13,
yeah, which surprised me. But this late in the season, I was shocked. But I don't know what happened. But what I think happened was the owners, it clearly was something going on between Calvin and Mike. And I think, like I say, this is just me guessing from a distance. Yeah. The owner said, I'm not going to choose. I'm going to get rid of both of y'all. Because That's what it seems like, me guessing from all my years in the NBA, which is like 40. They're like, okay, you guys can't get along. If I fire one of you, the other ones, they're like, oh, I chose the coach or I chose the general manager. I got the best player in the world. He's the only one I really care about. You two guys are, as long as I got him. So that's just what I'm thinking from a distance. Like I say, I haven't talked to anybody. I've always liked Mike, and I thought Kevin has done a really good job. I do think they should have made some trades or kept some players the last couple of years, because when you got Joker, they let KCP go, they let Brown go, and they really haven't replaced those two guys, in my opinion. But I've been reading some things about, y'all decide to go the cheaper route. So it's a lot of stuff going on. There's going to be a lot of stuff come out.
Chuck, I'm curious. Let me explain this. They got 47 wins this year. This team has not been a fun team in any regard whatsoever. As fun as they were when they were coming up and winning and then finally got over the mountaintop, that was great, and they loved each other, and there was a sense of camaraderie in that room. I don't feel any of that. I don't think any of us do here in town, and haven't all season long in any win. And they don't really even have these great, big, awesome wins like they've had in years gone by where you go, oh, yeah, that's the real Nuggets. What would you do for a team that I don't think they don't like each other. I don't think that's the case.
They lost their joy.
They lost the love of each other and this particular team inside that room, or at least that's what it feels like. What would you do?
Well, it sounds like Coach Malone had worn on their nerves, because he coached the same way when they were winning, but now that they're not really, really winning, that can wear on you. You remember back in the old days when it was like Billy Martin, where he would have success early, and then guys would get tired of him? Because Billy Martin, everywhere he went, they're like, oh, he's great like the first couple of years, then he wears on you. It sounds like I say, I'm not in the room, but it sounds like what you just mentioned, and I didn't even know that stuff, to be honest with you. It sounded like Mike had worn them down with the way he coaches, because he's a tough coach. He's a hell of a coach, but at some point, they probably got tired of it. If what you're saying is true, because when you're trying to win the championship year after year after year, you're already under stress.
Right.
You're already under stress, and then they finally got to the mountaintop. So he had been there a long time. So just answering the question, what you phrased to me, he could have just worn them down. They wasn't having fun. And that's unfortunate because he's a heck of a coach.
Chuck, just one thing on top of that is there a possibility this serves as a motivator? Like, is there a possibility that there's still 3 games left in the regular season? They still are, at the moment, a 4 seed in the Western Conference. Could this spark them?
The best thing about sports, man, it is reality in real time.
Yeah.
I tell people, I said, the beautiful thing about sports, you can't lie, you can't fake it. What you're going to see starting tonight, I see they play the ESPN game tonight at Sacramento. It's going to be happening in real time. So I wish I could give you a perfect answer. What's going to be fascinating between now and Sunday, you can go from 2 to 8 or 10. So Adam Silver's getting what he wanted because all this play-in crap is going to go down to the last minute. But I think I saw a stat. I was getting up, starting to do some NBA stuff, getting ready for the show. Like, 1 game separate all these teams.
Yeah.
So I think to answer your question, to be honest with you, it depends. Because if you mess around and have to play Sacramento the first round, that's just a Texas death march. But
yeah, it is.
There's no other team in the West who scare you. Like the Nuggets would probably be favored over the Lakers. over the Rockets, over the Clippers, but I don't know their mental mindset going forward. But they would probably be favored over anybody. Like, that does not mean they're going to win the series now. Let's get that out the way. But they'll probably be favored over every team in the West in a 7-game series except the champs from the team I think is the best in the West, OKC.
Yeah, if they're healthy. If they're healthy. If they have Jamal healthy.
If they're healthy. Jamal's got to get healthy. He's got to get healthy. But, hey, listen, I don't know how he's doing. But, listen, even without him, they wouldn't be no heavy underdog.
Yeah.
I mean, if they play, listen, if with or without Jamal, I think most people would pick them to beat the Rockets. I think a lot of people would pick them to beat the Lakers. I think a lot of people would pick them to beat the Clippers with or without Jamal. With him, they're probably going to be favored. But I have no idea what's going to happen this week. It's going to be fun watching. This is probably going to go down as one of the most exciting weeks in NBA history because,
Agreed.
Yeah, because, like, man, starting tonight, man, these between now and Sunday is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
What's really going to be interesting is I think how many games you think Sunday going to be really important?
A bunch.
A bunch. In the West, in the West, at least 5 games.
And teams trying to say, do we want to play these guys? Do we want to finish 4?
Yeah.
Do we want to finish 6?
Well, you said something interesting because there's going to be some teams throwing some games Sunday too.
Yeah.
Some teams going to want to win and get home court, and some teams going to be like, yeah, we'd rather play that team in the playoffs. So I can't wait to see how that's going to play out because that happens. Everybody want to act like they don't care who they play. That's not true. We've seen in the last couple of years, there's actually been teams that rested players like the last couple games of the regular season so they can play a particular opponent in the playoffs. So I can't wait to study. They'll give us all the stuff tomorrow in the studio. But, man, I can't wait to watch the NBA for the rest of this week. And I can't wait to watch this Nugget reality show because, you said that I saw when we were getting ready to come on, you said the thing about Hubert Brown, excuse me. Yeah. But that team was eliminated. The Nuggets they might be the second best team in the West, which is crazy.
But Chuck, but to your point, Bert's going to tell you something that's going to blow your mind because I know you've been doing college hoops. I would like to think that, man, you got the best player in the world, so yeah, you can ride it off into the sunset. But Brett, drop that knowledge on what Joker's averaged, Chuck, the last 8 games.
Last 6.
Last 6 games, Chuck. Joker's average. Listen to this: 6-game run, 41 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. This is a 6-game run, and they've lost 4 straight.
They've lost 4 in a row.
Well, that just tell you they're relying on him too much.
Yes.
See, I think.
But they may have to.
But that's not a winning formula.
Yeah.
That's not a winning formula. They didn't win the championship like that.
He's exactly right.
Aaron Gordon played better. Michael Porter Jr. played better, and obviously Jamal played great. And Chris Brown, that kid, he played great. And then obviously KCP and Bruce. I think they have become too reliant on Joker personally. And that's a little bit different without Jamal. But I think they have become too reliant on him. Because, I go back to watching The Last Dance and things like that with Michael Jordan when they're like, we need you to do less. We need you to do less for the team to be successful. And I think and obviously, your best player is really just your closer. He should not be wearing himself down for 3 quarters.
Agreed.
Your stars, you pay your stars to close, not try to win the game. Because you're not going to win the game in the first quarter or the second quarter and probably not the third quarter. You're a star, Joker, LeBron, guys like that, Shea Gildress, Jason Tatum, Giannis. They're there to make the plays in the fourth quarter. They're not there for the first 3 quarters. Your best player is there to close, period.
I agree. All right, two things I want to say before we say goodbye, and we really appreciate it. Number one, these guys, since it's Master Week, I don't know what they wanted me to tell you that I played Augusta a few weeks ago.
Time out.
I played Augusta, and they just want me to tell you.
I know you've known him for 30 years, right? But this guy goes to Augusta. We're happy for him a month ago, and he's playing 3 rounds at Augusta. But can you imagine the insufferable? We're doing the show today from Colorado Working Golf, which is great, and they got the hitting bays. Can you imagine being around this guy wanting to describe every blade of grass at Augusta National? Could you handle that even for 2 minutes?
Let me tell you something, and I'm probably going to get in trouble with Peyton Manning, but I got to tell you this. So Peyton Manning called me a few months back, and he said, Chuck, I got a proposition for you. I'm like, yo, of course, Peyton, what's going on? He says, I want to take you to Augusta for a couple days, and we're going to stay there. I said, oh, I'm in. He says, well, let me finish. I said, no, you're finished. There's nothing you can say to me. Hey, that's not a thing you can say to me. Like, if he had said, hey,
exactly.
You got to cut my
right.
If you got to cut.
It's over.
If he had said, if he had said you got to cut my grass for the next 2 weeks, I'm like, I'm gonna cut your damn grass. We're good.
I'm in.
Yeah.
And
that sounds good.
He took me and Dwayne Wade and Grant Hill down there, and we stayed. It was like 2 weeks right before March Madness. It was 2 of the best days of my life. You know, because I had played it one other time, but it wasn't right before the Masters when the course was in perfect shape. It was in really good shape when I played that one other time. But to get to play it a month before the Masters and stay on the property, and Dwayne and Grant are amazing. It was 2 of the best days of my life. It was unbelievable. So, hey, listen, man. I'm with you. I'm with you.
They don't understand, man. We have a lot to talk about, Chuck.
But
I did the same thing.
It's out of jealousy, Chuck, as you can imagine, because a guy like me, and look at Brett's face.
I mean,
they will never allow us anywhere near that place.
Hey, let me tell you something that's funny. So the first day was perfect. I mean, perfect. The second day, we get woken up by rain. And I mean rain. Raining like crazy. So then we go have breakfast. It's still raining. Then they got all this technology. It's just gonna stop raining in 27 minutes. I'm like, damn, that's impressive. So we play the first hole. It's raining like a mother. We play the second hole. It stops raining. Then we hear this noise. We're like, Peyton, what the hell is that? He's like, that's the sub-air system. They got it obviously on all the fairways and on all the greens. It makes this loud humming sound. And guys, it had been raining hard for 3 hours. I mean, as hard as it can rain. And Peyton says, within 15 minutes, you ain't even gonna be able to tell it was raining. Guys, it hummed for like 15, 20 minutes. You could not even tell it had rained. It was crazy. I'd never seen.
Chuck, see, I share these stories and these guys hate me for it. You share a story and they're listening intently.
You didn't tell me about the fairway.
Oh, shut up, man. I told you all this
He's also
stuff.
just a way better storyteller.
Yeah, whatever, man. I can't share these stories.
I'm telling you, man, it was unbelievable. I mean, and the thing was, you could hear the water running beside. They got these things over on the side, and you could hear water running. But then, like, within 15 minutes, it was so damn dry out there, you could not tell it had rained. It was 2 of the greatest days of my life. And shout out to the great Grant Hill and Dwayne Wade, but thanks Peyton Manning for taking us there.
Hey, one thing real quick, Chuck, before I let you go. I know you're a hockey guy. I don't know how much you've been paying attention to the Avs this year and their chances, but you let me know.
So let me tell you something. So I was really tired from a long weekend. So shout out to the great. So part of my gig got to do the Chris Stapleton concert on Sunday night. So Sunday's a long night. He's amazing, and I have a bunch of stuff for TV, and then obviously the game is Saturday and Monday. So I started watching the Avs game last night, and I fell asleep. But it was 2-2 when I fell asleep. I got up this morning, and saw y'all won in the shootout. I did. So I did see that. I saw y'all won in the shootout, and you got your boy from Boston, Carl, who scored his first goal and won the shootout with the only goal. So I will tell you this: I cannot wait for the Stanley Cup playoffs. There was the trade deadline was bananas, and that damn Four Nation thing. That Four Nation thing they did in the middle of the season. I've been trying to get the NBA. You know, we got the shitty ass All-Star games. And I've been trying to get these guys for 5 or 6 years. How about the United States against the world?
Yes.
And let me tell you something. And you know why I think they won't do it? I think they think we lose.
I don't disagree with you.
I said, because you got Joker, Luka, Shea,
SGA,
Victor. I mean, you got so many great.
Giannis.
Giannis. I said, are y'all afraid we're going to lose? They will never give me a definitive answer. And I said, first of all, it doesn't matter if we lose. It would be great. Jamal Murray's Canadian, too. I said, it would be great for the NBA if it was just competitive. Do the United States against the world. It'd be great. But to get back to your point, man, it's going to be crazy, the Stanley Cup playoffs. I mean, everybody made these trades. Everybody got better. And it's going to be amazing like it always is. But this year, them teams were making those trades. They're like, let's go for it. So I can't wait.
All right, Bubba. Hey, appreciate your time. I'm going to send you my Augusta scorecard for $100. We're going to have a scorecard playoff on scores. And I want to say goodbye by saying, Chuck, if you'd have wore those glasses in '93, you would have beaten the Bulls in the finals. I guarantee it.
Hey, let me tell you something. If they had did our game plan, I said, hey, but 2 guys out here got stones to shoot the ball. That's Michael and John Paxson. I said, the rest of these guys scared as hell out here. I said, do not leave Paxson or Michael. I said, these other dudes out there, they're soft. They're not going to shoot. And I said, we stopped the one guy. We left the only other guy who had stones on that team who made the shot. But that's okay. They were better.
Love you, Chuck, man. I appreciate the time. I appreciate you coming on the show and spending a great deal of time with us. And I will talk. We have to talk, man. I had no idea you were down there. We have to talk.
I love you, brother. Be safe. Right. Y'all take care of yourself.
Take care.
See, Chuck.
The great Charles Barkley always tells it like it is. He's right about the All-Star game. He's right about a lot of things. He knows his hockey.
He does.
He knows his hockey.
Yeah, he's a good descriptor of the All-Star game, too. Yeah. I've never heard it put quite like that, but it's pretty good.
He's good friends with John Cooper, the head coach of Lightning. Yeah. So when we were down there for the Cup final, Bear ran into Chuck, and the story.
Yeah, sure.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
I don't want to revisit it because, I think my wife would leave me.
Okay, all right, got it. Yeah. 303-504-0925. You guys want any last comments on Michael Malone, the game from last night? All that's available to you. Again, another 15 minutes here. Get a fact checker next.
What about those poor people that waited for like an hour?
Well, then, yeah, sure.
I mean,
we're on the air now.
Nelly just asked us, are we done taking calls? I said, no, let these people talk. And Brett, just so you know, callers, Brett goes, no, we're done. I go, no, let them have a chance to say something. I mean, what's wrong with you guys?
Well, there's a few things.
I feel bad,
and
I feel bad for him. Yeah.
A few things we have to get to at the end of the show.
I mean, my goodness. Get to
Including a sauna read.
Do your sauna read, and we can get to the phone line.
Because we have a key word today. You guys want this brand new custom-built
The keyword is
sauna?
cedar. We know what it is. I want the sauna.
While he's looking for the sauna read,
No,
Jared Bednar on our show says, I asked him about Gabe, and he says there's a chance he gets to the Eagles assignment.
2 seconds later.
5 minutes later.
What happened 5 minutes later?
Conditioning assignment. Now, again, they say he's going to practice. He would not go up. This is my opinion. They're not saying he's playing with the Eagles. But he can practice and skate and do everything with his own team. It tells me that they're likely going to throw him in at some point, or he's going to throw him. He's going to say, I'm ready to play a real hockey game at some point, a professional hockey game, which is amazing. Amazing.
So, again, we're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. The keyword today is cedar, because I love that cedar smell. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can check out more of these incredible saunas at getabettershed.com.
Do they
have keywords every day up until Friday.
Do they have cedar body wash? Because I would get
sure they do.
I would get cedar body wash.
I'm sure they do.
Love that smell.
Hey,
What do you mean he got back?
What do you mean he got back?
I mean, he's trying to call in again. Can we just do this? There's this poor guy, Alex, who's been on hold like 7 times today, and he just called again.
I'm pro caller. It's Brett Kane that's being an ass.
Well, you could talk to Moser, Lombardi, and Ass. Alex, you're up, finally.
Hi, Alex.
Hi. Hey, guys. I just wanted to see how you guys felt on this, because Mr. Kroenke said that he wants to squeeze out some juice left in the year, and I feel like the juice – it was gone a long time ago. There hasn't been any exciting plays really throughout the whole year, except for some Jokic half-court shots and maybe 1 or 2 Christian Brown dunks. And I don't understand the timing, because it seems too late. Memphis they fired their coach earlier in the year, and I don't get why they did it earlier if they wanted to preserve the juice. I just wanted to get your guys' take on that.
There's nothing they need to do offensively. Their offense is fine. I don't need to see extravagant play calls. I don't need to see scheme ups. I don't need to see anything. Every single coaching tactic, every single scheme, every strategy these coaches employ, I need to see it on the defensive end. That's it.
Well, and here's the thing. Might all of the juice be already squeezed? Yeah.
But we don't know.
But
we don't
no
really
shame in
know.
trying.
Yeah, we don't really know.
That's how I look at it. The ultimate thing, and you know what, in Kroenke's chat with you, Vic, he used a word over and over again, and what was that, like a 4-minute interview? Something like that, 4 minutes? He said now a lot. He said now, meaning like, I'm making this decision because I'm trying to change things now. I don't think for a second that he feels like they've punted on this season, despite making this decision. Now, it could just happen anyway. The caller, Alex, could be right. Maybe the juice is gone. Or maybe you can create a spark with this. And I think you're going to get at least a decent look at it tonight, don't you?
Well, yeah, but it's a hell of a wake-up call. Let me put it this way. If you can't get some sort of spark out of this,
then you're in the same place you were.
Exactly, but these guys have to pick it up, man. There's got to be some urgency and some want-to out of this team. I want to see it tonight in Sacramento. Really get after it for once. Really, really get after it on that side of the ball for the first time in a long time, Vic. One time where you're absolute dogs. Everybody puking after the game because they played so much defense.
If the players do that tonight, I'm going to be mad at the players.
I will too.
If they really play hard tonight?
Yeah. If the players show up in Sacramento and you see a dogged, relentless pursuit defensively that you haven't seen all year, my immediate reaction is, where the hell's that been? It's not going to be, oh my God, you have it in you. It's not going to be that.
What's your reaction if they don't? What if they give up $130 tonight?
then a lot of change needs to take place to this roster.
I feel like if that's the case, and I know where you're coming from, but then you're impossible to make happy tonight.
After yesterday,
maybe so.
Maybe, yeah, maybe it is. But that's a temporary feeling.
Sure,
but it's also another way to gauge what you have. If they don't do anything to fix it, then you know what you have.
Boys, after yesterday, you in the next 3 games and into the postseason, however long that is, you are going to gain a tremendous amount of knowledge about the guys who are going to put on the uniform tonight.
I think so too.
Yep.
Yeah. I want one thing to be very clear as we go through this, because we're all humans, and I hate to see humans lose jobs, and especially people that you know on a personal level as we come to know these coaches, these execs, and again, this is what you sign up for. But I have to make this very clear. In what we do for a living, my goal is to hope for what's best for the Nuggets. My goal in this whole scheme is I'm Nuggets, pro Nuggets. It's never one player. It's never one coach. It's never one person. We've gone off on these Nikola Jokic stands, these Russell Westbrook stands, whatever that term means. You see it in every sport. I love it. I love it. People are passionate about specific players. For me, I'm all about the Nuggets, the team. Because players come and go. Coaches come and go. It's about the team and will forever be about the team. So if what happens makes the team better, great. That's it for me.
Well, I think there's no other option. You know what I mean? You better damn hope that it makes the team better. If not in the short term, then during this offseason with some new leadership in both places.
And it gets me back to this was brought up yesterday. It was asked of me. I think DMac asked me, do you think Josh and company got Joker's permission? But I go, permission? Permission? I know Nikola Jokic is the MVP 3 or 4 years. I know he's the best player on the planet. You don't run an operation seeking permission. You let them know what you're doing and you do it. That's how this works.
Yeah. I saw, by the way, people are pointing out, I guess Jokic's agent sent some sort of screenshot of odds. Who cares? Jokic isn't going anywhere.
But his agent?
His agent, yes. Sent out some screenshot yesterday. It was like Vegas odds of what his next team's going to be. So the favorite was the Lakers. After that was a couple of teams that are, I think, Serbian teams. It was KK something.
That's ridiculous.
Yes,
That's
I know.
ridiculous.
But there were some that were like, oh, maybe this is – no. Jokic is not going anywhere. Nowhere.
That's a ridiculous notion. And frankly, we all know Nikola Jokic well enough to know he doesn't play that game.
Mm-mm.
It's not a game. He doesn't swim in that pool. Okay, he doesn't.
No, he does not.
So let's stop with this crap. This is what happened. They knew about it. He knew about it. He knew it was happening. All right? He may like it or dislike it. Can't wait to hear from him today.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think he's going to say? When a mic is thrust in front of Nikola Jokic after the game tonight, because I don't think he's going to talk before, what do you think he's going to say?
Probably going to say it's tough. It's a tough business.
He was my first and only coach. I love him.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the best for him. But this is what happens when you don't win in this league.
Yeah.
Correct?
It's
Correct?
funny.
I think word for word, that's what he's going to say.
Just quickly, by the way, Nelly said that a non-sports fan asked him a question the other day. He goes, they fired their coach. Are the Nuggets having a bad season? And that is such a relative term because they are the 4th seed in the West, but it very much feels like this is a disappointing
It's the
season.
definition of relativity. For most teams, this would be a great season. But this team is expected to do better and do more. So here's the ownership that comes in and sees the same thing we see. We expect more.
Yep.
We expect better. We need better.
Behind the wheel of a Ferrari, Brett, you're doing 120. Holy crap. It's supposed to go 190.
Right.
I love Chuck's message, too. Is you will never get a better reality show than sports, right?
Oh, sure.
Last night, Minnesota had a chance to surpass the Nuggets in the standings. Minnesota led by 20 on the road to Milwaukee. The game was over.
Thank you, Bucks.
They get outscored in the fourth quarter last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves with a chance to overtake the Nuggets. They get outscored 40-13 in the fourth quarter and lose that game. A devastating loss for the T-Wolves. And now you have a 3-way tie followed by Minnesota, followed by some of these other teams. It is absurd what you're going to see here in the next 4 days. I can't wait.
Just quickly before we get out of here, Nelly, how about a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Here's a fact for you. Charles Barkley dropped a crystal clear Zoom audio quality curse word, actually 2 curse words back-to-back on our show last segment.
That Four Nation thing they did in the middle of the season, I've been trying to get the NBA. You know, we got the All-Star game.
Really good. It's a good description, though. Really good. If you guys missed that, check out the podcast.
100%. Hey, by the way, we're at Colorado working golf today. Or, excuse me, Clubhouse working golf today. I like this place is rad.
Yeah, this place is
awesome. Are we
going
to finish our round?
I got some errands to run, so I can't, but
Big
I'll be
thank
back.
you to everybody for having us out here today. We had a blast. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you all.
And tell your bosses to get in here.
Clubhouse, you
Do
guys
it.
rule.
They
Do
are the
it.
bosses. These guys run their show. Why do you
No,
think
I'm
they're
saying
here?
people who aren't here
Oh.
yet. Get your bosses to get here is what I'm trying to tell you. Kevin. All right.
Come on, Shockey.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Coyle, right-handed shot again at center ice. Right down the middle, Coyle holding. He scores! Oh, Coyle rules! And Colorado gets the 2 points for the 4th straight season. And the first time in franchise history, the Colorado Avalanche have accrued 100 points.
It's not my job to evaluate how they take things. My job is to be honest, and sometimes brutally honest. And tonight, it was a brutally honest message. And the guys that are full of won't hear it. You know, they'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film.
Whoa, hold on. KJ, kill the NFL notes music.
Uh-oh. Got something coming.
Breaking news from Shams. The Denver Nuggets have just fired head coach Michael Malone.
Are you serious?
I am 100% serious. This is from Shams' official account on Twitter. 2.9 million followers. Shams. The Denver Nuggets have fired Michael Malone. That was yesterday at about 11:30 right here on the Morning Sprint. Michael Malone and Calvin Booth both gone. You guys have reacted to it over the past day. We'll continue to do so as the Nuggets are in Sacramento this evening to take on the Kings. 8 p.m. start, 7:30 p.m. pregame show. You can listen to it all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs get a shootout win. We'll get into that in a little bit. But there's bigger news with the Avalanche today. You thought today was going to be all doom and gloom, didn't you? Right? The Nuggets they're free falling. They're a sinking ship that has now been set ablaze. They fired their head coach, the latest that an NBA team in a playoff position has ever done it in the history of the league. Thought it was going to be all doom and gloom today. But the Avs swoop in this morning, and they save the day, because guess who is going to the Colorado Eagles on a 3-game conditioning stint? It is Gabriel Landeskog.
All right.
Woohoo!
We're back, baby.
We'll get into that a little bit
We'll
later.
find out if we're really back.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean,
why? Hold on. You're not going to do this again today. Why does everything always have a hidden meaning with you? There's always something else to look at with you. It's never just you read a book and the words are on the page and they mean what they mean.
Raj, have I coached athletes that are returning to play because of injury? Have I ever seen any of those return to play mechanisms go negative?
Don't rain on my parade now.
I'm cautiously optimistic, okay?
Yesterday sucked, and I want today to not suck as much.
Today's great, man. Gabe freaking Landeskog is back. He's gonna have a Hattie tonight up in Loveland at the Blue Arena.
I don't think they play until Friday, but we'll get into that later.
Whenever it is.
Now, about 24 hours after the fact, how do you feel about the Booth and Malone firings? You have a very unique view on this.
As somebody who's been fired a lot?
Yeah.
Those days are never easy.
I don't want to be that guy, but there's no one else on this stage. There's no one else on the radio right now.
Raj, yesterday
in Denver that can tell you about this.
Raj, yesterday was one of the most, it was by far the most mind-blowing day of my journey in media. But while this broke yesterday on our program, while we were doing NFL notes, and oh, by the way, thanks Josh Kroenke for ruining KJ's NFL notes.
Selfish.
He was flowing, man.
Inconsiderate.
He was
selfish.
My man KJ was in his bag. He was out there spitting truth.
Better be
an
an
NFL
extra
notes.
little bit of juice in that next paycheck there, KJ.
No
Make up
doubt.
for that.
Yeah. Yesterday was a little bit of a PTSD kind of day for me because I too have been fired after a 9-3 regular season, the day after a victory for the first time in 2 decades over the University of Wisconsin. I got fired out of the blue. Now,
this is when you were at Minnesota?
At University of Minnesota. Now, I wouldn't be in Colorado if it wasn't for that day. So sometimes I thank God for unanswered prayers, as Garth Brooks once said. But it brought back these emotions. Now, here's what I can tell you about what happened to me. And I know this is a completely different magnitude. Michael Malone is going to be owed $25 million, just so everybody is clear. $25 million is left on his contract. It's a pretty good severance package.
Yeah.
Is it a little better than the one you would be offered if you got let go today?
I don't know if I would be offered one today. That's why I measure my words very carefully on this show.
But I will say this, it doesn't make it easy. It's not easy on the families. And the similarity that existed between my personal experience where you had a winning record, you're going to a good bowl game, you're doing things that, on paper seem good. It was what was going on in my situation, and clearly in this situation with Michael Malone, what was happening in the building between all of the different people and the decision makers. And as I've had chance to really take a deep dive into whatever media is available in terms of source inside the franchise says ... And I know that Vic Lombardi warned us all, don't trust your sources. Don't be careful about what you read. Vic, I'm sorry. I'm just going to read it all. Okay. I'm going to read it all and I'm going to get as much information, and I'm not going to be able to form the true opinion because I don't know. None of us really know. But what I've come to is this conclusion. Yesterday, there was bloodshed in the form of two people's employment and a very hard, very tough timing, particularly for Michael Malone, just 20 months removed from being in a parade, holding up the first ever championship trophy in this franchise history. But I do think that there are 4 different parties that have blood on their hands. And those 4 parties, clearly, Michael Malone is 1. Calvin Booth is 2. They both are gone. Their blood is on their hands, and their blood was shed. But the blood was on their hands in the process to get to this point. Michael Malone clearly did not agree with the personnel side of the decision-making that's been done over the course of the last couple years by Calvin Booth.
Reports as of yesterday were saying that it was viewed from within the organization as a Cold War between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth.
Calvin Booth has blood on his hands. Why? Because he didn't properly equip this franchise to take the next right steps following Nikola Jokic's ridiculous run as the first champion and face of this franchise to hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy. The third group, blood on the hands, Josh Kroenke. Yeah, said it. Corporate shill, being paid off on the local radio station. Josh Kroenke allowed this to happen for 2 years. And a lot of people nationally are saying that Nikola Jokic's run and window was potentially wasted for at least 2 seasons. We'll find out how this one ends up. But where I see this as a problem, and Josh Kroenke came out and admitted it by saying that winning masked some of the symptoms that had been going on under my watch. One of the articles that I read, it cited that Jamal Murray, as championship Jamal Murray, the person that really stood on the table to re-sign Jamal Murray was Josh Kroenke. Now, can you blame him? I don't know. That's a really good question. Guy just hoisted a championship trophy and was arguably the reason outside of Nikola Jokic for why you held up a championship trophy.
If Joker's not on the team, he's the finals MVP.
And then can I have the fourth blood on the fourth party's hands?
If it's not the players, you've missed.
It's 100% the players. 100% the players. And you know what? The crosshairs of what happened were squarely on Michael Malone, Calvin Booth. The crosshairs aren't going to be to Josh Kroenke because that's the ownership group. The ownership group isn't going to fire itself. So where then, now, do the crosshairs go to? The players. And this is an ultimate message that was sent by the ownership group that, hey, you guys there was a lot of issues, a lot of drama, a lot of complaints, weren't buying in. All right, now what are you going to do? You got 3 games to right the wrong.
And the interview that Josh Kroenke had yesterday with Vic very clearly stated, we are still trying to find some way to spark the remainder of this year. We have seen that the last 2 years with Nikola being at the very height of his powers, we have not put the right pieces around him, whether it's the GM, the head coach, or the players playing alongside him. So this could be looked at as a spark. It is a shocking time to fire a head coach. But if you think the ship was already going down, what else do you have to lose? I do think it's a very good idea to do this while you still have Tommy Balcetis in the organization as assistant GM.
Who we interviewed. We actually spent time with, what was that, 2 months ago?
He's a Harvard grad. There's a possibility that he steps into that GM role. You've got David Adelman, longtime assistant. There's a question mark as to why he hasn't gotten a head coaching job over the last 2 cycles. Now he gets an extended run to stake his claim on this team. They're going to do a full exhaustive search of GMs and head coaching candidates, but why not start early if you already thought that the ship was unsalvageable? So I understand the want to do it now. If you've already done your audit, and it's very clear, like when Josh spoke with Vic, they had been auditing this situation for weeks. And now that it takes this crazy turn, you heard the opening of the show, and we've played it a million times. It got played dozens of times yesterday on the station of the post-Portland interview with Michael Malone, where he basically said, this team doesn't listen to me. This team doesn't want to watch video. This team doesn't want to play for me. And at that point, and maybe we should have seen it, was a lame duck head coach. And Josh said that as much yesterday. So I can't really poke holes in, well, why not change something right now?
No,
Because what's the last time that you allowed something to move forward just because of previous success was the Jamal Murray contract. The Jamal Murray contract extension in a year where you didn't have to do it. You had 1 more year left on that before you actually had to extend him. So you extend him because, well, he was a main point, key cog in bringing the first championship here to Denver. What I've heard is it was unceremonious to fire Michael Malone with 3 games in the regular season because of what he has done for this team, for this franchise. You already made that mistake. So I can applaud ownership and going, they've learned from past mistakes. You're not just going to allow things to fester just because it was good once upon a time. Will it actually end up salvaging this season? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's kind of broken. And there's a reason why I told you yesterday, what was my word at the end of the show? Zoom out. If you think these 2 moves are the only ones that are happening with the Nuggets going into the offseason. You think it ends with the GM and the head coach? You said there are 4 culpable parties, one of which is not moving, right? That's ownership. That's staying.
And that's no matter what, that's the case. Now, what does move for the ownership group in any sports industry? Money. And if you allow it to go so far down a road that is off the tracks and all of a sudden the product itself loses its value, then all of a sudden you're in a bad space.
They're looking at the product and they are moving the 3 things that can be moved. GM, head coach, and what can't be done right now because of where you are in the season, those are player assets. I say once again, zoom out. These aren't the last of the moves. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You're listening to Altitude 92.5.
to me, I wake up every day and I say, I find a balance of, it's part of what motivates me, but I wake up every day saying this could be my last day, and that's not, it's just, you have to have that type of perspective because it gives you gratitude. It also keeps you, hungry. And so it's just, you have to have a healthy balance of you want this for as long as you can. At the same time, you're very much replaceable because, that's just how it works. And, so every day I remind myself of my own mortality, and I think that's what kind of keeps me in a perspective and, and a gratitude of the opportunity that you have.
That's Joe Mazzulla speaking about the mortality of head coaches in the NBA. Now, 4 of the last 6 NBA head coaches who have won a title have been fired by their team. 4 of 6. So while we thought yesterday was shocking and maybe unprecedented, maybe not so much. Maybe pump the brakes there a little bit.
Can I go with another 4 for you here? I'm not going to say that Russell Westbrook himself is a coach killer. But since 2019, when he was a member of the Houston Rockets.
This isn't good. This is going to be like, the meme of the Grim Reaper walking down a hallway, and it's a bunch of doors that have been opened and trails of blood. This is Russ.
Coaches, they either seem to quit, resign, or get fired in the wake of Russell Westbrook. 2019 to 2020, Rockets, D'Antoni. 2020 to 21. Scott Brooks, Washington Wizards, which they fire their coach every year. Frank Vogel, 21 to 22, Los Angeles Lakers.
One of those 4 of 6 who won a championship and has since been fired.
And then, of course, 24-25, Michael Malone.
The other 2 that won a title and were then fired, Nick Nurse with the Raptors in 2019, Mike Budenholzer in 2021 with the Bucks, and then Frank Vogel with LA. Now, the one commonality, if you remove LA and the bubble championship with Vogel, what's the one thing that ties all 3 of those teams together? They're smaller market teams. I wonder if this happens if Nikola Jokic is a Chicago Bull or a New York Knick or an LA Laker. Because it happens with LeBron James. It happens with those types of honestly, American-born superstars in this league where they demand change and they demand either trades or free agents that come to them. We haven't really seen a European star do it yet. When's the last European star that you saw make waves? Luka didn't do it. Luka got traded and he didn't want to be traded. Giannis hasn't done it with Milwaukee. He's seen his team just deteriorate. Now, I wonder if
Dirk Nowitzki
never
played
did
the
it.
long game.
Right? Never did it. And I'm hearing all these talking heads nationally.
Was it Tony Parker?
No.
Was Tony
Parker's French.
From France.
Yeah.
So he's European.
Tony Parker's French. Manu Ginobili, Argentinian.
Want to make sure that he wasn't French-Canadian. It's a little different.
No,
not
French.
quite European.
I think he's French.
European vibes. I'm pretty sure Tony Parker is from France. I had more time to think about this over the course of the last 24 hours, and I talked about there are 4 culpable parties for this. And we mentioned Michael Malone, of course, Calvin Booth, ownership, and the players. Players are in the crosshairs now. The thing that as a coach, as a head coach, when there are problems, whether it's performance problems, you can just sense and feel the vibes are off. You have to look at 3 things. And this is what the decision makers, which ultimately was Josh Kroenke, were forced to do with how bad this thing got off the rails. You look at 3 things. Number 1, you look at your personnel. Look at your personnel. Is it good enough? Can we win with the personnel?
If you ask me, the answer is no right now.
Okay.
No. Unless Jamal comes back and is completely healthy, and then I think all bets are off.
And as a result, who lost their job because of that one thing? Calvin Booth. Correct? Personnel.
Correct.
2.
However, it is directly connected to
the utilization of the personnel.
Right.
Which I'll get into it here in a second. So personnel, number 1. 2, is it a scheme problem? What was Michael Malone's calling card as a basketball coach?
He's a defensive head coach.
where are you at right now in the National Basketball Association in your defensive rating?
You're worthless.
As your bottom 10. We went through it yesterday before this all went down. Do you remember? I was talking about the 2 teams in the Western Conference that are worse defensively than the Denver Nuggets. It was the hapless Utah Jazz and the San Antonio Spurs, and that was the end of the list.
And Memphis is right there with you.
Yeah, and you're a little bit worse than Memphis.
Yeah, it could be a scheme issue, right? You're terrible defensively. You don't hang on to the basketball. As a result, you give up a bunch of points in transition. And what kills the Nuggets is easy layups and wide open threes against. And you also don't take enough threes, right? It seems like they're behind the times on the amount of threes that you throw up. Now, granted, the personnel hurts because you don't have guys who you can rely on to hit from beyond the arc. But other teams...
You're supposed to have that in 2 of your 3 max players,
But you don't. Not in a consistent fashion right now. Now, teams, if from a schematic standpoint, teams are able to utilize those turnovers and the lack of three-point defense to throw up more shots, and then it just becomes a numbers game.
So we've established...
That's what I was losing my mind about that early on in the season. I go, it's literally just a volume game with the Nuggets. You shoot more threes than them, you will beat them more often than not. Especially if you don't get one of the 2 max contract players not named Nikola Jokic going off that night. You beat them. It's a numbers game. So scheme, sure, not working.
So we've established, is it a personnel problem? Yeah, it was. Calvin Booth lost his job. Is it a scheme problem? Yeah, you could argue it is defensively. Michael Malone lost his job. And then the third thing that you always have to ask in making these decisions when something just is not right. 3, is it a culture problem? And I would argue that Josh Kroenke made the decision to fire both on the same day because the 2 of them and their interpersonal relationship or lack thereof led to toxicity, which ultimately spilled into the locker room. And yes, there was a culture problem. And really both.
You could see it.
Both paid the ultimate price.
We've seen it for a long time. They look miserable when they play basketball. And the one dude who looks like he is happy-go-lucky, who cares, I'm just better than everyone in the world, in Nikola Jokic, right, in the NBA, he looks upset. He looks like the fun is being drained out of him. So yeah, a toxic culture was building because those 2 guys at the head of the organization could not see eye to eye, to the point where they weren't speaking to one another.
I'll tell you what I'm excited about, and genuinely excited about this. As somebody that was a part of an interim bump, the interim bump is a real thing, Raj.
The head coach bump?
Interim head coach bump. Real thing. I've watched David Adelman on the sideline for the better part of the last several years. And it's been interesting to watch him. He's very cool, calm, and collected. I would say he's generally speaking an observer, not a reactor. And by all accounts, the one thing that I see in David Adelman that I am very interested to see how this team responds to him. I think he's authentic.
I also think he's the more active coach, especially going into this year. In terms of X's and O's, more active.
So what ultimately is going to play out with those 3 questions is if it's a personnel issue, we're going to find out a lot more about it. The second one, scheme-wise, we're going to find out if there are some scheme enhancements, modifications, and or just letting the players play or changing up maybe the defensive schematics. You and I talked, it was at the United Way or what was it? It was when we were at practice and we talked to the coaching staff, talked to the
Special
Olympics day that was with the Nuggets. We were on the floor. We talked about it. It came up about the defensive schematics that were employed by the Nuggets were really, really successful 2 years ago. But just like anything in football, schematics evolve and change, and certain defensive schemes are really good one year and not as good the next year. That came up in our discussions. And so I am interested to see, are there going to be some schematic changes or even simplifications that come about as a result of this change?
I'm not as concerned about this year. Whatever happens this year.
I disagree.
I've thrown my hands up. I've thrown my hands up. Whatever happens, happens. I said this even before. We've been talking about this for a month and a half. Game-to-game basis, Remember what I said? No proclamations. That can't be any more true than today. No proclamations. Whatever happens in the postseason happens now. You've lost 4 straight games. You got a bunch of help last night. Oklahoma City helps you big time with LA.
Yeah, it was a great night.
The Timberwolves get outscored 35-3 to finish out the fourth quarter. They blow a 24-point fourth quarter lead. They fall all the way down to the 8 seed, where Denver could have fallen to the 7 seed with the Minnesota win.
You control your own destiny to be in a good playoff spot.
Unbelievable that you control it at
and
this
potentially
point.
You wouldn't have if the results played out differently yesterday.
I still think it's more about the Nikola Jokic era 2.0. And I would expect that these 2 hires come from without rather than within.
So are we in the post-Malone era?
We are in the post-Malone. Who did you steal that from? That happened in your beautiful brain over there?
It did, actually. I
called John Mitchell Jar Jar Binks on the broadcast last night.
I was reading a tweet and I saw somebody say, in the post-Malone era, we'll see, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, the post-Malone era. I just read it funny.
New head coach of the Denver Nuggets. I don't know what his actual name is. But candidates for head coach, Adelman, Chauncey's in his final guaranteed year in Portland.
Raj, but this is why I don't fully agree that this season's a wash.
I never said it was a wash. No. You are misunderstanding me. You are misunderstanding me. Whatever happens, happens. That is not the season's over.
It's going to directly impact what we see next season in terms of who your head coach is.
Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
Dude, they have to make a Western Conference final run for Adelman to be the guy.
Is this core good enough, and when it's playing at its best, is this core good enough to get to a Western Conference final?
If they're healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure they're healthy.
We'll find out. That's why these remaining games in the regular season and the postseason, especially these, like tonight, I don't know if that would have been a watchable game.
Oh, it's can't miss now.
It is
ESPN.
Complete can't miss. What is this going to look
like?
For
the Sacramento team that's a game under 500.
Who cares?
And they're locked into a play-in spot. It is a can't-miss game this evening. So Adelman, current interim head coach. Chauncey's in his final guaranteed year in Portland. Eric Spoelstra is a name that's been kind of floated around there. He's been obviously in Miami for a very, very long time, dating back to the pre-LeBron days. Could he be someone that's looking for a spark and maybe the final chapter of his career going and winning a championship elsewhere?
Spo that old?
I bet you Spoelstra's probably late 50s.
Dang.
I'm going to guess 56.
You guys got
somewhere in there.
Something like that.
That guy's got a hell of a plastic surgery,
That's
man.
a guess. So Miami, man, that's a great place to have that. Great place to know a face doctor out there in Miami.
54.
All right, I was close.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that. Mike Inori, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Strong ties here to Denver.
If you can't beat the Wolves, join them. Or have them come coach your team.
For general manager, your current assistant GM, Tommy Balcetis. Smart guy, Harvard guy. The big one that's been thrown out there is 12 years in Golden State and 4 championships, Bob Myers.
Big game, Bob.
He's been out of the game for a while. He walked away from Golden State by himself. I've done enough here. But as he's been a talking head for the last 2 seasons, he is very vocal about how much he loves Nikola Jokic. I think that's number one for ownership to go out and go get. Go ask what Bob Myers' price is to get him here and rebuild this. The other thing that's super sneaky, when Tim Connolly left for Minnesota, the thought was he's there forever, right? They gave him an ownership stake, very small ownership stake, but that's something that we had never seen before for a general manager. That's the reason why he leaves and goes to the Timberwolves. Now, the T-Wolves have changed ownership groups. And you know what else coincides with that? There's an opt-out clause in Tim Connolly's deal this year. I'd be knocking on his door. Hey, they gave you 1% or whatever it was, we'll give you a 1.1. You want a 15-year deal? Come on home. Remember what you built? We still have Nikola here. You want to rebuild it around that guy? I think those are your 2 top GM candidates. It should be Tim Connolly and Bob Myers.
What we've failed to bring up, at least from what I've heard this morning, when talking about Bob Myers, I'll never forget, KJ brought up on KJ's NFL Notes, Bob Myers, you guys realize what he's been actively doing in sport over the course of the last calendar year plus? He has been a consultant for the Washington Commanders franchise for Josh Harris.
I did not know that.
Yes. And
that's a wonderful turnaround.
You think that you've seen in a sport that you're not even really intimately familiar with and haven't been boots on the ground in, and to be a part of that turnaround, the hiring of Dan Quinn, the drafting of Jaden Daniels. Absolutely incredible. That's an impressive sports figure, Bob Myers.
Any of the head coach names that I threw at you excite you?
I have created an acronym that I want to start a movement. Could ultimately cost me my job if this ends up happening, but the acronym is going to be ABH. Anybody but Hurley. I could not stomach Dan Hurley here.
Brother, if the Lakers couldn't get him, you're not getting him.
I don't know, man.
He turned down the Los Angeles Lakers. There's a reason why I didn't put him on the list. He's not in the conversation.
Are you sure that he really turned down the Lakers, or was LeBron like, yeah, I don't really want that egomaniac narcissist in my building?
I think if Hurley wanted the job, he would have had the job.
Do you think if Hurley wanted the Nuggets job today, he could get the Nuggets job today?
Probably.
I don't think so.
What do you mean? What about Hurley tells you that he wouldn't be successful at the next level? You don't think he could get that job?
Managing professional personalities.
He's already managing professional personalities now. That's what college sports is. You've told me that as much. You're already managing year-to-year contracts. He ain't Gino Auriemma he ain't Calhoun
I'd take
20
Gino.
years ago.
I'd take Gino Auriemma.
Gino's not going to the NBA.
Give me some Gino. Give me some Kim Mulkey. Just anybody but Hurley. Anybody but Dan. I don't want Dan.
You know what? I'm putting him on
Dan
my
the
list
heck
now.
away
Just to piss Coach off. I'm putting Hurley on my list now.
All right.
He's on the short list.
I'd love to hear from all of our fine listeners. Do you want Dan Hurley here, one of the most punchable faces in sport, to be the head coach of your Denver Nuggets?
It means the team plays defense, man. I'll take him any day and twice on Sundays. Text us 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. It's not all doom and gloom. I'm not going to scream at you all day long. Really good news coming out of the Colorado Avalanche. You'll hear it from Jared Bednar on the other side. Gabriel Landeskog, guys, he's this close.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Mike Sanford, and I got the itch to get up there and get some spring skiing, so I'm going up to Loveland ski area because the temperatures are going to be above 40 degrees. Think Bluebird days. It is the perfect time to get up to the Loveland ski area. Season passes for next season are on sale now at last spring's low rates, but only for a limited time. Get your 2025-26 passes at the lowest price and use it to ski the rest of this year, the next 35 days until May 11th. So the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. Visit skiloveland.com and get yours today and get up to those beautiful mountains.
Is he ready to go with the Eagles? Is that around the corner?
It very well could be around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. We'll see how the next few days go.
Jared Bednar on with the morning show. Sounds as tired as I am this morning after a late come from behind shootout victory.
Shootout victory, number 2 in a row.
It's so odd that they didn't play shootouts for the whole season, and now there's just a bunch at the end of the year, and they don't matter. They look like they're getting better at the shootout, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, postseason, it's a goner. Yeah,
When's the last time you saw a penalty shot in the playoffs? The Avs have one recently. I feel like they had one the last 2 years, but you don't see it often.
You do get some breakaway one-on-one chances, though.
Happens.
It's good to brush up on those skills, right? It's a little bit different because you anticipate some type of contact.
It is such an anomaly to see it in the playoffs that they literally put it into an Adam Sandler movie in the 90s. Big Daddy, there's a scene of the kid losing his mind, asking for the Kangaroo song, and Adam Sandler says, "All right, already!" And then he misses a Rangers penalty shot. That's how it doesn't happen. Nice comeback. Literally 3 minutes after he said, well, it's looking good that he could play there, the Avs come out with a tweet. He's ready for a 3-game conditioning stint at the most with the Colorado Eagles. Now, guys, it's real. Gabe Landeskog he's coming back.
I know.
This is happening.
I know it was a little bit kind of raining on the parade at the beginning. I'm super excited about this.
You should be super stoked.
I am so excited that I actually just went on the AXS Colorado Eagles ticketing website, and I found for some good solid, center ice tickets, I'm looking at
$1,200.
$1,200
for an American Hockey
to
League
watch
game.
a little AHL action against the Hendersons. What are they? The Silver Knights.
They're the Silver Knights. They're not the Golden Knights.
I can't wait for that, man. $1,200, family of 5, great deal. Seven large, roughly.
Use of the funds.
Yeah, we're gonna go watch Gabe.
Hey, you can do this because Coach and I will be doing our show live from Circa in Las Vegas both tomorrow and Friday ahead of the Masters.
And the Golden Knights the real Knights are gonna be playing on Thursday night.
Against whom?
I have no idea, but I was invited to go.
Oh, nice.
With my mom and dad.
Okay.
They live there.
I'll just, sit in my hotel room and twiddle my thumbs.
You have a wife.
She is coming.
I do not have a wife coming. So it's better that I hang out in Vegas with my parents.
All right. So we'll be out there in Las Vegas at Circa to preview the Masters. Par 3 contest is going on right now. You could win enough money feasibly on Thursday before you walk into, is it T-Mobile Arena in Vegas to go watch the Golden Knights. You could throw maybe a few of your per diem dollars on black or on a number. Maybe 29, flip 92.
Yeah, McKinnon and Landeskog.
You
if you look
hit
at
on
it,
29,
if you look at it upside down, if you're on that side,
you can make a couple grand pretty easy. You could also lose it pretty easy.
Yeah, I do say that for any Colorado Eagles super fans, and I know there's a ton of you listening right now. Is there actually are $57 tickets available in certain
in the
sections
Voodoo
of
Ranger Lounge, which
is
I would
awesome.
assume is just a standing room only
which
place.
is great. That'd be great to be in the building.
I hope so. I'm gonna assume Gabe doesn't play in back-to-back games, right? So the Eagles play Friday and then they also play Saturday, both at 7:05 against the Silver Knights. Gabe is cleared to play in both of those games. It would shock me if he played in both. So I'm hoping, because I come back on Saturday from our show, that he doesn't play Friday, and in fact, he plays on Saturday evening.
Or would you go?
Oh, yeah. I'm not missing that.
You'd get a credential?
Yeah.
Oh,
Am I paying for it? I get a credential. No, I'd go up as a media member. Come on.
Ooh, I get to watch the Kraken versus the Knights.
The Kraken, well, they just got hammered by Utah.
What was it,
7-1 last night, something crazy like that. But as a result, the Avs come back. They get a big win against Vegas. You have 100 points for the 4th consecutive season. McKinnon gets an assist. He's now at 116. Kucherov at 115. So still a possibility that he could win the Art Ross this year. You are locked into the 3 seed. As a result of 1, yes, you get the extra point, but 1 point last night locks you into the 3 seed. There is a very, very, very outside chance that you could get to the 2. You have to win out in regulation, and Dallas has to lose out in regulation. Probably not going to happen. The date with Dallas is all but set. You're going to Dallas for round 1. Get ready for it. Accept it. Be happy about it. The Stars just choked last night. They choked in historic fashion. And they were pushing as hard as humanly possible. It's still available for Dallas to catch Winnipeg as the 1 seed in the Central. It's an outside shot, but they've been pushing hard to avoid you in round 1.
That was a wild hockey game.
59 seconds remaining in a 5-2 lead over the Vancouver Canucks at home. Vancouver scores 3 goals in 56.2 seconds. They tie the game up. They go to overtime. Old Av Kiefer Sherwood scores in overtime to keep the Vancouver Canucks alive in the race for the second wildcard spot in the Western Conference. They're on life support right now, but Dallas, I don't think they look great. They're a very good team, but I don't think they're completely right. They've had a very soft schedule, and they've gone hot. And Miro Heiskanen isn't healthy. And I want Dallas when Miro Heiskanen isn't playing. And that means I want them in round 1.
Yep. And you feel like you're going to it's a collision course, and it's the collision course that I want, Raj. I want it. I want it because I want Mikko Rantanen. I want him in the first round of the playoffs. And if you were in that building last night, obviously you were, Raj, doing the pregame, postgame, intermission radio program, which I listened to yesterday. It was fantastic.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank
very,
you.
Very, very
by
fine
the way,
program.
news for the Altitude Sports Radio Network. The whole playoff run, Connor McGahey will be joined on color by former Av John Mitchell. Mitchie will be on every one of those calls. He was on last night. He was fighting a little bit of a cold that I think he may have caught at the USA Hockey Nationals over the last week when he brought his Okanagan team up there, his U15 program. May have caught something from the kiddos.
Where does Mitchie, does he live in this area, or is he, you said Okanagan?
Okanagan is
Where's that?
It's up in Canada, but they have like an ancillary program here in Colorado.
Sweet.
No, Mitchie here. He lives near DU, I think.
Sweet, man. Yeah, it did throw me off a little bit. I was
Don't
driving.
go stalk Mitchie, by the way. Please. Don't do that.
He actually lives up near Greeley. He's on the kind of the.
He's next door to you.
He's in the northeast corner of Weld County. So just drive as far north and as far east in Weld County, and you'll find Mitchie. Yep. It threw me off a little bit because I'm so used to all the Connor McGahey. So it took a little. I had to kind of adjust my ears a little bit, and
I can't believe you all are still listening.
It was good to hear. It was good to hear some Mitchie because he's awesome on Altitude TV. The two of them together, it's gonna be a lot of fun listening to him.
Good comeback for the Avs. They're starting to round into form. Bednar would also go on to say in his morning show with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane that he expects everyone who's currently either close to coming back or actively on the roster and played last night to play at least one of the next 3 games. So they host Vancouver on Thursday. It's the final home game of the season, jersey off our back ceremony. It's a 6:30 pregame. Then they go to Southern California to play back-to-back games on the 12th and the 13th against Anaheim and LA. I would hope that McKinnon plays, Drouin plays, Natchez plays, Gerard plays on Thursday, and then those guys don't make the trip for games 81 and 82. And unfortunately, what that does, Coach, it likely throws out the Art Ross trophy for Nate. You likely sacrifice that in order to make sure that he is completely rested and healthy. And the Avs will have 6 days off from April 13 to the 19th. That's the earliest that you can play your first playoff game. Now, what's the difference between 6 days and 8 days, 6 days and 10 days?
It all matters.
It all matters.
When you're talking about a long run, which the hockey season is unlike any other, the combination of physicality and duration of the season, it's wild. I can't even imagine what stress it puts on your body.
I think what I'm questioning here, though, is rest versus rust, right? 6 days versus 8 days. Is there really a difference there? 6 days versus 10 days. Is there a difference there?
I still think that recovery is at the premium, and I would take it 100% with Nathan McKinnon.
And Nate's been taking days off. Nate has been taking optional skates. And Bedsy went on to say in his post-game presser last night that, like, guys are actively missing skates because they're listening to their bodies and they're ready. They're trying to fine-tune so that when April 19 comes around, they're ready to go. And he's cool with it, especially his veteran players that have been there, done that, made these types of runs. They're listening to their bodies. He's not forcing guys to be out there at morning skate, and Nate is one of them. He's taking back-to-back morning skates off, and it's okay, which makes me think Thursday, that's the last regular season game you get to play, Nate. Don't even come on the trip. Don't go to Southern California. If you're coming, don't bring your bag, don't bring your stick, bring a couple of swim shorts, get some sun, get a tan. We'll see you come to April 19.
You know what? You might as well just get on I-25 and go up to Loveland, Colorado, and
go see your buddy play.
Support your boy.
You know what?
Go hang out with Gabe Landeskog up at.
You know what? 100% that's what needs to happen. All players who have played with Gabe in the past, you're not going on the trip. What you are doing,
Voodoo Ranger Lounge
Voodoo
at
Ranger
Blue
Lounge.
Arena, and it's going to be a blast.
Tarps off. Bands make you dance.
Bands make you dance.
Bands make you dance.
I think the last to have to touch it was Gabriel Landeskog. Oh, Captain, my Captain, welcome back.
It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. About 24 hours removed from the firing of Nuggets head coach Michael Malone, the greatest head coach in franchise history. 10 years, the most wins, the first title. Calvin Booth also booted. He's not due any money, but Malone, 25 sheets is what was reported by Woody Page yesterday.
Yeah, I saw a tweet yesterday from Woody Page that the severance packages are a little bit different between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. One's $25 million and one is $0. And yes, I have also been fired when I had $0 remaining on the contract. And
Not
I was
great.
coming up on the end of the month. It sounds like, oh, he'll be fine. He was making major sheets before that. It's not great. It's not a great feeling at all.
Paul Pierce was on FS1, and I was wondering how long it was going to take for this narrative to start circulating.
But to me, it just tells me Denver is not serious. Since they won a championship, they failed to re-sign the players that they had to help them win the championship. They've regressed in the role players, and they say, hey, we're just going to plug and play and just hopefully our best player can cover our weaknesses. This is just telling me that the Denver Nuggets, by firing their coach a week before the playoffs, this does not give them their best chance to win the championship. What's just telling me is that you're wasting one of the greatest players of this generation. You're wasting his prime now. Because I look at this like, how do you go into the playoffs with a focus like, hey, guys, we're going to talk about winning the championship, where now, for the next week or two, they're going to be talking about the firing of the coach in the locker room. Instead of us talking about a championship, we're going to be talking about that. How are you going to be focused on winning the playoffs when that's going to be a subject of every conversation from here on out? I just don't get it. This is more going to be a distraction. They could have waited till after the season to do this. If the players had an issue with Mike Malone, cool. You dealt with it this long. You could have dealt with it a few more weeks. And so I just don't get it. This does not give them the best chance to win the championship. And I wouldn't be shocked if Joker demands trade this summer.
Wouldn't be shocked if Nikola Jokic demands a trade. Paul Pierce, have you paid attention for any of his career? Nikola Jokic ain't requesting a trade from the Denver Nuggets, man. It's not happening. There is no chance that this firing, with 3 games to go in the regular season, amidst a season that very clearly Joker has been frustrated with, has not had fun, despite putting out a 30-point triple-double average and not going to win an MVP. Like the 2 MVPs that he's not going to win, that we look back when he retires, we're going to look back at, and yes, Shea's having a great season on a great team, but we're going to look back at this year and the Joel Embiid year and go, excuse me? You didn't win in either one of those seasons? He has been frustrated. He hasn't had fun. And what ownership is doing right now is trying to change all of that. Hey, we see that you hate basketball right now. We see that it is a job, that it's a slog. And what we're doing is getting a head start on making sure that basketball is fun one more time, that you enjoy coming to work, that you can be that happy-go-lucky guy that knocks microphones off and makes fun of reporters when they fall out of chairs, so that you can get back to playing your best team basketball. You wouldn't be shocked if Nikola Jokic asks for a trade. It's the reason why I brought up the international thing. We haven't seen an international superstar make the same stink that a Paul Pierce might have done, that LeBron has done, that Jimmy Butler has done. Heck, that Russell Westbrook has done. He's not asking for a trade.
I agree. I do think that it is become a national pastime of both local media and national media to speak on behalf of Nikola Jokic's sentiments, what he's going to do. In fact, I actually listened to a take on...
He would sooner retire.
Yesterday, I was listening to a take on local sports talk radio, not on our station, because every once in a while I like to kind of poke around and see what's out there. And I poked around and listened to somebody say, none of you guys could speak on Nikola Jokic's future and what he's thinking. Heck, he's going to be retired in 2 years on his horses in Serbia. I'm like, wait a minute. You just spoke on Nikola Jokic's future and what he's going to do. We don't know that either. That's a fun assumption that we make because he loves horses. Nikola Jokic might want to play 8 more years. He might want to play 2 more weeks. He might want to play. Who knows? He might want to be traded. None of us really know because he is a very mysterious figure. But I do think this. I think he is a homebody individual that likes to be in a situation he's comfortable with knowing that people care about his best interest. And what I do think is that I think that Josh Kroenke, while I did start by saying that he was a culpable party in what happened yesterday. Of course he is.
It is true.
I think he had Nikola Jokic's best interest. He had the fan base's best interest. And all you got to look at is the big 3 in American sport that the Kroenke family owns. Call it hometown glazing if you want. But the big 3 have all won championships in the last 5 years. This ownership group knows what they're doing. The Rams won a championship in the last 5 years. The Avs, the decisions that were made to not allow this window to slip for Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, there were some serious hardcore decisions that were made.
Active decisions.
Active decision-making that I think answered those same questions. Is it personnel? Is it scheme? Is it culture? You can look no further than Mikko Rantanen for the decision to move on from Mikko Rantanen. And I think it was personnel in his case. That potential looming contract was holding this franchise back from getting the proper help in other places.
The potential looming contract of Mikko Rantanen is the Jamal Murray extension. You have to look no farther than that fact. The Nuggets made the mistake. And again, it's because Jamal hasn't been healthy, and when he is healthy, he is very good, but hasn't been healthy.
I would argue that Mikko Rantanen was...
I'm not talking about the players. I'm not talking about the players.
I would say he was the 4th most important player on that roster.
I'm not
in
talking
terms
about
of their
the players.
success, whereas I believe Jamal Murray is the 2nd most.
That's just the first layer of the onion when it comes to Jamal and Mikko Rantanen. The main meat of that dish is what the contract forbids you from doing. And signing Mikko Rantanen to an 8-year, $12.5 million deal would have continued to make you the most top-heavy team in the league, would have failed to give you the opportunity to have a guy like Charlie Coyle, Brock Nelson, to move on from both of your netminders and get Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood here. Signing him to that deal preemptively would have made sure that none of those deals had the ability to happen. I didn't even mention Marty Necas or Jack Drury. Now with the Nuggets, they preemptively made the deal when they didn't have to. The Avs took it into the season. They took that expiring contract into the season and say, hey, let's see how this plays out. And if you're a 120-point scorer and you score 55 goals, we'll re-sign you like that, because that probably means that we're right back in the conversation to winning a cup, because the top guys can just carry.
Which sport has more leverage?
And what happened this year, the NBA does. What happened this year with the Avalanche is that they saw during the season, 1, we're not going to come to terms with this player, and 2, we can't have our top guys carry this team through what the Western Conference looks like now as compared to what it did 2 years ago. And the Nuggets front office made what I think is a fatal decision with this roster by re-signing Jamal Murray, because it tied your hands behind your back. You were not allowed to trade that contract this year. You were allowed to trade one guy, essentially, at the trade deadline this season. That was Michael Porter Jr., and you couldn't find a taker because you had to move out the Zeke Naji contract as well. That was the main mistake. What's the big issue with the Nuggets? They don't have enough role players that play good enough defense. They don't have a bench that can handle the non-Nikola Jokic, the non-starter minutes. And the reason why you don't have it is because you preemptively signed Jamal Murray to a contract extension that you didn't need to do. And what I think that Josh looked at yesterday is, look at what my GM and my front office did with the Avalanche. Yes, it's a different landscape. I understand that. It's a different CBA with the NHL as compared to the NBA, but he sees what the roommates did for hockey that he owns and went, we're going to change something else. And that's why I always say, and this will be my term, zoom out. There's big changes happening in the offseason. This is not just about salvaging this year. And that's where I think Paul Pierce is very much off base.
The timing was about salvaging this year.
Yes.
It has to be.
Sure, I'll give you that.
Because you wouldn't fire...
The grander scheme is not just about this year.
You wouldn't fire an NBA championship head coach with 3 games remaining that currently sit in the 4 seed Is that where they're at today?
They were at the 5 seed
Five
when
seed.
I got off
Five
the.
seed.
I don't know what it is. I'm looking right now. They were the 5 seed when I got off the air last night with the Avs. 5 seed.
One of the biggest mistakes that I think a lot of people are going to make, and I'm going to stand on the table right now for this, is I think a lot of people are going to just believe that chaos is going to be prevalent around the Nuggets franchise and talk about the Nuggets being washed. As a fan of this team, I want that to be the narrative.
Oh, a little chip on your shoulder?
Because a wounded dog, it's a dangerous dog.
I don't
Rush.
hate that. I don't hate that.
And I think that this is going to end up being a very different look Denver Nuggets team when they hit the postseason. And I believe that. I really do. I like, that's not me being a homer, a glaze. Like, this is not me saying that the timing of it was the right. I think this is going to be a very dangerous team in the postseason. And I think that we're going to see a Jamal Murray, and I think he's going to feel better by the time the playoffs come around. Okay? He's going to feel better. And defensively, everybody's talking about defense can't be fixed overnight. You know what can be fixed overnight? Effort. Effort can be fixed overnight. And defense in basketball at the NBA, I know a lot of it's about scheme and rotations and getting here. A lot of it's about the decision that the athlete makes and the collective athlete make between their ears to say, I'm going to play relentless basketball. Now, I think one of those keys for if David Adelman wants this job, one of my keys for David Adelman to get this job, a whole heck of a lot more Russ.
Huh?
Russell Westbrook.
Huh?
I want to see less Russell Westbrook.
You said a whole heck of a lot more, Russ.
I meant less.
I was like, you have taken a complete 90-degree turn from what Coach Mike Sanford.
Did I really say more?
I think you said more. I'm almost positive you did. I went.
Okay, that's it.
Talk about a hot take, Coach.
Less
great. Russ. I just want to get that correct.
A whole
One more
heck of
time.
a lot less
There
Russell Westbrook
There we go.
at the start of games and at the end of games.
You're going to learn a lot about what this actual roster is made of in the next 3 games because of how Adelman plays it. Like, how many more of these young guys is he going to actively work into the rotation over these 3 games? And will it work? Is 3 games enough to figure it out before the playoffs? Hell no, it's not.
He does have a lot of data. He's been sitting there figuring this thing out. How would I do it? Every assistant coach does that. Anybody who tells me that they wouldn't think that while they're sitting in the background, they're saying, I would do this.
Walk me through that as an offensive coordinator. Have you been an OC at a place where you are the OC, but like you don't have full control of that offense?
Oh, yes.
Walk me through that.
Oh, absolutely. You go through it. You try to do your best to communicate to the person who does have firm control, but there are times where that person's either arrogance, stubbornness, and or ego gets in the way of having real conversations, or they just say, you know what, I'm going to make the decision and run with it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but all the time you're sitting back there and be like, oh, in this situation, I would run the ball here. Ooh, this is a great time to throw a play action. And in a really healthy environment, yeah, you do have those conversations that are ongoing either during series, in between series, or even in game week in preparation.
In an unhealthy environment, however, when you go, oh, I'd rather run the ball here, and then you call a pass play, it gets batted down, you punt. In the back of your head, you're kind of happy about it, right? Like kind of a screw you. You throw up your middle finger in the back of your head to the guy who actually made the call, and you go, of course I was right. That's very clearly what was happening with Booth and Malone.
Yes.
Where Malone doesn't play the Booth guys, and I bet you Calvin's sitting up there going, well, you lost again. Or on the opposite side, Malone plays Zeke Naji too much. He doesn't fit in as a 5. Denver loses the game, and then he gets to look up at that front office booth and going, so who's right here? That's the toxic situation that we've been let in on in the last 24 hours. That's why you had to get rid of it. That's why you had to do it now. That's why you had to do something that was unprecedented. You had to move on now. Take us wherever you guys want to go in the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers, and you can go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com.
If David Adelman wants this job, one of my keys for David Adelman to get this job, a whole heck of a lot more Russ.
Nuggets and interim head coach David Adelman tonight, 7:30 pregame, 8 p.m. tip, right here on 92.5. It's can't miss TV tonight, Coach. That is for sure. Avs will be back on the ice for the final time in the regular season at home on Thursday night against the Vancouver Canucks, and then they'll return probably, let's call it April 25th for Game 3 of the first round of the playoffs. So this is the last time that you get to see them for 2 weeks at home.
Two very interesting return to play question marks surrounding our beloved Ball Arena residents. Jamal Murray, Gabe Landeskog. We'll start with Jamal Murray. When is he coming back?
I thought he was going to be back without a doubt by playoff time. And then when Malone came out 2 days ago and went, it was supposed to be day to day, and now we don't know whether or not he's going to be ready for the playoffs, I got very scared. I would assume Jamal Murray plays in the playoffs.
Game 1?
Yeah. And I don't think there's a reason to force him back for the next 3 games. There's no reason. There's no reason. Why would you do that? If you're looking to salvage this year, it's all about the playoffs. It's not about the next 3 games. It's just about being right when you're in. Now, if you lose to Sacramento and you have now lost 5 straight, and maybe you're staring a possibility of a play-in in the face, maybe you need to bring back Jamal in 81 or 82 because those essentially become playoff games. Are you confident that they could win 2 games if they're in the play-in?
I don't think this team wants to be in the play-in.
I don't think they want to either.
Okay, so let's talk. What's the best case scenario for the Nuggets franchise after yesterday's bombshell news? Is it to see immediate success and a turnaround? Because if that's the case, who's the head coach? If you get to the Western Conference Finals, who's the head coach of the Denver Nuggets in 25-26?
Adelman probably gets it. If you get to the West Final after all of this, and you make it a fight, you scare the living crap out of OKC. And you can't. Like, you have the best player on planet Earth. Any team that has Nikola Jokic on it has a puncher's chance. That's what the history of the NBA shows you. When you have the best player in the world, you got a shot. And that's what all of this is about. And you said, because I'm just throwing my hands up and saying what happens, that I think that the season's over. That's not true. My expectations are gone. I would be an idiot to have expectations. I think you're setting yourself up for failure if you have expectations right now. Just go in blind. Be aloof like me.
So is that the best thing for the franchise in Alex Ryan-Emmy's opinion? Is it this team, you woke up a sleeping giant?
Yes.
I think so too.
I think that's the best possible thing. Because then you have the pieces in place. And if you look at the offseason upcoming for Denver, it's not really easy to make these types of moves. The first
The
first picks that you can trade are 2031 and 2032 first and second round picks, if I'm correct. Or it might be a first and a second in 2031. You would have to find a taker for MPJ. You'd have to maybe find a taker for Jamal Murray. You would have to find a way to use Zeke Naji to the point where someone sees him in the playoffs and goes, I can take that contract. It's really difficult for them. They're going to be a 4th-year repeater, so the luxury tax is going to kill them this year. It's not easy to rebuild this roster in the offseason. So the best possible thing for both the here and now and the future is David Adelman sparks them and reignites them, and they look like the Nuggets old. That's the perfect thing. Because it's harder to remake the roster in the offseason.
What's the worst case scenario?
They get bounced in 5 games in round 1. And Jamal looks disinterested, and Joker is up at the podium giving you clueless answers because he's been out there dropping 43, 12, and 10 in a losing effort in a playoff game, and he goes, it's just the same stuff. That's worst case scenario.
I think the worst case scenario is that purgatorial space of getting maybe past the first round of the playoffs that you
look good in first round. Yeah. You get to 7 games in round 2. Yeah, we're right there.
Jamal looks pretty dang good. MPJ looks pretty dang good.
That's probably worst case.
Then you're just caught between a sh and a fart.
I'll give you that. You know what? I changed my answer. Worst case scenario is you get close enough to, you know what? Josh Kroenke said it yesterday with Vic. Winning masks a lot of things.
It does. I also love the line that he used that in our industry of sport, your currency is winning, right? Currency is winning. Now, for an ownership group, which is very interesting because Josh Kroenke said our currency is winning. There are other ownership groups in this town where I believe that their currency is currency, not necessarily winning. But Zach Veen had a very nice.
You know what? Zach Veen looked good, baby.
I'll tell you, his bunt was fantastic yesterday.
He had a hit in his debut. I'll take that. Fantastic hair. Does he have a mustache, Zach Veen, now?
He does, yeah.
Good muzzy? You a mustache guy?
No, I don't dislike it. I just, my dad had one my entire life growing up. And
I've never seen you clean. Actually, I have seen you clean shave. It's just been a
weird.
while.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah.
Baby's bottom.
Yes. Look very young.
You do look very, you shave off 8 years when you go clean shave.
Yeah, I choose not.
You look like a 34-year-old spry youngin at, where are you coaching at 34?
34. I was a head
Notre
football
Dame?
coach. I was a head
Western
coach.
Kentucky?
Yeah.
All right,
coach.
baby. I've seen those photos before. It got me thinking. What's the NFL equivalent of what happened yesterday? I don't think there's anything has happened in the NFL quite like that, where you have a team that is 2 years removed from a championship, still has the best player on the planet in their sport, and then fires a coach, let's say, after Thanksgiving or sometime right before like New Year's or Christmas.
We mentioned John Harbaugh because of he's won a title.
Oh, this is a what could happen. This is what would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just say in 2025, good regular season. Got one of the greatest players on planet Earth, at least the most freakishly athletic quarterback that does crazy things. And frankly, just like this past year.
You see, he's in a spat with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Lamar Jackson.
He loves his patents. He
loves that number. There's a lot of dudes who deserve number 8. Like Kobe has a claim on 8. I know he's got a claim on 8 in 24, but he's got a claim on 8. Lamar Jackson's got a claim on 8. Dale Earnhardt's got a claim.
I mean, that's not a great example, right?
What do you mean?
He's not alive. Like he doesn't.
I mean, his estate could claim
Okay, I agree. Yeah. It's what it is, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
There's another great 8 that just broke a big-time record. Alex Ovechkin has a claim to the number 8.
He also has a major claim on bands that bands also can make her dance.
Maybe Lamar's got something going on here. Dale Earnhardt Jr., you get 8? Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's big business, big money.
It is a lot of money. There's a lot of left turns in that business.
Yes, there is.
A lot of cash.
So I'd say the NFL equivalent would be Buffalo Bills with Josh Allen. Good run. About kind of starting to play bad football. Team's not playing great football. Sean McDermott gets fired at the end of the year. The end of the regular season. Going into the playoffs.
Week 14.
Man, I tell you what, Joe Brady, who became very famous for his LSU 2019 offensive coordinating. Yeah, we're going to give him the keys to the car. See what can happen. I think another one that you kind of feel is pending a little bit. It's a head coach that's been there for a long time, kind of done it his way, and this is college football. Dabo Swinney. Right? Dabo Swinney's done it his way for a long period of time.
That program does feel stagnant.
It does. It's like, and it's a little bit one of those, like this past season, did winning mask what maybe are some at least systemic problems?
Clemson's really good, coach. Clemson's really good. I don't know if there's one in the NFL. There's KJ, you had one in the NFL you brought up was not only Buffalo, but
the Los Angeles Rams.
The LA Rams. And that's a coach that has won a title within 5 years, has the quarterback that he won the title with. Now, does he have the best player on planet Earth like Nikola Jokic? No. Does he have the MVP? Nothing near it. Used to have Aaron Donald, but that's since come and gone since he's out of the league. That's one that could be. But I think they're turning it around.
Yeah. McVay himself is almost already like just left and just called it he was going to retire.
A one and done type of thing.
Yeah, he was like, just because I think his overall and very openly has stated his overall mental health in terms of trying how hard he works and the pressure he puts on himself to defend a title it almost killed him. And he truly almost walked after a full year removed from winning a title.
McVay would be close. McVay and the Rams would be close.
It's a hard business. You know, I'll say this about Michael Malone, and I know there's a lot of people that feel very deeply about Michael Malone and being done wrong at this timing. The only thing I'll tell you, man, 10 years as a head coach of any professional sports franchise, it's a really long time. It's a really long time. And it's the daily grind of doing that, and also the messaging over the course of 10 years. It's almost impossible for it not to get some semblance of stale, because you're with these players every single day and you're trying your best to push the right buttons and try new things. And 10 years is a very long time. And I think that those 10 years are not only they're positive because you had continuity and you had a chance to stay in one place, but they also can be a negative because of the challenge of keeping the message fresh. And so I thought about when I heard 10 years, like, oh my gosh.
Look at the longevity for all of the coaches here in Colorado. And the Broncos are obviously different, but it does feel like Sean Payton's going to be here for a while.
So Bedsy is at
year 9.
Wow.
Came in 2016, 2017 at age 44. He's now 52. Bud Black, year 9. Still here. Now there's a completely different conversation
but
there.
Also the winningest.
But there hasn't been a lot of turnover.
He's the winningest skipper
all three
in
of those
Rockies
guys.
franchise history.
All three of those guys, Bud Black, Michael Malone, Jared Bednar. If you're there for 10 years, you're going to be I would say from an accounting standpoint, the greatest head coach of all time. Bud Black's not the best manager for the Rockies in history, but he's got the wins. If you're going to be there for a decade, you're eventually going to get those counting stats. It's amazing how few coaches have been turned over in this state.
What was Malone in the NBA as it relates to tenured head coaches before yesterday? Was he had to have been the top 5 most tenured?
He had to.
Because it's got to be Pop, Kerr,
Spoelstra,
Spo. Is that it?
Maybe Malone was right after that.
I'm almost certain he was. So if we're going in chronological order, it was Pop, then Spoelstra, then Kerr, then I think Malone.
There's not many guys, right? I think he was the last head coach with his firing that was hired prior to the year 2020 across the whole NBA. If you remove Spoelstra, Kerr, and Popovich, he was the only other head coach that had been hired prior to COVID. Think about that. That's how long that dude was here. It was it was a really successful run. And it just eventually.
Oh man, this is brutal.
What?
I just went to sort the list of currently most tenured NBA head coaches, and I'm like, where's Michael Malone? It's not the head coach anymore. It just really hit me.
Yeah.
Like in the so he would have been 4th. So
I saw a picture of the
it was Pop,
Spoelstra, Kerr, Malone.
Yep.
That's your 4.
Pop coached 2,209 games.
Holy smokes.
He's
been around forever.
Has coached.
Hasn't been coaching this year, obviously.
Interim.
Health issues.
Spo, 1,277. Steve Kerr, 793.
Spoelstra's a really good one. I would hone in on Spoelstra. I don't know if you can pry him away from Pat Riley, but you want to talk about a culture change? That's the whole thing about the Heat. That's the hashtag, Heat culture. That's all we had to learn about for 2 weeks, 2 years ago. You want to change culture, that might be the guy.
Michael Malone comes in. So that Billy Donovan at the Chicago Bulls at 300.
Billy Donovan, Hall of Famer this year.
318 games though. So comparatively, nowhere even close. Michael Malone ended up coaching 900. Sacramento, you take out a couple there. He's over right around 800 games. So yeah, it was he and Kerr were right in the same neighborhood.
Roger, if I can complete your exercise real quick. these guys were not fired in season in regards to the NFL, but Bruce Arians, one season after winning the Super Bowl, they quote unquote mutually parted ways. And then the one that I think is most infamous but doesn't get talked about enough, 2 years after winning the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, Tony Dungy is relieved of his duties.
That's a good one. All right, so there's a couple of historical firings. Dungy's really good because you can coincide that with best player in the sport with Peyton Manning. That's as close as you can come.
It's wild
Dungy
too.
and Indy.
When you look at Tony Dungy, the legacy is so strong. Even though the ending wasn't great, the legacy remains strong.
The legacy is going to remain strong with Michael Malone.
I agree.
There's going to be a time.
As it should.
There's going to be a time, and I know people are saying Spoelstra signed an 8-year, contract extension. I know that, but it's a name that has been floated around nationally. I think that is a guy that maybe you could kick the tires on. I don't know how you'd get him here, but it's been floated as part of this short list.
I am rooting for the next head basketball coach of the Denver Nuggets to be David Adelman, because that means that this postseason will be one that we'll be talking about for a long time. That's what I'm rooting for.
Watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream, also on YouTube. Just search @Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss any of that, including the Altitude Daily Podcast. Comes out every single night. All of the very best from Denver's #1 in sports talk. You're listening to Altitude 92.5.
Feel those spring temperatures outside right now here in Denver? Well, you should feel it in Las Vegas, Nevada, where Alex Ryanemi, my guy, and I will be broadcasting live from Circa Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, where the temperatures are 92, 94, 90, and 85 the next 4 days. So book your trip out to Circa Hotel and Casino, the Fremont Street experience, where you can experience the greatest pool sports watching at Stadium Swim. It is the best of the best. Go to circalasvegas.com. There's deals all over the place, and it's a great time to travel to Circa, the spot in Fremont Street in downtown Las Vegas. An incredible experience. Get there. Book your trip now to Circa Las Vegas.
Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday morning before we hand things off to PhD, 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. A Birdo's Blitz from 6 to 7:30 tonight. 7:30 is your pregame show for the Nuggets as they're in Sacramento to take on the Kings. What should have felt like a throwaway game now becomes unmissable. Absolutely have to watch that tonight. Adelman's first game as interim head coach post Michael Malone firing. What are you looking forward to seeing tonight? Like what tangible change on the court do you think you will actively see tonight?
It's going to tell me a lot pretty early in this game with just the overall level of intensity and effort. If it's lackadaisical, if it's more of the same, roll out the ball, you're seeing the same effort, generally speaking, then I do think we have our answer in terms of how this thing's going to ultimately end up going. If there feels like there's an increased level in focus and intensity, then I think you've got something that's going to be fascinating.
It's a confirmation.
You're going to see something fascinating is going to take place over the next several weeks, months.
Does it happen as early as tonight, or does that take course over 3 games prior to the postseason? Is that like
I do think it takes place over 3 games.
Do you always see that immediate?
But if it's man, basketball's so different than football.
Like so talk to me. It is different, but like talk
because
to
you
me
only get
about,
so many opportunities, right? In the game of football.
Talk to me about your takeover when you were interim at CU, because you walk in and you're successful.
It was just a change in
a horrible season.
I think for the players, it was a change in voice. It was a change in energy. Was it good? I don't know, but it was change, and it resonated. And I think the way we practiced, which is different in football as well. You practice real physical, long practices in the middle of the season, which you don't really do in the NBA season. You don't really do in the NHL season. But if you don't think that coaches can make an impact and changing coaches can make an impact, look no further than the St. Louis Blues.
They won a cup doing
now,
it.
Monty's a little different, right? He's a very, very experienced head coach. But it can make a big impact.
Look at what they did with Craig Berube back when they won a cup against Boston, right? They're in last place in the middle of November, and they fire their head coach, Berube, again, a long-tenured head coach at certain spots in the league, jumps in. They go on a run. They win a cup. It has happened. I'm seeing other texts coming through, like Crawford gets fired a year and a half after winning a cup with the Avs. It has happened. In the NFL, far fewer than the NHL or the NBA. I do think it can spark this team to something successful in the postseason, but I do believe that you hit it on the head. It is either you go out in round 1 and the season is just a simple, abject failure, and you close the chapter on Nikola Jokic era 1.0. It's gone. Or you make a run to the West Final, and now this is the second timeline version of the Golden State Warriors. You cannot be in the middle. You cannot win a series and look good in round 1 and then lost in round 2 so that you have a little bit of like Jamal Murray looked pretty good under Adelman for those 5 games in round 1 where they beat the LA Lakers on the road, and then you turn around in round 2 and you get boat raced by Houston. I'm just throwing out teams because who the hell knows what's going to happen with the playoff matchups right now. You can't do that. You hit that on the head. You got one of 2 options. You either spark it and make a run, or you go out hard early.
You find it ironic at all that 2 of the remaining 3 opponents for the Denver Nuggets come against teams that have fired head coaches.
Memphis and Sacramento?
Within the last 4 months?
Yeah.
I mean, Memphis was what?
I thought that was going to be the last firing of the year.
And Memphis was just 2 weeks ago, or a little bit
longer than that.
It was a little bit, yeah, a little bit more.
A little bit longer than that. Not all bad things, though, today. Gabe Landeskog coming back. 3-game tryout process, essentially, with the AHL's Eagles. But we get some excitement there. What are you looking up there, right? You have a dead stare behind your eyes when you look at the screen sometimes.
Taylor Jenkins, the head coach of the Grizzlies.
That's the guy.
Yeah, that was, believe it or not, it sounds wild, but that was, today's April 9th. That was March 30th. So I mean, you're talking about, because I remember that one hit me too. I was like, why?
Why so late?
Why?
You're in a good position. I've also seen a couple of text messages like, are you guys going to be this shocked when, like, if this were to have happened to Jared Bednar? I would have been more shocked had it happened to Jared Bednar.
Yeah, there's a level of vibes check that goes around right now, and the vibes around the Avalanche were significantly different as of yesterday morning than they were around the Denver Nuggets.
Don't confuse the Avs with being a 3 seed in the Central Division with being in the same exact position that the Nuggets are in right now. Don't confuse those two things. The Nuggets are a team that I think most teams in the Western Conference would look at as a first-round matchup and go, it's fine. We'll be okay. We can deal with that. As long as Nikola's the only team or the only guy going off, we can beat you. I think there's a lot of teams in the Western Conference that look at the Nuggets and go, we'll take that matchup in round one. I don't think I can name a single team in the West in the NHL that looks at the Avalanche and goes, yeah, I want to see them in round one. Just look at what the Dallas Stars have been trying to do over the last 2 weeks. Avoid Colorado at all costs.
Is there a comp to what the Avs in the NHL? Is there a comp to what the Nuggets would be viewed at by other teams? Whereas they're like, gosh, they have a lot of good players. Man, they got the best player on the planet Earth, but something's just wrong there.
Toronto.
Yep.
The Toronto Maple Leafs. Built to lose. They've always been built to lose.
Now, that's a little bit of that's a consistent Toronto narrative. Is there anything where it's...
Washington could be one. Washington, you could look at and go, how real is all of this? How actually real are the Washington Capitals?
But I would say people look around right now and say the health of the Caps is really, really poor.
Yeah, I don't
now.
think anyone is seeking out the Caps in round one.
I think that
I'd seek out Toronto in round one.
The narrative surrounding the league, if you were to say, okay, we're going to draw the Nuggets in round one. Gosh, no, God, Jokic is so good, but something's wrong over there. And that's the question. That's what I'm so excited about tonight. In the remaining 3 regular season games and the postseason, is that something that ailed the Nuggets? Is it still present?
Can you turn the comfortability from the rest of the league and the rest of the Western Conference back into fear in 3 games? Does a spark happen that quickly? I don't know.
I think we're going to find out pretty quickly. That's why tonight's going to be an interesting one to watch.
OKC's not scared of you right now. Houston's not scared of you right now. LA's not scared of you. I don't know anything about whether or not the Clippers are...
They're surging right now, by the way.
Surging somehow. Golden State has been hot since the trade deadline. They're not scared of you right now. Minnesota certainly isn't scared, although 24 points, blowing that thing, man, that's real. That's real. Again, crazy 24 hours here in Denver. Mike and I are off on the road, circa Las Vegas, Thursday and Friday to get you guys ready for the Masters that tees off tomorrow. The par 3 contest is underway right now. My winner this year, I got to do it. And slam. He had the yips last year on the putting greens on 17 and 18 where Bryson comes out of nowhere to win that thing. Rory's getting it done at Augusta this year. That's my guy. It's not really an off-the-limb pick. He's a favorite outside of Scheffler. Rory.
Finau.
Yeah, Tony Finau.
Yeah.
I love Big Tone.
Yeah, it's
as long as he doesn't dislocate his ankle today.
Deep cuts, baby.
For Coach, I'm Raj.
One last thing.
What's up?
Gabe Landeskog's going to be back in the ice, baby.
Coming back, baby! See you tomorrow at 10.
24 hours later, absorbing what happened with Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, Scott Hastings in Sacramento with the team. We're here for your reaction as well. And we have what we think is pretty significant breaking news with Gabriel Landeskog about to make his return. I reaching to pat ourselves on the back on that one. Mm-hmm. And as we saw that maybe a week or so ago when we're talking about if you're going to get a stray Eagles ticket, you should check it out. And that looks like that's going to be the case. But we'll get to all that in just a second as we get going. I can see Scotty just arranging things in that just luxurious hotel room there in Sacramento. I can't imagine, Tyler, the digs that he's staying in.
Are you still sweating the firing of Michael Malone?
Am I sweating it? What do you mean?
Yeah, because you're still literally sweating.
Oh, well, I'm off the bike a little bit, I mean, that's
kind
not
Tyler, it's kind of raining down your forehead right now.
Yeah, that's just
stinky again.
Yeah.
It's my natural perspiration of 1 minute
I'm
effort.
just wondering if this is Michael Malone. What's going on?
No. It's 2.5 miles completely downhill and one small hill that I have to overcome to get to the radio station.
Okay.
So in that 1 minute,
were you
running? No.
Were you running late and you were huffing and puffing to get here in time?
I mean, I was, I wasn't early-esque, but, I was on time to get here. No, I'm not. I understand. I think I fully understand what happened 24 hours later. I don't think there's much of a mystery, but before I get there, I want to know what Scott went through yesterday traveling with the team on the plane, the vibe afterwards, dinner last night. And maybe even today as they get ready for what amounts to be a pretty huge game against Sacramento.
Okay. Well, I basically worked from noon till about 9 when everybody got off to saying, let's do podcasts, let's do this, we did a show for Altitude, we did Bing, 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 because I guess it was pretty big news.
Yeah, yes.
Just got off the Mad Dog Radio in New York. I guess it's pretty big news. I will say this. I thought there was more foot traffic from assistant coaches last night or yesterday afternoon on the airplane than you usually see. You get on the plane, you go up left, kind of the first class area is where all the players sit. You take a right, the next two sections where all the coaches kind of sit, and then you get into that third, the non-essential segment section of the plane is where we kind of sit. And I felt like there was more walking around yesterday. I actually got up to grab a snack, some nuts, and looked up in the section in front of us, which coach, and it was blacked out. Mm-hmm. And there, you can see the glow of some screens of coaches watching some film. But I think they were worn out from the news. I'm understanding they had a shoot around. Everything transpired around 10 o'clock, 10:30. Team was, didn't start their meetings or anything until about 11. So I think that the meetings with Booth and Michael Malone happened before that. They were all in the building and were called up into offices, I understand. But I think it was pretty.
Well, hold on. Let me back up.
Let
me back up from that. Let me walk you through that a little bit. So the team with Booth and Malone were gathered for a workout around 10 a.m. Is that what you understand? Something like that?
But I think 10, between 10 and 11, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's they were there to watch film and whatever.
Okay, and then at some point, Booth and Malone were both called up together or individually?
I don't know that they were called up together. I don't know which one was up. I was told Coach Malone was called up from down in his office to upstairs, and that's when that conversation had, as I understand. I don't know if he was allowed to go back and say anything to the team. I think then Josh, I know for sure, did go down and address the team after that.
So the team is where, in the locker room at this time, or are they in the gym?
Yeah, they're kind of hanging out in the locker. Probably both. Probably hanging out, just waiting.
Okay, so you're not sure whether Malone addressed him or not. Probably not Booth, but you think that Josh did go down and talk to the team, and that's where they found out.
I believe Josh did kind of go down and talk to the team.
Now
if you believe one of the reports I read, that actually a conversation was had with Joker,
right?
About 30 minutes prior to them talking with the team.
Do you believe that to be true?
Yeah,
you do. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to get the chronology right here. So the team finds out this all happens, and then it's like, now we're going to the airport. right? And that's
basically the play. We were about 45 minutes. We had to be at boarding at 1:30, which I got there to board at 1:30, and we're supposed to take off by 2, and I think we ended up taking off at 2:40.
Okay.
So as I understand, the meeting lasted a little longer. Like I think they got there at 10. I think that's when Malone kind of went in the office. I think Josh. If I were doing my own timeline, and don't put money on this in Vegas, around 10 o'clock, coach and the management talked. Around 10:30, Joker and management talked. Around 11 o'clock, the team and management talked.
Okay.
If I were to, in rough estimation, if I were to be a betting man, I would think that would be one of the areas of chronological rightness.
And then you get on a plane and you know what's happening. I mean, first off, it's chaos because everybody just wants to talk, right? And everybody wants to have a conversation. Everybody's got an opinion about what happened in the future. And as a player, it's a weird spot to be in. I don't know if basketball players are the same way because all the guaranteed money and everything, but you feel a little bit helpless as a player because you know you are at the whim of your future head coach and whatever your future is going to look like, but there's very little you can do. Coaches, on the other hand, it's a little bit different. Coaches, on the other hand, they see the writing on the wall, and maybe they're probably all rooting for David Adelman to take them deep in the playoffs and become the next head coach. You know what those guys are doing the second they hear the news? Oh, they're on their phones. They're texting their buddies. They're reaching out to coaches on other coaching staffs. They're reaching about saying, hey, where are you going next year? You going here? You can have a spot for this. And you do that even in a normal year, even when coaches don't get fired. But when that happens, that's the chaos of the moment. So when you say that you see some screens up there, and I believe you, I'm sure they were watching film. By the end of the night, the one screen they're looking at more than anything else, in all likelihood, is that cell phone of conversations with people in their network.
Okay, yeah.
I almost, the way I looked at it, and I think Tyler's absolutely 100% right, but when I went up there, I said, dude, that and you know this, there's two different fatigues. There's that physical fatigue when you ride your bike for a mile and the last 200 yards is uphill.
Yes.
That's physical fatigue.
Yes.
And there's day of drama that you're unexpected in your livelihood.
Yes.
That surrounds you.
Yeah.
That if I took it as more, because I've never seen it with all the window shades pulled down, and I'm like, them dudes are wiped out. But listen, I got on the bus. Ryan Saunders on the bus, the airplane. Ryan Saunders was one of the first ones on there. He's already had his laptop up watching film. I think he was watching the Sacramento Laker game or something. I don't know, but it was Sacramento. He was watching film. Spoke with Ryan Bowen. He was on there pretty quick, and he was probably as close to coach as anybody. Yeah, I just think they were mentally worn out.
So the mood was quiet then.
I took it as more quiet even than usual.
Okay.
But listen, they got a lot of young coaches too, and Tyler just mentioned that a while ago. You calling your buddies and everything else, but you got young coaches, and some have just started families, and you know they've been here for 4 years, and this is all they know. They haven't experienced like I had a good buddy. Finally got a head coaching job, but he's in 3 cities in 3 years. He was in a city, left that city to go with a friend who got the head job in Dallas. His buddy was fired after 1 year, so he's loose. But then it turns out he did a good enough job. He got a head coaching job somewhere else. So he was literally with him and his family. Now, luckily his kids were a little older and in college and stuff. But he was in 3 cities in 3 years. And these young guys, because of the stability – and the coach of Boston, I always forget his name, said it best. He goes, "You got 10 years? That's good. That's a luxury. We usually don't get that type of longevity in one place." And so you got these young coaches is the ones. Listen, Ryan Saunders is going to be okay. Popeye Jones is probably going to be okay. Ryan Bowen, if he really wants to continue doing this, is going to be okay. You know, David Adelman, if you know whether he gets the job here or not, he's going to be okay. But you got so many support coaches that all they know is Denver, right? And they're about to be rocked. So you want to be a head coach? Here you go. Here's your journey now really starts. This year in Denver, next year in New Orleans, the year after that in Philadelphia. Here you go.
Was Josh or Stan Kroenke with the team on the flight or in the hotel or around the team in Sacramento?
No, but I understand they are here.
Okay. So their presence will be here today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did see one of the higher-up muckety-mucks. I spoke with him in the lobby just a while ago when I was walking out to go get some coffee. So, yeah, I understand. In fact, he goes, yeah, we really wasn't planning a trip to Sacramento.
Okay.
so yeah, my understanding is the big cheeses, right? The howitzers, the administrative howitzers,
yes,
are in Sacramento today, as I understand.
That's kind of interesting. I mean, why? It don't necessarily need to be. I get why maybe they want. Maybe it's an observation. Maybe they want to get a hands-on view of David Adelman, but they don't necessarily need to go on that road trip.
Well, but I don't know if I heard this or if this was in Josh's interview, what he did with Vic.
And we'll get to that coming up after the break. But, yes, go ahead.
That he wanted to be around. Listen, there's nothing worse than to do something like this at this time. I mean, this is big. This is big if it would have happened in June, right, fellas? I mean, this would have been big if it happened in June.
Of course.
But it's like it feels 10 times bigger than it happens in April. I give Josh a lot of credit. He goes, I'm going to be around. I'm going to answer. I'm going to show them that we're here, that we're in. We made this decision, but we're still standing by this team. So I think it's a sign of solidarity with the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did this. But we're not doing it from some office in, Culver City. We're doing it right here. We're right here with you.
Will the Nuggets have a shoot-around today before the game?
They just, in fact, as I was walking back from coffee, they were on a bus, getting on a bus, going to shoot-arounds.
Okay.
Saw AG, talked to another coach.
Okay.
So they are going to go to shoot-around. That would have been an interesting shoot-around to go there because and I'm sure David's already addressed and talked with the team, but I think it would have been a really interesting shoot-around to go there. And I can only imagine, because usually the coaches meet with media right after, that there's probably going to be an inordinate amount of media.
Yeah.
And here's another thing, too, because I've gotten texts from people, and, dude, I've gotten texts from people and calls. I got a call from a guy in Phoenix, got a text from people in San Antonio or Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Malone is beloved in Sacramento.
I bet, sure.
I mean beloved. And they thought that the ownership made a mistake when they got rid of him back in the day, too. So, Joe Mazzulla, that's his name.
Yes.
I don't know, man. Listen, we started thinking a lot about. We did that show yesterday. I would consider Michael a friend. I've known him since he was 19. It sucks, but I think he's a good coach, and he'll be back on the pony again. But Tyler can talk on this. When you get cut, you feel like crap. You feel like I'm a failure. You feel like I didn't do anything, and I'm assuming that's the same way when a coach gets fired.
Sure.
I stink. I suck. I'm a failure. And you probably take a while, and Tyler, you can talk about this. There's probably a mourning period of a day, a week, a month, or whatever that you got to go through, and then you'll have to get back up on that pony.
Well, let's get to that, and I want to pose this question to both you guys, and we will hear with Josh and Vic, but the question is for you guys after the break, what do you think you know now that may be the same or different 24 hours later? It's PhD on 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Remember the first time that you failed to perform in the bedroom? Not great. Probably just laughed it off. It's no laughing matter. Get your love life and your intimacy back with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99. You got a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test if medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We'll break down the Josh Kroenke, Vic Lombardi interview in just a second. Take some time going through that. It's 24 hours later. What do you guys think you know that's either the same, different about the situation as this news broke almost 24 hours, a little more than 24 hours to the second right now? What do you think you know now that you might not have known yesterday?
You know, by the time we got to the end of the show, I was pretty well convinced of this anyways, and it always came down to just the relationship between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, and I think the frustration of these two guys and whatever that looks like, you know, and are they fighting all the time? And, you know, have this conversation where like, well, I don't know, maybe it's as simple as they don't talk. And then you start seeing reports that are coming out, and, man, that relationship is so much worse than I was even aware of. It wasn't just a difference of opinion. It wasn't just a difference of opinion on personnel, of playing younger players. If you believe what you read, and I know you shouldn't always believe it, there's now reports out there saying these guys just simply don't talk. They don't communicate. You know, you've got a GM, you've got a head coach that are supposed to be on the same page of building an organization, and it's no wonder that they both got to go at the same time.
Scott, what do you think?
I would agree. I didn't think their relationship was cozy, and I tried to observe, and over the last handful of years, Calvin would come on a handful of trips, or came on a handful of trips. And listen, I'm not with Michael Malone 24/7 by any means, but you see almost everybody every road trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember ever seeing them have conversations. I don't remember ever seeing them sitting down. So I learned that like Tyler just said, that was probably a lot more of a toxic relationship than anybody realized. And what I also learned is it's been that way now, I think, since the very beginning. I think Josh, and we'll hear it. Well, no, Josh should say this was a report on somebody else said, listen, they were talking about doing this, but then they won the championship. So we're going back 22-23 season. They were talking about it then. At least half of the equation anyway, right? So I don't think that this has been a healthy relationship, GM to head coach, in a long time. And I've spoken the last 24 hours with a front office person who said, and they talked about their experience and going through drafts and talent. And this front office guy said, listen, your GM and your coach almost have to be symbiotic. And they've got to understand, you know, A, where you're drafting every year, B, the style of play you're going to play, the culture you're going to play, or that you have, and they've got to be so closely intertwined with each other that when a free agent pops up or a GM or a draft pops up, there's no question, you know, what they're looking to bring in. And because these guys never communicated, it's always been a fight, you know. We can go back now. It's easy to go back now. When was it last year or the year before? Colin Gillespie's getting all this time, and Jalen Pickett's sitting on the bench.
Right.
Well, Colin Gillespie was a two-way player and wasn't ever going to be eligible for postseason anyway. And Jalen Pickett was a draft guy that you'd kind of like to see developed, and finally this year maybe getting a little time to do that. That means you weren't on the same page. So, and if a coach, like I remember, I think he's passed, and if he hasn't, I feel bad, but I think he has. When Mark Werkenstein was here, it was one of the three-headed GMs they had, which was, talk about dysfunctional. Once told me, we were sitting in a group, we were talking, he said, listen, I'm just going to find you talent. I don't care what the coach wants. I'm going to get you talent. It's up to him to put it together. Well, that's dysfunction. He was the GM in Portland when the name of the team wasn't called the Trailblazers. They called them the Jailblazers. Remember that?
Sure.
The Portland Jailblazers. That was him putting that. Hey, they were talented. It's up to the coach. Well, guess what? They never won either. And so after this front office guy was telling me this. I'm like, oh, man, it just – I always knew there had to be a relationship. But there's got to be a synergy from front office to the coaching staff. Here's who we are. Here's what we like. This is how we play. And they've got to be on the same page. If you got, if you want to play a slow-down halftime game, what good is it to bring Earl Boykins in? But guess what? If you're playing an up-and-down, want-to-play fast team, and Earl Boykins a free agent, guess who fits that scheme perfect? Well, that's synergy within the group. So that's what I learned. I don't think this relationship was ever on strong footing from day one, and I think they've paid the price over the last 2 years since you won a championship of getting players that fit into what style and what you do. Also came up with a theory that maybe I've learned since then also. And now, Tyler, I'm really interested in you. I was told years and years ago, and this might have been Shanahan or Slareth or somebody, we were talking football. And he said, if you have a strong, great running team, and that's what you're working on, think of Broncos in the late 90s or late 90s. Your defense usually is going to be, once you get to game time, pretty good against the run. Because every day in practice, what are you going to go against? Mm-hmm. You're going to go this beast of a running team. So you're there, learning to stop this beast of a running team. You get into games, and guess what you do? You're pretty good stopping the run. Go back to 2015. What was that defense known for? The no-fly zone, right? Well, what was the no-fly zone practicing against for 4 years before they won that Super Bowl? Maybe the greatest general and mind of the offensive passing game in the history of the world in Peyton Manning. They're seeing the greatest in practice every single day trying to play. Also, you get that last year, and Peyton wasn't maybe the same guy he ever was, but they'd seen the best. And now all of a sudden they're known for a no-fly zone, right? Well, what are the Nuggets known for offensively right now, Nicolio? It's scoring points in the paint, right? So what do you think if that's their offense, is to get layups all the time? They had 72 in that loss against Indiana. And they're going downhill and they're playing at the rim, playing at the rim. Bam, 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 points in the paint. Don't you think they probably get pretty good at stopping the paint?
You would think.
But now they're 28th in 3-point attempts. What's their weakness on defense? Stopping the three-pointer. They never work against it really in practice. They're going against their offense, who's trying to get layups and kill you on back cuts and da-da-da-da. But the team's 28th in 3-point attempts. So now you get in the game, and what's everybody in the league, DMac, you've talked about, what's everybody in the league doing right now?
Jacking it up.
Trying to shoot 40, 50 times a game.
Yep.
And now you're running out to finally have to contest all these threes, but you really never get to work against. And now you open up your offensive. The offensive rebounding that you're allowing goes to the 3-point shooting you're allowing. That to me is a intertwined relationship right there, right? So it just hit me today. I said, well, if it works for football, why wouldn't that be the same for basketball also?
Let me break down parts of the season for you, because I think this was going to happen earlier in the year. I do. But it was a little bit fortuitous who the Nuggets played before the All-Star game. They beat Philadelphia.
The row before the All-Star break, right?
They were 28-19 and lost 3 games in a row to Chicago, New York, or rather to Minnesota, and they got killed in Minnesota. 133-104. Then they lose in Chicago, 129-21. Chicago, not a good team. And then they got thumped by New York. Bad road trip, Scott. You were on it. Bad trip. I think it was about to
happen. The last two.
I think that this was all about to happen right around then.
Yeah, probably.
I think it was damn close. But you beat Philadelphia. You beat Charlotte, so you finish off the road trip. You beat New Orleans in a home. You beat Orlando. You beat Phoenix. Then you take care of Portland, and now you have the All-Star break. I think had you lost a couple of games in there, any of those games in there, I think this was about to happen before the All-Star break. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah, probably. I mean, listen, Josh Kroenke, he is just as much set. Now, he didn't pinpoint the games, nor did he pinpoint the specific time of the season. But he did say, look, it got confusing. Winning masked up some of the signs and symptoms that we were seeing here. And that's a difficult thing to do as an owner when you've got a vibe, you've got a gut that something just isn't right, and yet you got enough talent on your basketball team that you're still winning enough games that you're like, oh gosh, what do I do here? And you want confirmation bias. And you really didn't get that confirmation bias. If your bias was that you're leaning towards firing everybody, you really didn't get that until you got to the end of the year. And then you got that. And as soon as they got that, they made their decision. And I'm not judging an owner that wants that confirmation because it's very, very difficult. You look like a fool, and some people might still think that they might make an argument that this was a foolish decision. But now they got the confirmation they needed, and that's a decent job of pinpointing a very specific point of the season.
Scott?
Yeah, no, I think had they not had that 8-game win streak, I'm not sure that we wouldn't have had. I don't know if you'd have let. And listen, the announcement was we're not renewing, the contract, or we're not picking up the contract, or whatever it is. He's out of contract at the end of the year. We're not re-signing him.
Did you see that report that came out yesterday, though, Scott, that Calvin Booth and the Denver Nuggets were on the 1-yard line of a contract extension earlier in the season? And I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting to know what period of the season that was. Calvin Booth didn't like the terms of the deal, so he walked away from it.
Well, I read that the contract was pulled. I mean, maybe it's the same sort of thing, but that's what I read. The contract was actually pulled off the table for Calvin Booth.
I would question that report.
That it was pulled off the table?
That it was close to being signed. Yeah.
I would you agree?
Had they talked, they may have talked. Yeah, but I don't think it was close. And I do agree with you, D. I think it was going to happen earlier. I don't think. I'm not sure that Calvin was ever going to be re-signed, to be honest with you. In fact, I thought that was more of a guarantee, and then I thought maybe Coach was going to be, skating on thin ice, so to speak. But I thought that Calvin for sure, which basically just shows obviously, the stuff we don't see up on that fourth floor, might have been a little more toxic than we realized.
Yeah, let me give you a couple other things that I believe in. You can, retract it or, say you disagree. I think the Westbrook Pickett thing was a major deal.
Oh, of course.
Major deal. I think the handling of Jamal Murray and his injury was a major deal. I think the Jamal Murray contract was a major deal. These are all deals that I would say people were butting heads on. And I do think Malone is loyal to the older guys. Booth is, wanting to see the younger guys get in the mix. To your point, Scott, in the beginning, that we're just not communicating. We're not really getting along with how we're about to approach things.
Well, it goes back to why'd you sign Russell Westbrook then? I mean, if the goal was to get younger, if the goal, and Calvin Booth said this, gosh, was it this season or the year before, where he said, it's about the future. It's about winning 3 or 4, even if we got to take a step back here, and not so many words.
That was the year after they won it.
That was the year after they won it. Okay.
I give you a bunch of. I can ask a bunch of whys, and that's one of them. Why did you sign Dario Saric? And that's a disaster. Mm-hmm. Why is DeAndre Jordan still on this team and sometimes playing and sometimes not playing? Why did you go after DeMarcus Cousins when he was a little bit longer in the tooth and really not going to be on any other team? Why'd you draft Bones Highland and then have to get rid of him, which turned out okay, obviously. Turned out to be the right thing.
Those last two are Tim Connolly.
Okay.
So you're going back a little bit in time. I think Sarge.
Well, hold on. Time out on this. Okay, DeMarcus Cousins wasn't sort of signed off on by Michael Malone.
Booth's first year though was the championship season.
No, I get it, but I guess I'm starting a narrative of Malone just leaned on the older guys all the time. His default mode was always to the older guy, more experienced guy, and he really wasn't getting the younger guys in the mix.
Yeah, but to Scott's point, that might have been a mutually shared vision with Tim Connolly. You don't know that that's not a mutually shared decision until you've got a new GM in there that clearly has got a different vision for younger players.
Fine, let me back up then. Why was Russell Westbrook on this team? Why is he on this team?
They wanted a veteran point guard, and they thought they could get something out of him.
Who's they?
Michael Malone.
I think the team. I mean, Malone actually sat down and interviewed. I think that they were on a similar page. I'm not sure that Jamal Murray was on that same page with them, but I think that was a page that you had guys talking. But the problem, listen, here's the problem with Westbrook. He's playing lately 35 minutes a game instead of 18. If you go back, the first 2/3 of the season, he's fine for you at 18 minutes a game. He's averaging almost 29 right now. That's not what you got him. And I'll go back to last season. Reggie Jackson would have been great for a backup point guard for you if you kept him down at 16, 18 minutes a game.
Okay.
Jamal gets hurt for those 10 games early, and he's playing 35 minutes a game. I remember him having a conversation with Chris Marlowe and this is when Chris kind of woke up to the NBA a little bit. Chris goes, "Hey, Reggie, how you doing? You're playing good." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "How you feeling?" He goes, "Terrible." My whole body goes, "What do you mean? You're playing great?" He goes, "Man, I came here to play 18 minutes, not 35.
Well, there you go.
And if you remember the last 20 games of the season, Reggie Jackson was dead. I mean,
I remember.
His legs were gone. And I think that's a little bit with Russ. He missed that layup. And I go back and think now, if he makes that layup, because I'd rather him shoot that layup than shoot free throws. So if he just makes that layup in Minnesota game, I think they win the game. Right? I think they win that game.
We went deeper yesterday, Scotty. We said if he makes that layup, is Michael Malone still the coach of the Denver Nuggets? Because was that the butterfly effect that led to this spiral?
Well, maybe that in the decision to sit absolutely everybody the Knicks game when all you needed, if you just play, if you play Peyton Watson and Joker or Christian and Joker, I think you beat San Antonio, right? And those two and now you win those two games. And if you have Jamal Murray, to be honest, who'd you lose to after that?
Golden State.
I think you beat Golden State and Indy if Murray plays, to be honest with you. But that's that's neither here nor there.
All right, well let's get to
the problem though real fast. Real fast. The problem was going back to the once Booth got here. Christian Brown didn't play till the last third of the season, and that was somebody that once he played, guess what? He won a playoff game for you.
That's right.
He won a championship series game for you. And then the next year you bring in young guys. Pickett didn't play at all his rookie year. Strother, for the most part, he had a stretch in the middle and then he got hurt, so maybe Strother's a different cat. But there was a reluctance to kind of play. So was a reluctance because coaches didn't like the young guy, or they didn't like that the general manager picked that guy, so I ain't playing him? And if it was because I don't like the kid only because the GM picked him, then there's your toxicity in the front office and coaching staff that forced their hand to do this right here. And here's the last thing I learned. They do think they can salvage the season.
Okay, well, let's get into that because that's a big point of conversation. And yes, we will hear Josh Kroenke with Vic Lombardi
coming the hell out of this.
Coming up next on PhD.
Hey guys, I know the world's crazy right now and nobody's immune to it. The rates on cars have risen up, but that's why you want to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute that they bought at prices before they got out of control. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocket. Guys, with over 1,000 vehicles, you're going to find what you want. It's one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to Phil Long Ford. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I value relationships in life. I've been a customer for life since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because they treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's going to happen to you as well. With an award-winning service department, make sure you keep that new vehicle serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Twitch or on YouTube. So if you like and subscribe, man, comes right to your door. And if you're looking for it, the information is there. The content is outstanding. And we're happy to reach out to wherever we can to reach you. So make sure you like and subscribe there. We'd appreciate it. Okay, let's hear from Vic with Josh Kroenke yesterday, fellas, and react to some of the things they were saying here. And we will go deep into the Gabe Landeskog news from today. That's going to happen around 1:20. We want to give it its proper respect and be able to spend time with it because it's a amazing story that we think is about to happen. It's really, really cool. So we're going to spend some time with it. Circle that for around 1:20. Okay, here is Josh on the decision to let go of Booth and Malone.
You know, this wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, you know, what I would say is that, you know, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, you know, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, you know, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an eight game win streak right before the All-Star break. You know, but since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very, you know, near end to our a very near end to our season in the near future.
Remember when we framed it? You look like on ESPN.com, green, a W is green, red is L, and we said their schedule looks like Christmas lights. You know, green, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, until you get to the final 10 games of the season, and you got a bunch of red there. You're 3-7. And you've lost 4 in a row.
And all of a sudden, your decision gets a little bit easier.
A lot easier,
you're wavering. You're going back and forth. You got a gut feeling. You don't like the vibe. You definitely don't like the relationship between your GM and your head coach. And yet, you're still having success. And you get to the All-Star break, and God, I can't do it right now, can I? Well, you got what you needed to make the decision.
It was difficult because you did win the game after the All-Star break against Charlotte, but then you lost to Los Angeles. And then, Scott, it's Christmas lights. Green, red, green, red, green, red. I mean, just until you got to this final spot. So right there, that tells me this was not a rash decision. This wasn't somebody popping off in the office or photocopying their butt or something. This was something that was literally months in the making.
Yeah, I think so too. It also explains, and we talked about it yesterday for a moment also, the time we saw Mr. K sitting on the end of the bench.
Right.
I had never seen that, right?
With a notepad?
I swear I saw him with a notepad, so okay. I don't know what he's doing. But I'm telling you what, most dudes that are captains of industry, if you will, don't get there because they're stupid.
Well, that's for sure.
And they don't build massive things and have massive conglomerations. And whether you like what he does or doesn't, KSE is probably the single biggest owner of sports franchises in the world, right? I mean, what they do is major.
I think fans should be happy that the bar around here with these teams is high. I can't say the same at 20th and Blake.
The only thing that could be debated is timing, right? Because other than that, if you just said, are things right? No. Do you like the vibe? No. Do you have a lot of confidence going into the playoffs? No. Are there going to be major changes in the offseason? Yes. Is that going to be trades? Is that going to be GMs? Is that going to be head coach? It's going to be a lot, right? Those are all conversations that you easily could have said yes to. The only thing that anybody is really debating, did it have to happen with 3 games left?
Well, here is Josh.
But hold on. Yep. Hold on. The answer to that is because you don't answer the biggest question of yes. Do you think they can salvage something the last 2 weeks of the season?
Well, yes. Here is Josh answering that question with Vic.
All that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today. Yeah, hopes of a spark. I think that there's more to that group than has been accomplished so far. How much more is in that group? I don't think that, I know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. But I think I have a belief that there's more in that group that can be accomplished. And I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Now, what I found interesting was that there was a firm belief that, Booth was, I think, a goner. I mean, no matter what. It's just, that was that. But what was interesting to me that I didn't think yesterday, and I've changed my mind on, or at least have more information, is they were firmly convinced there was no better to be had with Malone as the coach for the rest of the season or the playoffs. They were firmly convinced he had gone as far as he could with this group, and thus the timing was a little bit irrelevant. That they had come to terms, Scott, that this team was just not going to go that far no matter what. Will they go further now? I think that's just a shoulder shrug, and hey, you never know. But the firmness that they were convinced that this season was ultimately doomed as set up was, to me, pretty revealing.
Well, if they do nothing, right? If they
Correct.
go nowhere the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think there's been a belief. Tyler's been talking about it from his end for a couple weeks now, that's what's expected. So the only thing you can try to do is change some variables and see if that affects different outcomes. The interesting thing though is it's not going to matter what happens these next 3 games and into the postseason as far as winning a series or two, if Jamal Murray doesn't play, right? If Jamal Murray is not healthy. D, you've said that, for a month now.
It's on him.
The
Yep.
key to this season. So that's going to be a giant key, and that will help everybody. It's going to be a different voice. It's probably going to be a little calmer voice. And again, I told somebody this yesterday. Gosh, I mean, I'm probably like you guys. How many conversations have you had in the last 24 hours? If you've got guys that all of a sudden you see an urgency, and let me explain urgency a little bit. I think these guys have played hard. But when you just play hard and you make a couple mistakes, it's like, eh. But when you're playing hard and you have this urgency about you and you make a mistake, it's, let's go. It's a different mindset. Urgency, to me, is a mindset. And they haven't had that urgent mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest with you, probably since that Oklahoma City game, the second game in Oklahoma City. They had an urgent mindset that game. They were locked in. And that's your high bar. That's your ability right there. And that was without Aaron Gordon that game. But that was the bar. Dude, they played with an urgency that game. Every play mattered for 48 minutes. And we just haven't had enough of those. I haven't seen enough of those from this team. When you went to postseason and won the championship, dude, I mean, even games you lost. You lost those 2 games in a row in Phoenix. Go back and look at the score. They were like 5 and 6 points. They were 2-possession games. I mean, even though you didn't play with tons of urgency, guess what? You're right there. Even the game you lost to Miami, you're right there. I mean, they're literally about probably 6 minutes of going 16-0 in the postseason that year. That's how good they were playing.
Okay, it takes us up to the biggest question that always happens, and boy, life moves fast. What's next? We'll tackle that coming up next. Plus, deep on Gabe Landeskog and his what feels like imminent return coming up at 1:20. It's PhD on 92.5. we want to spend time about the Gabe Landeskog stuff and all different angles of that. So we'll take that time coming up in about 19 minutes. So just hang on to that. But the question after major change happens, the most obvious question is what's next? So in terms of a new coach and GM, let me just go in this direction. More important to hire the GM or the coach first?
Traditionally, you go GM, and you let the GM make the hiring. David Adelman, in my opinion, has got maybe a 5% chance of getting this job.
All right, we'll get to coaches in a second, but you say GM first.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott, you agree or not?
Well, after, and if this was the main reason that we discussed, that it was a relationship problem between front office and coaching staff, then the easiest way to fix that is you get a GM that says, okay, this is who I'm comfortable with working with, and there's a guy, let's be honest, the guy hires you, then there's got to be some sort of, I owe this guy, he gave me this opportunity. So, yeah, I would probably go GM.
Okay. Tommy Balcetis. I know if I'm saying the name wrong, I apologize. I see Tommy all the time in the hallway, and he'd be the next internal guy in line.
Nobody internal is getting anything, and
So you think that's
where I was going with David Adelman. Look, man, when you blow something up like this, when you go GM, when you go head coach, you're not trying to recreate anything.
Okay.
And I hold on a second. I know that there is an outside chance here that the Nuggets could go on a run and they go to the Western Conference Finals, whatever. Okay, maybe that could change things. But you get rid of the GM, you get rid of the head coach because you've got what you feel like is a toxic environment. The odds of anybody in that building getting promotion feels like zilch to me.
Scott, agree?
Yes, probably so. But again, it's relationships and comfortability with the ownership also. And I think one of the reasons Josh is here, Josh said, okay, I'm going to take the void right now. Tommy didn't notice they didn't announce him interim general manager, right?
They did not.
If you're going to do GM, and this gives you an opportunity, let's be honest. I got to believe the GM search has started today.
Okay,
I got to believe there's conversations already being had.
I can throw out a bunch of other names, including Tim Conley, that would make sense, which is wild that he would. But it does seem that the top name on everybody's tongue, and if we're doing GM before coach, is Bob Myers, has been a talking head. But his success with the Warriors is unbelievable. And he said in January, if he was starting a team, he'd start with Nikola Jokic.
Do you know what he was doing over there? And I learned this from Mike Sanford on the show before us. Do you know what he was doing in addition to being an analyst on ESPN last year?
Pottery?
Nope.
No.
He was a consultant for, I don't even know if consultant is the right word. He was working with the Washington Commanders in football.
I heard that. Yeah.
In football.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
And who does the Washington Commanders owner, what basketball team do they own?
Well, that's the Sixers with Josh Harris. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So they've got a relationship, obviously, that he respects his opinion, all that sort of stuff. All right, is it all in for Bob Myers? Is that the most obvious? And sometimes, the most obvious choice is the right choice.
I think you got another in-house candidate that might be.
Oh, hold on. So am I not right there about Bob Myers? We can talk about another in-house guy, but
I think Bob Myers will be talked about.
Talked about,
Absolutely.
but not the biggest slam dunk. Talked about, but not the biggest slam dunk.
Well, also you got to think of cost. I was told yesterday, gosh, it feels like a week ago, that Tim Conley and Masai Ujiri both will be probably talked to, and is there anybody out there they like?
They like for a GM, like they're gonna consult with them about GMs.
Yeah, because I think they left with great relationships with the ownership group.
All right, so you're not completely sold on Bob Myers, and I can tell by what you're saying.
I on paper, just by itself, Bob Myers would be great. Absolutely. If it was announced Bob Myers, I think you'd have to be excited. If you know anything about basketball,
okay,
you'd have to be a little bit excited.
Okay. He did say, as I'm sure just about everybody in the world would say, but he did recently say on ESPN, if he had to start a franchise with one player, he started with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, I do wonder. I think the burnout thing is real. Look at the championship success they've had. After a couple years, you probably start getting the itch a little bit. And the fact that you could
How
start.
old is he?
Bob Myers is 50 years old.
He's young.
He is young enough. So, yeah, there you go.
I got to out of the box, going back to what Tyler just said, name I want to throw out there.
Okay.
Now, he's already got multiple roles.
I was just waiting for you to say Scott Hastings.
Well, I'd do it in a heartbeat, fix it tomorrow. But it'd be boom, be done. We'd have this taken care of like
All
tomorrow.
right.
Kevin Demoff.
Kevin Demoff. Okay. Interesting. Management whiz. Running more or less all doings with KSC. Put him in a more specific box, huh?
Yeah, it might be a step down from what he's kind of doing. But listen,
I saw Mr. Demoff he was at the game last night. Had a nice little chat with him last night.
Is he still the president of the Rams? If he takes over as the GM,
he's overseeing all of that, and they got a huge new construction project they're building out there in Los Angeles.
He would never do it, but I think he understands. When they put the Rams together. He was part of that architecture group that put that team together that won a Super Bowl, right? He was the guy that was kind of credited with that, and
he is an He's an organizational whiz. He's not necessarily a basketball guy, but he is a corporate company organizational genius.
But don't you think that's what Bob Myers is? If the guy that owns the Washington Commanders says, hey, come over here and be an organizational whiz for us on the football side. Listen, talent's talent.
Fascinating.
Athleticism is athleticism. And if you work with coaches to learn whatever sport, you find talent. Listen, if you're drafting from 20 to 30, right? The Broncos drafted 20 to 32. Why are you looking at the top 10 talent? Why are you looking at the top 10? You ain't going to get them guys.
Well,
you need to be following guys that are from 20 to 30.
It's an out-of-the-box name that makes a whole heck of a lot of sense based on relationship and accomplishment in the world of professional sports. That's
I bet he has a big say in what they do, though, because like you just said, he's brilliant.
He is.
He really is. And listen, I don't think people realize, Tyler, I know you do. Dude, they're like a sack given away late from upsetting Philadelphia last year in the playoffs, and maybe they're the Super Bowl champs last year.
Yeah.
And no one even thought about the Rams.
You took my breath away. You caught me by surprise on that one a little bit, but that's fun.
Only issue, if he came in, it would feel more like a team president role, probably more than a GM role. Maybe it's the direct GM. But
what's
then
Joe Sakic's role?
I know, but here's my point. Isn't that role Josh Kroenke's?
Well, yeah.
What's Joe Sakic's role?
Kind of Grand Poobah, kind of overseeing things day to day is Chris McFarland.
So maybe you make him a Grand Poobah and he puts a guy underneath him that can do the day to day.
Okay. Okay. Hey, there's been crazier ideas. Listen, Josh is involved with all that stuff, but Josh is also involved with the Rams. He's involved with Arsenal. There's a lot of projects going on. There's a lot of things going on. So interesting concept. Well, that would lead then, in terms of a coach, if you're going to have a bit, guy a little bit away from it, then you'd want a coach who is a little bit more hands-on with everything, personnel and the players, correct? Or are we looking at a first-time guy here?
I do not know. I don't know. I think whoever you're doing it, I think you'll see a, kumbaya. It's going to be GM and coach. Maybe walking to one of the two pressers, holding hands, singing "Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya."
Well, let me just go through a couple guys real quick.
I think you're going to see that.
David Adelman.
Great coach. Will be a head coach in the NBA. I know ownership really respects and appreciates him, but we will see.
Yeah, I'm standing by. Outside of a Western Conference Finals appearance, nobody in this building stands a chance of anything.
Ryan Saunders. I guess that would be the same thing, assistant for the Nuggets. So that would
do you guys agree, disagree with that take? We're blowing things up because we've got a toxic culture. Generally speaking, you don't get rid of a toxic.
Where's the toxic culture?
I'm just saying what the narrative is, Scott. I mean, those
explain the narrative then. What's the toxic culture?
Okay, well, specifically between the head coach and the GM. But that does trickle down to players. That does trickle down to Russell Westbrook. That does trickle down to Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. All those sorts of things.
I don't think there's a toxic relationship in the locker room. I think that is guys that are tired of losing, and when you get tired of losing, you get tired. You tend to bitch more than you normally would. I chalk it up to that. The Russell thing, I still can explain. You've had to play him too many minutes, and that's when he became good Russ to bad Russ, if you will. But I think the core of this team is good. You're fine. You're solid.
So you're not writing off.
Everything else is expendable.
You're not expecting it, but you're not writing off an internal candidate, Scott.
Not writing off completely. No.
Okay.
And listen, I'm going to admit my bias because I like David Allen. I know he will be a good head coach. I know his dad. I love his dad too.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, I'm biased from that standpoint, and I know I believe in the right situation he will be a good head coach.
I guess I'm I'm into this Celtic City documentary, and when they blew out Bill Fitch because the team had quit on him, even though they had won a championship with him, the next person they went to was just somebody who was more comfortable because he was a player, and that was Casey Jones, who actually played basketball with Bill Russell at San Francisco and was on a lot of those Nuggets teams, or Celtics teams that won championships with Bill Russell. He replaced Bill Fitch, more of an ex-player. And the reason I bring him up is I heard a name this morning that really kind of tickled my fancy. Chauncey Billups, who may be done, or you could get him away from the Blazers. And I couldn't help when I heard his name this morning think, man, is that, a little bit, I'm a player. I get a sense of things. I'm comfortable with the organization, the city, the everything. Chauncey Billups, what do you think?
I believe he's on the last year of his deal, so you may be able to get him. It's funny because I asked him last time Denver was in Philly, you're going to love this, and then see how it fits in the Denver narrative.
Okay.
I said, what have you learned? What was the one thing that you had to learn being the coach of this team and coaching, they've been the top 2 or 3 youngest team in the league for his whole tenure. Basically, they've had DeAndre Ayton and then, 22-year-olds, right? 21-year-olds. He says, the biggest adjustment I had to make is when I came in here, I was teaching and talking at a level here. And my guys were at this level. They're looking at me like they don't understand this right here. I had to learn. I've got to, slow it down, break it down, maybe not implement as much as I wanted to put in right away. I had to come back down to teach them their level and do it by steps. He says, now we've grown, but I didn't realize, basically he said it without saying, I didn't realize how little young players know about the league, about what you got to do, how do you take care of your body, and all the different stuff. I think if you got a Chauncey, because I think he's one of the 2 or 3 more intelligent guys I've ever been around when it comes especially to basketball. And I know he has a relationship with the Kroenke family. I think he would probably be better coaching a veteran squad than he is coaching a bunch of babies.
Tyler?
Yeah, it's always tempting to go back to names that you know and you love. And with Chauncey Billups specifically, I got to imagine there's a lot of love there. I got to imagine there's a lot of comfort there. I think I like it. I do. I don't know what the situation is with this contract. You guys said that it's a good time to go get him. If it is a good time to go get him, it's definitely a name that's in the mix. It's definitely a name that you have conversations with for the very least. I almost wonder, do you just go with a younger dude? I guess Chauncey is young in the coaching sphere,
relatively.
But I just wonder if you just go with a younger dude that is going to kind of fit in and fit in and mix in.
JJ Redick.
Yeah.
Ty Lue when he first got the job, Jason Kidd when he got the job, Steve Kerr when he got the job. I mean, I can go through a laundry list of them.
Right.
But Chauncey's in that group, younger
Chauncey
than Kerr, younger than Ty.
Mm-hmm.
Played against J.J. Redick. In fact, they may have been teammates for 1 year when Chauncey tore his Achilles. Didn't he tear his Achilles with the Clippers?
All right, well, let's put a pin in it. Let's think about it. Let's just think about it for a little bit.
I think he'd be an interesting name. I think that'd be good.
Okay, well, let's think about it, and we'll get back to that conversation too. But we also have what I mean, maybe it's not. Well, I don't know where it is. It's huge news. It could be huge news. And when asked last night, Bednar said it's still an option, and that's about Gabe Landeskog's return. And if you missed the news from earlier today, boy, is that looking more likely. We'll get into the details of Landeskog returning with the Eagles coming up next. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your medical situation. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they know that every case is different. You're different. That being said, what you have in common with thousands of men could be similar enough. And if you remember failing in the bedroom for the first time and you just laughed it off, it's time to take it seriously and do what thousands of men have done over the past decade, and that's go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With success rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more. Good for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. And this is what you get with your consult, which is only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, they're there to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. More on Gabe Landeskog coming up next.
And now for Manson, along the board, stays with it. Kadri has it, 3-on-2 down low. Kadri, backdoor feed. Landeskog, he scores! Oh, captain, my captain, his second goal of the period. And with a Viking spirit, he leads Colorado back in front.
Let's go through some things. If you didn't catch the Dallas game last night against Vancouver, oh my God. Dallas is leading by 3 goals, and they allow 3 goals against in the last minute of regulation. Okay? And then they lose and give up a game in overtime. Now, why that matters is, you know, they are trying to catch Winnipeg, and it is possible that the Avalanche could catch the Stars. But are you guys ready to see what would have to happen for the Avs to catch the Stars? The Stars would have to lose 4 games in a row, as they have 1 more game than the Avs, and the Avs would have to win their 3 remaining games. Now, if the Stars go on a little bit of a heater, they could still catch Winnipeg. So there's an outside possibility it could be the Avalanche playing Winnipeg. Outside. In general, what happened last night is because the Avs won in a shootout. Your favorite thing, shootout. It's been awesome. They have separated themselves now from St. Louis. They can't get caught. So you've got 3 games, guys, that at the end of the day, you know, don't really mean a thing. And you know what's crazy? And maybe you guys could speak on it as pro athletes. Bednar tried. He tried to get these guys to play with a real desperate sense of urgency. I don't think you can do it, man. I think you can play hard.
He sort of tried. He sort of tried. I mean, I thought it was fascinating hearing him. I heard 2 interviews recently. One's with Connor before the game last night. Another was with the morning show. And in both of those, you know, they asked him the obvious question. How do you balance the remaining games with the desire to win, yet a desire to keep your guys healthy, get to the playoffs, be ready to rock and roll? And he didn't shy away from it at all. He's just like, look, we got guys that banged up, not going. You got guys that need a little bit of rest, not going.
No reason.
Yeah, we would like to win games, but he made it very, very clear. They're not chasing anything. They're not worried about anything. They can't go back. You know, it's just they are where they are. I don't even know they're trying to manufacture some sort of desperation for these guys.
Hey, you got to do something as a coach to do something. You know, what he was saying last night is, hey, as long as we got our equipment on, we might as well play. I thought that was pretty funny. You did put your pads on. We might as well go out there, you know.
Well,
what the
Dan,
hell?
how many guys suit up every night? Is it 23 of your 25?
Yes.
And one of them's an extra goalie, right?
Correct.
The problem with them, you know, as opposed to, say, a football team, you got 53, and then you got the practice squad and everything. Game week 18, you can take your 10 best players and say, all right, we can sit you out, and you're going to have bodies and be able to put a roster together. You ain't sitting 10 dudes out in the NHL.
Oh, you could. So, you could, Scott, because you can.
But it's a lot more difficult. You probably have to bring up the black squad or the AAA or whatever and all that stuff.
Scott, they kind of did it last night. Like, they brought up Chris Wagner. He got in a fight. Now he's back with the Eagles as well. I mean, there's ways to do it. If you wanted to leave,
you're not pulling up 10 guys and doing that.
There's crazier things that have happened, and I think that's exactly what they should do with their game against the Kings and the Ducks. Bring up 10 guys. Yes. You can leave McKinnon, Makar, Taves, Nichushkin, Drouin, Natchez, Colton, Gerard. Leave them all at home. You got guys you can bring up for those fights. You can do it. It's not crazy. I mean, it's not only can you do it, I think you should do it. But that's not even the biggest story. The Avalanche have more or less known they were going to play the Stars, and that's that. The biggest story is with Gabe Landeskog.
Are there any updates you can give with Gabe? Should we go to an Eagles game coming up on Friday or anything you can?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's doing better and getting close, so that is still an option.
That was Bednar last night. This morning, he said more or less the same thing with the boys in the morning. After his show here on 92.5, the Avalanche said they have assigned Gabriel Landeskog for a conditioning assignment to the Colorado Eagles. Boys, there is video coming out this morning of Landeskog skating essentially on the Eagles' second line at their practice today. He's playing on Friday, guys, I believe.
What a cool moment for those guys on the Eagles,
Absolutely.
To be a part of history and getting this guy back and the momentum of it.
Are you kidding?
What an opportunity. Not that they're going to spend a lot of time with this guy or have an opportunity to pick his brain all too much, but just what a cool opportunity it is to be a part of that.
Scott, what do you think?
And how many of the Muggles are going to be getting in their car and driving up north?
Okay,
to catch that game?
The tickets are expensive.
Let me ask you the question.
They're very expensive. I looked at them like a week ago when we were just theorizing. Okay, maybe it's going to be Friday.
Yeah.
Tickets were like $75, but those were for like the best tickets in the house.
Yeah.
They're all up there right now.
I mean,
take a family of 5 to an Eagles game, you're going to spend $600-700.
Okay, this might be a poll question, Dan. Better sporting event on Friday night. Gabe with the Eagles, Nuggets against Memphis. New Nuggets against Memphis, Gabe with the Eagles. Both are happening on the same night. What's a better Colorado sporting event?
Well, when Mike Malone is hired by Memphis already by Friday and he's coaching against the Denver Nuggets, that's going to be one hell of a fascinating game.
That would be funny.
The bigger story is game. The more important game is Memphis.
Event you'd rather be at?
I'll wait and go see Gabe when he's in an Avs sweater.
Okay, Tyler.
There's something pretty cool about being there. There's something nostalgic about going down to the minors. Seeing it, being in a cool environment. I think I'd probably choose Gabe. I mean, how much does he play?
That's a great question, too, because the minor league schedule is a little bit spread out. They play Friday, and then they play the next day, Saturday. Now, that would seem to be a lot, unless, like you say, how much, I don't know, maybe it's 8 minutes on Friday night?
Yeah, I highly
12
doubt
minutes on Saturday.
In his debut back on the ice, they put him out there in back-to-back nights.
It seems
highly doubt that.
It seems unlikely. Now, this could be a big tease, and his return could be Saturday, not Friday, by the way. There has been no announcement that he'll definitively play.
Well, you better double up, buy tickets to both.
Yeah, if you're being safe.
Hey, by the way, that blue sweater he's wearing is cool looking. Does any of our listeners have one of those Eagles sweaters like that?
That's a great question. It's a cool.
I'm gonna wager Mike Sanford's got it.
But yeah, that's a good wager.
If he doesn't, he will by Monday.
Yeah.
By the way, if you go up to that Gabe game with the Eagles, you could also pick yourself up a number 6 Taylor McCarr sweater while you're at it. So if you want something really super cool, now if I'm being super selfish, I would hope for Gabe to not play Friday, but to play Saturday, and then you could sort of do that double dip, see the Nuggets, and then go up, see Gabe with the Eagles. I'm going to guess they will make some sort of announcement ahead of time. But guys, this is about to happen. Overall reaction to this is happening. This is happening.
I think we almost take it for granted now because we've all been expecting it for what feels like a month or so, maybe even more than that. Whenever that documentary came out, we just started connecting dots. But if we really go back even 5-6 weeks before that, there wasn't anybody on radio that was optimistic about Gabe Landeskog. There wasn't anybody. I mean, the far majority of us were talking about whether we're ever going to see Gabe Landeskog play for the Avalanche again. And then all of a sudden that doc comes out and the whole world's done a 180 on it.
The timing of the doc.
Well, and
the timing of the doc.
Have you guys? I know we had it in our thread, but I don't know if you guys ever played it. That Eric Johnson quote when he was on TNT, asked him, about Landeskog skating, and he basically said, "Yeah, I'm just tired of all his cameras around all the time.
Yeah.
Let's get him out there so these cameras will go away finally."
Which, by the way,
I thought that was hilarious.
How many other guys on that hockey team could make a jestful comment like that about Gabe?
The documentary.
Eric.
Exactly.
Are you guys caught up on the documentary at all? Have you been watching?
I have yet to see it.
Okay. I've watched 3 of the 4 episodes, and the trailer, the teaser video for the 4th one is remarkable. It's one of the most revealing, personal, touching moments I've seen in any sports documentary ever. And it talks about his first night, the first night of this season, him coming back.
What was happening during the home opener is I was doing really well in the gym. Like, I was stacking the days and I was doing great. But just such a big night, like, just gets to you.
I'm staying out there for sample for the whole thing, yep. All right, buddy, go for it. I'm going to get out of your way.
And now I walk out thinking, like, all right, here come the pity applause, or here come, I wonder what they're thinking, or I wonder if they remember me. But as soon as I go out there and I start waving around, I'm like, man, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to get off. And I remember leaving and I just couldn't figure out where do I go? I'm like, normally during a game that I'm not obviously dressed for, you work out and then you kind of hang out in the players' lounge and watch the game on TV. But I knew there's going to be people in there, and I'm like, well, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in the gym. And I just needed to go hide somewhere. I'm like, I can't find a place to, so I just ended up standing in the hallway.
And then he goes on, and they show him going to the hallway where he breaks down emotionally and starts crying because he doesn't know where else to go.
Take all the other stuff about, like, going through adversity or seeing it through, or like all these things that I firmly believe in. Like, this is just a moment of weakness where I'm like, I just want to be done. And the fear of failing. So I'm scared to let people down. And like if I can't get through this and get through on the other side, then I feel like you're letting people down, Ball Arena has for so long been one of the places where I've been the most comfortable. Now, for this night, it was a place where I was the most uncomfortable, and I wanted to get the hell out of there.
I don't know how you could watch this documentary or even the clip like that and not be rooting for this dude 10,000%. And I don't think we were wrong about the captain stuff last year. I don't think we were wrong about that. In fact, I think it would have done him great relief to not have that burden, because he says in this documentary, they want me to. They're asking me to be a leader. I just got to focus on myself. I can't be responsible for other stuff. This stuff with me personally is too heavy. I think it would have given him a sense of relief last year. I think this year's different. I think it's fine that they haven't turned the corner on that, because I don't think they need to, because I think they've got used to whatever's going on. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But Gabe needed time just to be Gabe and not worry about other people, and that becomes very clear in this documentary.
Yeah, you think these guys are robots, man, and the casual fan thinking about these guys, they really don't understand the mental tax that's going on when you're going through an experience like this. To go out there on a home opener, I think every athlete to some degree gets emotional on opening day. You feel it. It's kind of your flashback to your childhood, but when it's taken away from you and you see other people and you see this and that, and boy, I can certainly understand the moment.
Scott, what do you think?
Well, listen, it's twofold, right? It's you love the game, you love the sport, and the work he's had to put in just to probably even to walk there and come to the game, and then that realization that I've been away from it this long, and he probably is feeling an opening day. I'm still not close.
Yeah, that
right?
on opening day he wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler just said it a while ago that all of a sudden it just came up and hit it, and all of a sudden this thing has gotten so much more momentum that he's probably, when he sees there and the team's about ready to start another season without him, he's probably thinking, I'm never going to be on that moment. I'm never going to be on that ice for that introduction again. So I could see where it's emotional. Listen, it's emotional. It's kind of funny. I remember for about the first 2 or 3 years, let's see if Tyler's like this, The night before training camp opened for us, I never slept well at all.
Right.
The night before training camp started. Dude, that lasted the next 2-3 years. You know, we're like, hey, we got to be at training camp tomorrow. It's going, and I'd be that night up at 2 o'clock watching TV going, why am I why am I not tired? I'm not going to training camp tomorrow. I'm not having to do wind sprints and all this crazy stuff. It took a couple years for my body to go, you ain't got to do that no more.
You know, for us, we would get most of July off, you know, but it was a weird month because you were off. You had to stay in great shape. You had to be training. You knew the season's right around the corner. And my body would get literal like anxiety throughout the month of July, just about what I'm about to go through, leaving the family, all those sorts of things. And when I retired, I'm telling you, I got summer anxiety. I did. It was just like my body, like I wasn't sleeping the same hours, all of it. I was like, I got to go do something. I got to work out. And then when you drive over there and you watch the actual practices, it goes away a little bit because you're like, that's not me.
Well, what a journey
well,
for Gabe.
not for me, it didn't go away because I'm sitting there watching, and a lot of them, with Denver, because I'd go back and catch practices that first year out. I'm like, God, I'm still better than him. I'm still better than him. Why didn't I play one more year? Oh, yeah, Bernie Bickerstaff. That's why.
Well, Tyler got contacted by a team asking, what do you weigh?
I did.
Like
Bears called and offered me a job right in the middle of training camp.
Right. Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
I got called. I made an announcement that I was done and was going to join Altitude for their broadcast. It wasn't Altitude at the time, the Nuggets broadcast. And I get a call a week later. They come to Cleveland. Camp starts in 3 weeks.
Oh,
now,
my
listen,
God.
I was on the golf and beer tour from the time the season ended in April until.
But you're still you're still 6'10" though, right?
October.
You're on the beer
Still
golf.
6'10".
You're still 6'10".
But it was also Cleveland. And I'm like, I spent 2 years in Detroit. That winter in Cleveland, to be a backup, I'm like, no. Well, then I get a call in December from Orlando, and I'm like, oh,
Orlando.
And now I'm all in. They said Shaq needs somebody to push him around in practice.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm like,
perfect.
But I'm like thinking, now if Orlando would have called in October, 1st of October, whenever it was, I'd have gone and played another 2 years. I'd have gone to Orlando. I probably would have gone because they got golf courses in Orlando, right? I'd have gone to Orlando, but they didn't call to December. By then, I'd been on that golf and beer tour for 8 months by then, whatever it was. And I'm like,
well, we can go on to Twitter right now, and you can vote what the better sporting event on Friday is: the return of Gabe with the Eagles, not the Avs, with the Eagles, or the new look Nuggets coming back to town, which is going to be fascinating. So we have a lot to dig into and get into.
Which also is the last home game of the year.
Last home game of the year, and the Avs' last home game of the year is on Thursday. And against Vancouver. So,
what if they say Nate's going to play that Thursday, that last game of the year?
I think Nate's. I think those guys will play on Thursday. I think
no. I mean Gabe. What if they say Gabe's playing that last game of the year on Thursday? Which I don't think he will because of the salary.
Don't blow it then,
no,
please.
They won't do that. But if he's going to do anything, it'll be with the Eagles. I don't mean to rain on that parade, but there's the contractual LTIR stuff with that.
But if it wasn't for that, and they could give him one game, you don't think that would be the hottest tick in town in the last 10 years?
Scotty, Game 3 against Dallas, first home game of the playoffs. Mikko Rantanen in town, Matt Duchene in town, and Gabe Landeskog stepping on the ice for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hats. April 26th or something like that. That's going to be a humdinger, no doubt. No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We got YouTube and Twitch and the text line and Three-Eyed Ravens, but I'll throw it out to you there, Scotty, just to get going. You're there in Sacramento with the Nuggets. You got a question? You got a dumb question out there?
I do. I just got ordered. It was ordered question.
What do you mean?
The warden.
The warden? Yes.
Yeah, the warden called in the middle of it. You guys are stupid.
We are?
Well, I'm now, when I changed my voice, that's like quotation marks.
Ooh, they don't like. Hey, I'm just telling you, they don't like it when you change your voice.
They?
Yeah, they don't like that.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
great start here. What do you got?
Tough. The biggest story tomorrow, or where do you want to go? The Masters starts tomorrow. You don't even talk about the Masters. That's the biggest event. That's the biggest event for tomorrow. Right there is
we got the par three. We got the par three on right now.
I got the par 3 on my computer right in front of me. I've been watching it all day long, and she's not wrong for the record. I don't disagree with her at all. This is my favorite week of the year.
Yeah, but we're in Denver, Colorado. The Masters ain't touching the Avs and the Nuggets this weekend. Sorry. Warden.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. I bet you there's more households in Denver, Colorado watching the Masters than they do either one of those two games.
Oof. All right, well, I'm not going to fight you on ratings eyeballs, but I would say the return of Gabe Landeskog on the ice and a new-look Nuggets team is going to top
if we're talking
Scotty
about
Scheffler's
conversation
return.
On a sports talk radio show, Michael Malone and Gabe Landeskog goes a little bit further. Eyeballs on TV, I can guarantee you there'll be more watching that.
Well, I mean, the cool thing about the Masters, right? I mean, you can get up and watch it from as soon as you get up tomorrow.
Well, don't get me wrong. I love the Masters too. I'm not an anti-Masters guy. I'll watch a ton of it.
I just watched some poor little kid got his opportunity to get up there. I'm going to say probably 8 years old. Beautiful swing. I mean, probably got about 150 to get over the water.
Mm-hmm.
Puts it right in the water. Tear ducts flowing. Beautiful swing. Smoked that sucker. And he was just sad he didn't get it over the water. I felt bad for the poor kid.
Like some rich kid from some spoiled brat golfer? Is that who you're talking about?
Wow. You are a DIC, you know what? Like seriously.
I kill you with truth on that one.
You kill you with truth on what?
The kids that are hitting golf balls here are spoiled brats.
The 8-year-old is a spoiled brat?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Any kid taking a golf shot at the par 3 tournament is a little spoiled brat.
You are such a turd sometimes.
Oh my god!
You hate family and kids to a degree that I just can't even understand.
Dan, you got me on this one. You got my back on this one. Any kid taking it? Oh,
No.
really?
No.
Okay. All right. So I'm running the boat by myself,
Lord, dude.
How about the golfer that lets their caddy play on one of the holes? Wasn't there a caddy a year or so ago that hit a hole in one?
Yeah, I didn't say the caddies were spoiled. I said the kids were spoiled.
I haven't seen any of the what hole is it that they skip over? I forget.
That's
Whatever.
the par 3,
I
17
haven't
or
seen
something.
any of that yet.
Yeah. Remember Tony Finau broke his ankle? Just coming off the par 3 because he was jumping up and down, celebrating.
Yeah, dislocated the ankle because he got a hole in one on the par 3, and then still played during.
Played
the
pretty
tournament.
good. I think he was like a top 10 guy that weekend. Was that the no dumb question? Where are we at? What's going to be more?
I don't even remember
what
the Masters.
I guess the no dumb question. Where is the Masters on your sports radar?
It's by far number one of the weekend, and it's not even close.
Number one of the weekends
by far.
Wow, tops Gabe Landeskog's return to the ice.
Well, I'm not going to the game, so it's a landslide.
Well, you're not going to the Masters either.
I know, but I won't turn off the Masters.
But is this Eagle game televised?
That's my point. That's why I said I'm not going to the game.
I mean, you can get in a car and drive. I mean,
I just said I'm not going to the game.
Oh, okay, all right.
So how am I seeing this?
So number one's the Masters for you this weekend. What's number 2?
Well, the other game that I could see, which will be the Denver Nuggets.
The Nuggets game on Friday or on Sunday?
Probably Friday. I'm curious about what happens. I'm really curious about what happens against Kings.
They're both huge games.
Yeah, but Friday's when we get to see something. What you get to see on Friday, do you see a joy? Do you see an infection? Do you see this infectious smile that is on the court where you see the return of the passion to the game that if you do see is it's directly telling you, easy for me to say, that they did not like Michael Malone.
Okay, well, that could be tonight, Friday, and Sunday. We get a nice little sample size. And then yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I was going to change and go to new dumb question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
This goes to injury. What is the most annoying injury you can have that it isn't
plantar fasciitis?
That isn't consequential? Like it's not a surgery, it's not a What is the most annoying little injury that everybody gets that just kills you for a while before it goes away?
Does this have to have happened to you or just in general?
Well, it happened to me. I'm just starting to deal with it. I noticed today is the first day in a week or 5 days it's felt.
I may have you beat on this one in all honesty, but you can go first. It's going to be tough to top mine.
San Francisco, I get up in the middle of the night, take a pee, and Tyler and I talked about this. We keep our eyes closed and keep it dark because we don't want to wake up. We want to take our pee, get back to bed. I kicked something in the middle of the night, and I remember kicking it and going, oh, went to bed, or took a pee, came back, went to bed, woke up, and I'm asleep, and I kind of really don't even remember. Come back, I'm sound asleep, wake up, I'm like, God dang, my toe hurts. I looked down, and I had stubbed my middle toe of my right foot and cut it open. I got blood in the bottom of my bed where I was sleeping, but it's right on top of the toe. So for the last 5 days, anytime I put a sock, I got to try to put a Band-Aid on it, put a sock on, then wear a shoe with it. My foot has just been in pain because of a stub frickin' toe.
Yep, that'll get you. You know what I'm dealing with right now that I've never really had in my life? I got shin splints right now. I've been doing this hard 75 thing, and I'm doing a 45-minute outdoor workout on top of strength building every single day. And I got shin splints going on, and those are a pain in the butt.
Yep.
Yeah, I had anal tears.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I told you. Whoa. Training for a marathon, and it was just too much. I promise you that's what it was. And it just...
explain. How do you get anal tears from running?
It's none of your businesses.
It's just... It wouldn't go away.
No, I don't get it. How do you get anal tears from running?
Overuse.
Overuse of what?
Running. Just that's something that
What did you overuse while you were running? How many times did you poop yourself?
Your legs sort of go back in. I don't know. I don't know how it happened, but it happened, and I had a doctor check it out because I thought I had hemorrhoids or something. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
That fifth high colonic probably just ripped everything up.
You got an anal tear, and that's that. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
No, you were constipated for 7 days before that, and you just happened to poop right beforehand.
What can I do?
Well, you know what? When you came to the show that one day after face plant, you had an anal tear right underneath your eye, right?
That got hurt too. There's only plantar fasciitis. The same thing. The only thing you can do is rest. That's it. You can't. There's nothing else you can do. And I was like,
I was told by a trainer you work hard on it and hope it rips all the way because the pain is that
for plantar fasciitis.
Yeah, it's torn partially, but not torn completely. And then if you tear it completely, the pain goes away.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same recommendation for the anal tear.
Hold on. I just Googled, can you get anal tears from running?
Yeah.
AI. This comes from AI.
Okay.
While running itself doesn't directly cause anal tears, certain factors associated with running, like constipation and straining during bowel movements, can increase the risk of them developing.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was the running.
Well, what can I tell you? It happened while I was training for a Boston Marathon. It was awful, man. It was terrible.
Now that leads us to Elvis Presley. When you take a poop, would you rather have the problem that DMac had or Elvis? I mean,
Well, I lived, so I guess I win that one. I didn't die on the toilet.
Tear the anal cord or tear the aorta. I guess it'd be better to tear the anal cord.
Wow. Never know what you get on this show. It's PhD. Big story of the day is next. Well, this is a fun one. We're just finding out in anticipation of Gabe Landeskog potentially playing for the Eagles this weekend. We, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950, are broadcasting the games. Just found that out right now.
Oh, there you go.
How about that? So on Friday night, it'll be on 950. And on Saturday night, it'll be right here on the Flamethrower, 92.5.
Do we know who's calling the game, or do they have their own?
They got their own guys. They're on 99.9 The Point.
The Point.
We're in Fort Collins.
Loveland.
Loveland, that's what I meant. Who doesn't listen to 99?
I'm sure they get in Fort Collins.
Sure, of course. I'm sure that's the point of The Point. I mean, I don't know if it's today's best rock or what they are, or they're like today's best hits. I'm sure they're today's best something, whatever they are at 99 The Point. And, I'm sure they got a, flame-throwing morning show of Xanady. That would be zoo-like behavior. Like Scott had Xanady. They're at the zoo there for a while. They're at 850,
I was not so crazy, though.
Yeah, Insanity and Zoo, Xanady. So, whatever that is, we say, way to go. That'll be exciting. I mean, the big question, we're throwing it out there, what's the bigger story? The new look Nuggets or Landeskog with the Eagles? Right now, it's Landeskog with the Eagles kind of running away with it.
Didn't throw the Masters in there, though, did you?
The Masters did not get thrown in there. It did not. It did not make the survey. Scott, why don't you bring us up to speed with the past 24 hours as you've traveled with the Nuggets? Why don't you bring everybody in the loop how things have been, what's going on, what's your vibe?
Well, it's been a topic of discussion by everybody. I did walk back from coffee and end up walking with an assistant coach, talked to him, said, how's it going? How's it feeling? He goes, crazy day and da-da-da. And I said, but, basically we still got a job to do. We got some work to get done. So I think, and I got to believe Coach Malone was overwhelmed with a number of texts from all over the country, to be honest with you.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's kind of business as usual, but it'll be a little different. It'll be interesting. I mean, Sacramento won last night. I think they played last night, right? They won, and which guarantees them at least in the play-in. So will that take a little something out of them tonight with the back-to-back? Will they be satisfied that now at least they know they're going to get a chance to move on with the play-in game? Does that help Denver a little bit? Does Denver get an emotional boost from this? Or is what it is?
The Nuggets did get some help yesterday in a wild way. The Bucks were down a ton to the Timberwolves. They outscored the Wolves 40-13 to win 110-103. The Timberwolves needing that game. That was a big game for them. Totally collapsed last night, which is pretty wild. Everybody else who, the Clippers won.
I can't think about any of that. Like all that feels so irrelevant to me right now. The only thing that seems to matter, can this team just avoid getting to the play-in game?
Well, I mean, that's where I was going.
I know. But to me, it's like, can they just win a game or two? Like, can we just do that?
Well, now who they have tiebreakers against in case you were a little confused with it. Because there's 4 teams tied at 47-32. So they do own the tiebreaker right now against Golden State and Memphis. Now, they're a game behind the Lakers, and they're a game ahead of the Timberwolves. But at least you know where you stand with the Warriors and the Grizzlies, and you do play the Grizzlies on Friday night. Which, again, you want to avoid the play-in game. You got to win that game Friday night.
You got to treat one of these games like a playoff game.
You got to treat them all like playoff games.
All right,
I mean, if you want to avoid the play-in.
So, okay, somebody on the text line says, is Jamal Murray now suddenly healthy now that his coach is gone?
Oh, that's a good question. Scott, what do you think? That's a good question.
I was told he was not playing tonight.
Okay.
So, and listen, even if he would have been able to play, and I think it would have been a bad look if he does play. Right?
Oh, my God. That would have looked awful.
It becomes the Mr. Snarky that just texted, oh, what, he's healthy. It was him. He just didn't like Malone. No, listen, I think him and Malone relationship are okay.
Oh, I don't think that was the issue at all. I mean, if anything, the exact opposite, that Malone would be making excuses and babying Jamal. I mean, what? Jamal should really like Malone. Why would Jamal not like Malone?
Yeah. And I think there would have been a perception had he played tonight that maybe that's in there, but I believe that he will not play. I think he went from questionable to doubtful yesterday.
The Kings have a little bit to play for, guys. They're locked in at either 9 or 10, and Dallas is kind of locked in at 9 or 10. So it's like whether you want to host your play-in game or go to Dallas for your play-in game. So there's a little bit to play for.
I'd probably rather host.
I would assume so, but we're scrambling on things a little bit. The Nuggets theoretically have a ton more if they care about the season to play for than Sacramento theoretically. And we'll see how it manifests itself. 24 hours.
If AG's not healthy and Murray doesn't play, you're in the same old boat. Can you get by with Joker and help? I mean, that's what it is, right? Does Porter go 1 of 9 again? I mean, if Porter goes 3 of 9 against Pacers, you win the game. If Aaron Gordon just has his average game instead of 5, you win the game. So, once again, it's Joker and help is where you're down to, aren't you?
Scott, do you think we will see a noticeable, tangible relief from anybody on the court against the Kings?
Tangible, notable relief. I'm hoping you see an urgency, which I said earlier in the show. Urgency is a mental thing, not a physical thing. I hope you see an urgency. And listen, their relationship between the front office and the head coach that we talked about earlier, that's one thing, and that needs to be dealt with. But you've also got to feel there's a responsibility if you're a player when your coach gets axed in the season that you had a little responsibility for it. I mean, you win, let's be honest, you win 3 more games. Just say you would have won one of the Chicagos, one of the Washingtons, and pulled out that Minnesota game. Are we talking about this stuff today? No, we're talking about can they hold on to 3? Can they hold on to 3? How many of these 3 games are going to matter down the stretch to hold on to 3? That's what we're talking about.
I wonder what it would have taken to save Michael Malone. I think Calvin Booth was toast no matter what. I wonder what it would have taken to save Michael Malone's job, though. I'm not sure. Don't know. I mean, start with Minnesota, but from everything I understand and I'm hearing, hey, man, this almost happened at the All-Star break. So, I mean, this had been brewing for a minute. What would have been enough?
I think that's a fair question. I don't know. Like I said, I think you Murray plays, and there's ifs and buts and candies and nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You probably beat Minnesota, and then you probably beat Indiana and Minnesota for sure, and you got a greater chance of winning that Golden State game. We ain't having this discussion. If you don't get swept by Washington, you don't get swept by Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. The San Antonio game on a kind of a scheduling loss, but still, if you just play one of your starters, you probably win that game. And the whole discussion is different. Your discussion right now, and you wouldn't have had this move made if the discussion was, can you still hold off the Lakers at 3, and will Houston lose a game or 2 so that last game of the year matters and you could slip into 2?
I have a hard time not thinking that game against the Lakers JV team when Mr. Kroenke was sitting on the bench. And you did win that game. How about that? It was a win, but it was a loss at the same time. And that's the game Michael Malone crumpled up the score sheet and just threw it in the trash can. Like, yeah, we won. But, I mean, you got to be kidding me. I wonder if that was, like, kind of it right there. Like, this is, you got to be kidding me. Like, we should have beat these guys by 30 that night.
Well, again, it goes back to the urgency of the matter, and I think that's what's been lacking is by, like, if let's just say my definition is correct, and urgency is more of a mental thing than a physical thing, right? Would you say the Joker's pretty much played urgent 95% of games?
Of course,
yes.
Yeah, I mean you'd say that.
Hey.
How about Christian Brown?
Yes.
Yep.
AG?
I think to the limit that he can because I think he's hurt.
Physicality.
So I would say yes, but I think he's hurt.
Yeah, Jamal Murray.
It's super questionable. I mean, there are just so many like 6 for 18 shooting nights for 17 points, with like a -6 plus-minus, and I'm just like, really? Is that the best you had? I mean, okay.
Michael Porter.
Michael Porter Jr., I think, is kind of like AG. I think it's to the degree that his body allows him to play hard. I think he's in kind of a weird area. I don't think he can play consistently enough the way you need to play as a healthy guy in the NBA. I think he's become a little bit more of a specialist, and I think he needs to be wide open most of the time. I think he has a hard time generating his own shot, and when he gets pushed around a little bit, he gets bothered. He can rebound. He's 6'11". I mean, he can do things. There's no doubt about it, but he really physically struggles moving. And I don't think that's like he's not trying. I think that's just who he is.
If he's a specialist, would it almost be better if he was a bench guy?
Probably, because you get more energy off the bench and you're playing less minutes. Yeah. You're probably better with MPJ off the bench.
But the counter to that is he needs somebody to get him open.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when Jalen Pickett's taking a 3, you realize he's in his own area code. I mean, the dude is unguarded. And Christian's kind of the same way, and so is Peyton. Seriously, when those guys are taking 3. That is not the case with Michael Porter Jr. Somebody's always on him. Somebody's always up in his chili. And he can't get away from it. It's, all of a sudden you went from a young, energetic, exciting, championship dynamic team to like a senior citizen home out there. It's like, what happened to our guys? But that's what happened. That is what happened to our guys. They got old really quick. And that's the truth. That is what happened. All right, we'll take a quick peek around the NFL and football with Let's Football Go, but we'll get back to this conversation and Gabe Landeskog's return to the Eagles as PhD on 92.5. Well, I'm sure Mountain High Appliance appreciated that. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. I'm just being honest. Honest about your body. Dan Buds Quins Tanner, let's football go.
All right, fellas, we know the Broncos need a running back or possibly two. Let's hear from Todd McShay. He was on with Colin Cowherd a couple days ago talking about how this is the best running back class he has evaluated in the last 25 years.
And then beyond just Genty, you've got Omarion Hampton, who's like 220 plus, light on his feet, powerful, best missed tackles force of any running back after the catch is a receiver. So
yeah, he's
you've
a
got
bull.
that combination.
Yeah.
Oh, he's unbelievable. I've got 18 guys, Colin, at the running back position in the first 4 rounds with grades. The 3-year average is 10. We're talking about almost twice as much talent in the first 4. Yeah, it's crazy. And you go down the list of these guys, and it's beyond Genty and Hampton. It's Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State, who are just, first of all, nasty blockers, both explosive. Judkins more powerful, Henderson faster and more dangerous in the passing game. Then you've got Caleb Johnson from Iowa, who is great in that zone blocking scheme. Cam Scatterbo, who was awesome when you watched him on TV, and then putting on the tape, I actually even liked him more. And I know he runs in the 4.6s
All right,
and
we
all
get
that.
it. There's a lot of good guys. I mean, that's where it always is. That the point, right?
Well, and I was going to ask you guys, with, according to McShay, how deep this class is. What do you want to see the Broncos do? Do you want to see him take a running back early, or are you okay with them waiting it out and getting somebody later on in the draft?
They'd be fools to wait, even with a really, really deep class. Look, you got one gaping hole in your football team. You addressed everything else in free agency. You got your linebacker. You got a safety. You got yourself a tight end. And yes, you're going to improve your wide receiver room, but it's not a gaping hole. There's only one gaping hole. That's at the running back position. And why wait? Even if it's a deep class, why not get the best you possibly can? So within the first 2 rounds, the Denver Broncos will address the running back position. I believe, last I checked, Omarion Hampton was the betting favorite for the Denver Broncos to select.
I can tell you about gaping holes. It's not great, that's for sure.
Here we go.
I mean, I don't think there's a way they can screw this up. You want to wait?
Apparently it wasn't gaping, though. Like
it was gaping enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a little, it became.
Yeah.
It was irritating. That's what it was. Irritating. Listen, they're not going to screw this up. They're not going to screw this up. They're going to take a running back first or second round. I was told, by the way, yesterday doing some digging a little bit, we should take a peek at some defensive tackles, Tyler. Scott, maybe that's just something we need to keep an eyeball on. Defensive tackles.
Yeah, we saw Mike Kliss predicted they draft someone in the second round. That feels insane to me. I don't get any logic behind that. You want to add depth at that position a little bit later? Cool. In the first 2 rounds, what?
Scott?
What was that? Landon Jackson? Was he DN or D tackle?
You're an Arkansas guy? You're right. He's an edge rusher.
Can we not put him back on the board?
Sure, why not? Dan, next story.
All right, fellas. Despite Giants general manager Joe Schoen making multiple trips to Boulder and having a visible presence at every Colorado game last season, a source within the organization says the team's thinking is that they're not necessarily in love with Shedeur Sanders.
God.
The quarterback situation represents what owner John Mara called the organization's number one issue this offseason.
They're
but
idiots.
They say they won't force a quarterback selection unless the value is right. And by the way, guys, Shedeur did have, I believe it's today, is having a meeting with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who own the number 21 overall pick.
And
right
he's
after
got the
Broncos.
Raiders in a couple days.
Yeah, the Giants are idiots. They are a dumb organization, and they will do dumb things. And I think a team like the Steelers may smell some blood in the water. And smart for them if they can make an aggressive move. And the Giants are so stupid that they may do something dumb. So teams, I think it's smart for Shedeur to go visit with the Steelers. And I think it would be really smart for the Steelers if they can make that play which would be unbelievable to go from 21 to the top 10. I mean, that is so hard to do, but they should look into it.
So, yeah, the Giants are idiots. Yes, they've done a lot of really dumb things, but I'll tell you this, that report means absolutely nothing to me. The one thing you do not do this time of the year, if you've got a guy that you like, you do not say, we like this guy. That is the last thing that you do. So when I hear reports like this, I just roll my eyes at it, and maybe it's true. Or maybe it's just a complete smoke show, because I know this, you're fools if you tell the world you like the guy.
It's interesting at 21 that Shedeur is doing a visit to Pittsburgh, though, don't you think?
Not really.
A little bit, if in fact you think that. I was told over the last 48 hours, I'd almost forgot about this because of all the other crazy news, that there were some NFL scouts came away from the showcase not pleased.
With Shedeur?
Yeah, and not because of the performance, but that usually the scouts will help run the showcase, and Deion kept it all with his people, and they felt that, are you hiding limitations of the quarterback, which is what everybody wanted to see.
It wouldn't be the first time people are put off a little bit by Deion's stuff.
Did you see what Deion did to the Broncos scout?
No, what?
Oh, wow.
What?
So they were all getting ready to run the 40.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the Broncos scout was. I didn't recognize him. But he's the guy that's showing them, hey, here's the line. Here's what our expectations are. We expect you to put your hand behind the line to start the 40. Deion walks up to him and he says, hey, you guys do whatever that you want to do. Don't listen to that. So in other words, these guys, they've been training, putting their hand on the line. He wanted to do it behind. Deion walks up, says, do it the way we've been training. They did it the way they've been training.
Good for them. I actually agree with Deion on that one. Do you?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, when you want to get guys drafted, why not piss off scouts?
Last story, Dan.
All right, lastly, fellas, Geno Smith, who is reunited with Pete Carroll in Las Vegas, says he and Pete Carroll have unfinished business in their reunion. He said, I would call Pete whenever I got frustrated. He'd talk to me about things going on, and he would still coach me even though he wasn't my head coach. That's what makes him so special. I would run through a wall for Pete Carroll. What do you guys think the Raiders are doing? Is this their long-term strategy with Geno?
I'd run through a wall for $30 million. I mean, yeah, why not?
None of what the Raiders are doing right now makes sense to me, but
it does to me.
Man, not to me. I don't understand it whatsoever. But you can explain it to me.
Well, it makes sense to the degree if you believe in Geno Smith, right?
Oh, well, I start there. I don't believe in Geno Smith.
Okay, fine. But that's a difference of opinion between you and Pete Carroll.
Well, that's true.
Pete Carroll believes in Geno Smith. He has believed in Geno Smith. He still believes in Geno Smith. So he went out and he got the quarterback. Pete Carroll's the oldest coach in the NFL.
Right.
People keep bringing up the Matt Flynn situation when they brought in Matt Flynn in free agency and then they drafted Russell Wilson. And they're like, hey, the Raiders probably aren't out on Shedeur. I think there's a pretty big difference between giving a dude a 2-year, $12 million deal and giving Geno Smith what they gave him.
Well, if they're doing the Matt,
so they're going to draft an Ashton Genty or the best player that they feel like gives them a chance to win.
I mean, if they're doing the Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson thing, they'll take like Kyle McCord from Syracuse in the 3rd round. That's what the Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson thing was.
That's true. That's not a first rounder.
Right. So, hey, give it a shot. Go for it. The odds are against you. It doesn't usually work, but it's not like it hasn't worked. I mean, it's better than nothing. And
would that surprise you if the Raiders took a McCord?
Not at all. No, because that actually, listen, it's not what I would do, but under their circumstances, yes, that actually makes sense. And McCord is, I'm being specific here. He's likely that guy who will be available then. So get yourself a couple of starters. They got Brock Bowers. You get Genty. Okay, wow, pretty good. Get another stud at some position in the 2nd round. You committed all this money to Geno Smith. Well, just take a flyer on Kyle McCord. If it doesn't work out, oh well, it's a 3rd-round draft pick that didn't work out. That and like 10,000 other 3rd-round draft picks. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. It is definitely against the grain of the NFL, and I don't think it's a great plan.
Well, it's
better than nothing.
I mean, we just need to acknowledge the fact that the plan is Geno Smith. That's the plan.
Well, the plan was Matt Flynn in Seattle, theoretically.
Nah, I don't think so. I think that's different.
They gave him $10 million at the time, which was a lot.
I think it's radically different.
You don't think the plan was Matt Flynn?
I do not. I think
Then why'd they do it?
I think he was a bridge. Matt Flynn was a bridge. Geno Smith is a plan.
Well, is a bridge not a plan?
No. I mean, well, okay, fine. It's a part of the plan to get to the same destination, but they feel like they've already arrived at their destination with Geno Smith.
All right. I don't know, man. I mean, I think Russell Wilson went in there and beat him out in like 13 minutes, because he's just better, which he was for sure. And so if somebody's – all right, so if they do that, and Kyle McCord is just better than Geno Smith, are you playing Kyle McCord?
I doubt the Kyle McCord – well, yes, I would. And I think Pete Carroll's one of the very few coaches that would actually do that. I just doubt that Kyle would walk in being better than Geno. Geno's a good quarterback.
Okay. I think Geno is just I'll give you this.
He's arguably the most accurate quarterback in the NFL.
He's a lot better than I thought he was going to be, because I thought his time with the Jets he was just terrible, and I thought his career was over. So he's certainly turned out better than I thought. You got that for sure. But good quarterback? I mean, where would you rank Geno Smith in the AFC? Would you take Geno Smith or Bo Nix?
Well, I'd take the youth of Bo Nix.
Okay, I would take Bo Nix too.
Well, if are you talking about for long term, or are you talking about winning next
exactly.
year?
Whatever. However long you want to go. I mean, this year, next year.
I got to win next year. I'm
next
taking
week.
Geno.
I'm taking Bo Nix, man.
Of course you are.
Scott, what would you take? Geno Smith or Bo Nix?
Golly, that's a good one.
I don't even think it's that hard. Okay, you're struggling with it.
If it was a 1 year win, I'd probably take Geno.
Okay. All right. Cool. You take Geno.
If it's a 1 year.
You take Geno Smith or Justin Herbert? I mean, just give me.
That's a dumb question.
Give me the guys in the AFC you would take Geno Smith over then. Like who else is better?
Again, and you're talking about for a 1 year must win type of situation.
Yeah, next
right?
year, just next year in the AFC.
I mean, Geno Smith is a fringe top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Okay? So what's fringe? I don't know, 12, 13, somewhere in that ballpark.
You think he's that good, huh?
I absolutely do.
All right. Oof. Okay. I just don't believe in Geno Smith. I think he's done all right, but I think Seattle screwed up. I think they had tons of capital from the Broncos trade with Russell Wilson, and they just settled on Geno Smith. How'd that do for him? What'd they do with Geno Smith? They didn't even get to the playoffs. Did they get to the playoffs? I don't even know. Did the Seahawks get to the playoffs? Did they get there?
All right, I just pulled up an article from NFL.com. All right, it's ranking all 59 starting QBs from 2024.
Okay.
They've got Geno at number 11.
Overall?
Number 11 overall.
Wow. All right. I'm just off here then, I guess.
He's right behind they've got him number 12 overall, right behind Justin Herbert. One spot behind Justin.
All right. Okay.
Ahead of Sam Darnold, ahead of Brock Purdy, ahead of C.J. Stroud.
Ahead of Brock Purdy.
Ahead of Bryce Young, ahead of Kyler Murray, ahead of Tua, ahead of Dak.
Okay. I don't know what's going on then.
But where does Bo Nix land?
Oh, I have no idea, but I would certainly take Bo and all of those.
I'm guessing you
I
guess.
have no idea. 57th.
No.
I mean, I don't know. 39th.
They've got to bring 20.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think that's a respectable ranking. I think that's a pretty accurate ranking.
Hold
for
on.
Bo.
Tua or let's assume Tua's healthy. Tua or Geno Smith? Geno, really? Your opinion?
Yeah.
Wow. Kyler Murray or Geno Smith? Well, I'm not. You're just
Geno in a heartbeat.
You're just going to go Geno all the way. Then.
Well, I don't like Kyler.
Who else did you say he's above?
I might take Brock Purdy over him.
Brock Purdy, yeah. Oh my God.
I definitely would take C.J. Stroud over him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right, fine, whatever. I mean, I think it's gonna. I'm fine with what the Raiders are doing. The pit of misery is a good place to be when we have to play them twice a year. So fine by me. I think it's going to be a disaster there, and I actually do think if they draft a Kyle McCord in the third round, he'll be starting sooner than later for the Raiders. But it's going to be tough because you paid him all that money. It's like insane. If they draft, does that rule out drafting Shedeur, by the way?
Well, that's my theory, yes.
Well, I would agree with you. I would agree with you, actually.
It's just my theory, and it doesn't mean I'm right.
No, I think you are right. I think you are. That makes no sense to pay him all that money, commit all that to him, and draft Shedeur.
Right, that's their plan.
Yeah.
They're not looking for he's not a bridge guy. He's just their plan.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree. It's okay. I think that's great news for the Broncos. It's good. And we'll see what else happens. The draft is a couple of weeks away, and all these questions will be answered. Do you think Jackson Dart?
Hold on, real fast. If what Tyler's saying is correct, and Geno Smith is so much better and all that, does that put them next year as a threat to win the AFC West?
The Raiders?
No, but it means they'll probably be a 500 football team, and it means you got to hope that you cross your fingers that you can sweep them, and in all likelihood, you might go 500 against them.
Who are the receivers right now?
Good question.
Cortland Sutton.
I'm drawing a blank.
Hey, a Cortland Sutton type, a
type. Because Renfro's gone, obviously.
Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers, right.
Gosh, who else?
Didn't they bring
Raheem
Renfro
No,
back?
I'm sorry. Raheem's a running back.
Right.
Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Kyle Phillips.
Wow.
That ain't Purdy.
No. But you know who their number one receiver is, of course, is Brock Bowers. Yeah. Okay. All right. The Nuggets' next move. Gabe Landeskog with the Eagles. The Masters. We'll give you an update.
There you go.
Hey, the par 3 is rocking right now. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're starting to lose your hair and you've been waiting to find the right solution, something that's going to work, something that's guaranteed to work, it's time to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE. You might have already tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. And that's why you just need to commit to calling Advanced Hair. Make that commitment and you're going to get your hair back. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. Entire staff at Advanced Hair is amazing. Guys, I loved my experience at Advanced Hair. It worked for me. It's already works for tens of thousands of others, and now it is your turn. So call 720-459-HAIR. I love that Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right. I'm looking at the poll right here. What's the better sporting event Friday night? By the way, proud to announce that the Eagles game on Friday and Saturday night will be on AM 950. So we will have on AM 950 Gabriel Landeskog and the Eagles, we think. Now, we'll see if the Avs make an official, I don't know, maybe it's the Eagles. Maybe the Eagles get to make that announcement, right? It's their guy. He's on loan to the Eagles.
I would imagine it is the Eagles announcement.
Where do you think Gabe's staying? Do you think he's just commuting back and forth and he's getting
It's
a nice
not that far, buddy.
I know, but you don't think he's getting a nice little crash pad up there in Broomfield or Loveland or something?
For what, for 2 days?
Yeah, let me go buy some real estate in Loveland for a week.
You don't think he's got a nice camper up there in Loveland or something? No.
I think he's driving around 25.
He probably drove the Winnebago up there, and he's at a KOA. You know, he and the wife and the 3 kids are probably up there at some KOA, somewhere, just waiting.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a drive from, I'll assume he lives, in a good place like Lone Tree.
I bet he has a hotel room up there, though.
You got a hotel room up there just chilling out?
I bet he's going back to his own bed at his own house.
Just doing the drive?
It's like an hour drive max. Max.
It's not really that bad.
It's probably not even an hour.
I think he's at the Red Roof Inn.
The game is at 8 o'clock at night, man. You want to be driving at 1 o'clock in the morning?
What are they going to do?
Well, I don't know, man. You might be nodding off, falling asleep.
Unless you just need a break from the kids.
Hey, he's staying at the Four Seasons over in Erie.
Oh my God, we played so many baseball games up there in Loveland, Firestone, that sort of area. The Fort Collins. Oh my God, we've spent a lot of time up there.
We got texters pointing out there's a solid Embassy Suites right across the parking lot.
There is.
See, there you go.
It's all sort of.
I've lived in an Embassy Suites for 6 months before.
Yeah.
I've done that, and
6 months,
and it wasn't that bad. Okay. Because you wake up every morning, they got breakfast for you, they got cocktail hour in the afternoons, they got free drinks.
Let me ask you a somewhat serious question as an athlete, because you guys played the game I did. You're coming back for something. If you want to be focused on it, would you rather be in the Embassy Suites where you can just focus on whatever you're going to focus on, or be around your, family, wife, kids, who you love, of course, but for this particular instance, you'd rather be in the Embassy Suites?
Yeah, as a younger player, I used to dread going away for training camp. And when I first came into the league, Mike Shanahan used to let the vets stay at home, and all the rookies had to go stay at the hotel.
Yeah.
So I was really excited by the time I got out to the Redskins because I was like, okay, sweet, we're going to get to stay at home.
Yeah.
Well, then the Redskins built this big facility down in Richmond, Virginia, and we all had to go away. I loved that time. I did.
Yeah.
And I didn't dread it. It was fun. It was get away. You're tired. You're exhausted. You go to bed when you want to go to bed.
Right.
It's not bad. I don't know that I would equate training camp to what he's about to go through, but I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I remember taking some trips like when the kids were little and, honey, I got to go to the Super Bowl. And one of the best things, or traveling with the team, Trav doing that. And Scotty, sometimes you just get the itch. It's good to get back on the road. You're like a rock band. You're like,
Lord, please make the playoffs. please.
I mean, the road is something.
Listen, boys. I got the Warden. She didn't get that nickname. That wasn't just given to her. I mean, that was earned. Come on now.
I don't know, man. There's something about getting those fluffy pillows and the nice sheets and the hotel and draw those shades, man, and just I don't know, man. It ain't the worst thing in the world, right?
I never found a hotel bed that my back liked, though.
Oh,
that's what I hated.
That sucks. That sucks. I love
this one here is not you'd hate this one here, but boy, the Four Seasons.
Yeah, and then Scotty kind of amps it up because the NBA is like on another level because there's just less of those guys, so everything is just a little nicer in the NBA. The NHL's okay. I think the NFL probably sucks.
We stayed at Four Seasons. We stayed at the Ritz. We stayed at the nicest hotel in town.
Because you need like 1 million rooms there, man. It's kind of ridiculous.
We definitely.
Hey,
not
here's
every
a no
team.
dumb question.
Yeah.
No dumb question for you.
Yeah.
So the hotel. Do you guys know anything about Kempton hotels?
No.
They're dog friendly. They have water bowls and
I will never stay there. I will never stay at a dog-friendly hotel.
This guy had a black lab, It looked like a black lab. Could have been a mastiff now that I think about it. Because I was in a conversation, I just looked over my shoulder. But he had one of them big choke collars. I mean, one of them big steel metal, boom, boom, boom. And the owner's walking through it, and I said, oh, it's pretty dog. And I turn around and look, and all of a sudden,
yeah, that's great.
And somebody walks in with this little poodle.
Yeah.
Right, little tee, and this big dog, and I'm like thinking, if you got a dog, here's a no dumb question. If you own a dog and you're going to a dog-friendly hotel, but that dog don't like other dogs, should you maybe not be in that hotel?
I think a dog-friendly hotel is so stupid that I think you can take any dog in there and it's fine.
Hey, I feel about that way for dog-friendly bars.
I'm with you on that too.
I've done it. I've done the dog-friendly bars before.
I can't hate on it if it's an outside patio. It's a nice day. It's
nice little summer day.
Yeah, I can't hate on that. That's fine. That's fine. That really is fine.
There was a nice little spot out there in Seattle we would just walk to.
Yeah, I think that's
fine. You
know
what? Can I say something? This is just like, getting away on road trips from the kids and stuff. Leave the dog at home.
Yeah, but there's something. Listen, I'm not a dog guy.
No, it ain't.
But I'm into like dog-friendly places. It's kind of a nice poser hippie move, going to the dog-friendly bar. You know what I'm saying?
It's a poser hippie move. Every dog-friendly bar you've been to, are they not serving craft beers?
Yeah, it's all IPA crap. It's all poser hippies that have the dog leash out.
That's all I want.
They pile their hippie dog bowl out of their BMW.
You don't have to search very far for a bar that serves Coors Light, all right? I mean, what are we talking about here?
A real bar.
Can I tell you another dumb thing I saw? This is no joke. I was in downtown Denver, had a little staycation over the weekend. Very nice little staycation.
This weekend?
Yep, last Saturday night. Had a hard time getting the Avs game on in a sports bar, which was very frustrating, but okay, whatever. I did see the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm a cat person by marriage. I saw a woman, you're not going to believe this, with a cat on a leash.
Yeah, that's dumb.
You got to be. Guess what she had to do with her cat on the leash? Guess what she had to do? Pick it up. Yes, she had to pick it up.
Yeah.
You got your cat on the leash. That is somebody who's trying way too hard. Like ridiculously too hard.
Have you ever trained a cat?
No.
One time in my life, I've seen a cat that comes to its name, and it can actually do little tricks and things.
Really?
I'm being dead serious.
All right.
They trained this cat. Now I didn't think the cats were trainable, but I have witnessed it.
Well, there's it's so funny, full circle here. In Vegas, in the Venetian, which is like a little mall underneath the Venetian, and they have little shows. There's a cat show, like a meow cat show. A guy's trained cats. You can look it up. Look it up, cat show, Las Vegas. This guy has about a dozen cats that do tricks. Jump through hoops, literally jump through hoops, do little things, respond to things. So you can do it. Now, the process to train a cat, seriously, who would want to dedicate their life? You can do it. So it can be done. But who cares?
Yep. I had a guy had a Maine Coon that would open up the refrigerator and bring him a beer.
Hey, I just saw a Maine Coon on TikTok last night. I had no idea what that was until last night.
Oh, my God.
I hate cats, but that's a dog cat, and I kind of want a Maine Coon.
That's pretty
Those
fun.
cats look amazing.
All right, let's give
They're
a
huge,
little.
aren't they?
They're like dogs.
A little preview of tonight. What are you expecting tonight, Scott, from our Nuggets? We'll have the game here at 8 o'clock tonight on Altitude.
I'm hoping I see a sense of urgency and a different mental energy than we've seen in the past week. And if I don't, I'll be disappointed.
Win or loss tonight, Tyler?
Loss.
Scott?
I think they win it.
I think because the back-to-back for Sacramento is a little tricky, I'll say the Nuggets pull it out, but ain't going to be easy. And then Friday game against Memphis, and then Sunday Houston. It's going to be something. Gabe Landeskog coming back. The Masters, I can't wait. I was putting the par 3 on my DVR. I cannot wait to see like a 3-year-old tee off. I think that's going to be awesome. And we got that going on as well.
Do you feel bad about those earlier comments?
About the spoiled brats hitting golf balls, at the par 3? No. Those kids earned it. All right, Nate and Andy. They earned that life of privilege and all that. No. They'll work hard in high school. I have no doubts about it. It's Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude.
Private school.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Coyle, right-handed shot again at center ice. Right down the middle, Coyle holding. He scores! Oh, Coyle rules! Hey! Who rules?
Coyle rules!
And Colorado gets the 2 points.
I started watching the Avs game last night, and I fell asleep. But it was 2-2 when I fell asleep. I got up this morning and saw y'all won in the shootout. And you got your boy from Boston, Carl, who scored his first goal and won the shootout in the only goal. So I would tell you this, I cannot wait for the Stanley Cup playoffs. The trade deadline was bananas.
A banana?
Bananas. And that damn Ford Nation thing, thing they did in the middle of the season. I've been trying to get the NBA, we got the All-Star game.
Whoa. Here's Nate and Andy.
I'm sorry, what was that now? The who with the what now? All-Star game? What did he say, Andy?
Doesn't like the All-Star game.
He just doesn't care for it.
Does not care for it.
Uh-huh. What was interesting was he referred to, I believe, the exit matter first, and then the item through which it then exits. If you follow what I'm saying.
I didn't hear the uncut version.
Oh, I did. It's very good. It's very good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Diarrhea.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
Poop butt. We use bathroom words in the bathroom. Welcome in, everybody. It is, it's not Black Tuesday anymore today. What color is this Wednesday? Do we have a color for today?
That's a good, what's the color of melancholy? What's the color of...
and the infinite sadness.
Maybe something opal? I don't know. No, I think it's reflective. I think it's let's see what happens, and away we go.
Mm-hmm. It is. It very much is. And David Adelman will coach the Nuggets tonight in Sacramento against the Kings. And he's got 3 games left in the regular season to try and solve some things. As we wake up today, Andy, the Nuggets are 5th right now in the Western Conference. Don't ask me for 1 second to run down through all the tiebreakers.
Who ended up being in 4th? When I checked at the
are.
end of last night, the NBA must not have updated. They still had them 4th.
As we sit here today, the Clips at 4th, the Nuggets in 5th. The
Okay.
Lakers are in 3rd, although they lost last night against OKC when Luka insulted a fan and the referee thought he was talking to him. And so he teed up Luka, and Luka was like, no! I'm talking to that jerk over there!
Yeah. You're both in the same direction. It works.
However, he was ejected, and they would go on to lose to the Thunder. The Timberwolves would blow a 24-point fourth-quarter lead.
How much time was left when they blew that real quickly?
I believe 10 minutes.
Okay, so what's
remained
more
in that
impressive?
game.
Losing after having a 20-point lead into the fourth quarter with 10 minutes left to go.
Yeah.
Or finding a way to choke away a 5-2 game that you had the lead in, like Dallas did, with a minute left. Now,
Unreal.
Dallas got a point. They
Unreal.
got the loser point. No way that felt like a win last night.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, nice Avalanche victory last night via the shootout. Dominant after they woke up a little bit later in the game. And we'll get to some of Bednar's comments from that one afterwards. But a nice win over Vegas to entertain the hometown fans who, let's be honest, yesterday was a weird day in Denver sports. Andy, we do this dog and pony show every single afternoon, the 3-hour festival of grab ass, which we're technically not allowed to do anymore. But we do it every single afternoon here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm going to admit, I forget 98% of these. Yesterday was one of those, I'll remember that show. I'll remember the show that we did the day that the greatest coach in Nuggets history was shown the door, that the general manager who he was engaged in a Cold War with was not. Well, it was announced he would not be renewed and would not be returning to the team. But I will certainly remember yesterday's show. That's a memorable watershed moment in Denver sports history that we went through yesterday.
Yeah, you and I talked about it in a break. I was on air when Mike Shanahan got fired, and I was at KOA, and Schefter called and delivered the news, and it was, of course, the new year, and we were in a holiday break for everybody, and next thing I know, Dave Logan's having to come in and do his show. I've got to go hustle out to Broncos. We've got to get statements from everybody.
Yeah, it was huge.
The day you thought you were going to have, you didn't have. And now I would ask you this. If he would have been fired after a disappointing end of the season, we wouldn't have been shocked.
Right.
The shocking part is that it came
Timing.
3 games left in the season.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know if I've been shocked by anything since Shanahan, really. Tell me what else you've been shocked by. Tell me what else you just did not see coming the day that it happened. Because Mike Shanahan gone through player exit interviews. That's why it's up there with that.
Shanahan was the last one that it was the first one that I went to.
Manning picking Denver couldn't count. We knew Manning was, we knew Denver was in the race
There was a
between
lead
two
up.
cities.
Right. There was a lead up to it. And again, it's not to say that things were going awesome for Michael Malone. They very clearly were not. But you're absolutely right about that. Like I did not think there was a planet by which that Michael Malone would not be allowed to coach out the end of the season, that they would say, no, we're going to hand it over to an assistant who, is going to lead the charge into the postseason right now. I didn't see that coming. Now, again, like with the hindsight and, over 24 hours to react to it, I do believe Josh Kroenke wants to give David Adelman a real shot at this. Adelman is he's going to get more interviews this upcoming offseason. He's had interviews in the past. He is highly respected inside the game, a very smart offensive mind when it comes to the sport of basketball, and maybe a tactician like David Adelman is exactly what this team now needs going forward as the next step of the Nikola Jokic era. Maybe that's what it's going to be, or maybe this team merely shows no fight, flames out in the opening round or in the play-in or wherever they're going to end up with, and everyone will get their answer very quickly of like, okay, this thing needs a complete and total facelift, which that could also be the conclusion. I don't know what it's going to be. I have no idea what to expect tonight.
I don't either.
I really don't.
It is must-see TV because I got to must-see what the heck is going to happen.
Yeah. What kind of fight are we going to see out of this team tonight? Does this pull the team together? Now, we have seen in the history of pro sports, we have seen interim coaches come in, an internal fire be lit, and teams respond and pull together and go and show their championship medal, which this team, I still believe, absolutely has.
But it's got to include Jamal Murray. And I don't have any idea what to think about what Jamal Murray. I mean, I believe he's hurt. All due respect to what Kaz told us yesterday.
Kaz says he's fine.
I'm going to go with Coach saying he's hurt because he hasn't played.
I would tend to agree. He's listed as doubtful, I believe, for tonight on the injury report. So that, again,
questionable is what you're hoping to get to, right? Or just flat out not on the
wasn't
injury
he questionable all 5 of those games?
Yeah,
he didn't play?
Yeah, I don't even know. Right. So but doubtful's the one below though, is all I'm trying to clarify, which means that seems unlikely.
Right, exactly. So I don't think he's going tonight. By the way, who's going to start at point guard tonight? Russell Westbrook or Jalen Pickett? I bet you it's Pickett.
Now, who's the G League Rookie of the Year?
Trey Alexander.
Trey Alexander.
Yeah.
Do we really get nutty and just
I don't think so. No,
see what happens there?
No. I don't think that happens. I'm interested to see. I wonder who's going to start at point guard tonight, because Malone liked Russ and Booth liked Pickett, and now they're both out of the building. Or hey, maybe you're right, Andy. Maybe it is some curveball we never saw coming.
No, and I'm being facetious there, but look, all this Malone Booth stuff can stop now, though, right? We can stop accusing this camp that they're both gone. I hope everybody's just wanting to survive.
Yes. Yes, you're right about that. And I want to spend a lot more time on this coming up today at 4:00 on the show. I want to spend more time in the Cold War of it all, and how we got to this place. But also, Andy, yes, they're gone. It's still the same roster.
You're right.
That's still the collection of players that were accumulated and put together through two warring factions and through two different philosophies of what will best, shepherd the legacy of Nikola Jokic. I will say this for Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. I don't want this mistake for 1 second. I really do believe they both were trying to do right by Nikola Jokic. I think they had very different ideas of how they were doing right by Nikola Jokic, and because there was no alignment in how to do right by Nikola Jokic, we ended up with this mishmash mess. We have ended up with the development of a few players getting stunted, screwy, and we have ended up with this kind of just strange roster that the Nuggets have that surrounds Jokic. The starting lineup, I think, is very good. Beyond that, you look at it and you go, what exactly is the plan here? And the firing, to me, crystallized like exactly how far apart they were philosophically and how we got to this place where the Nuggets are trying to play their way out of the play-in.
Yeah, well, the good news is they did get a little help last night.
They did.
Look, just win these 3 games, control your destiny, take a week, recenter, reset, whatever.
Yeah, go win. That's one thing that can't be
Win
mistaken.
3 in a row.
This is a
call it
must-win
good.
tonight.
Oh, it is.
You got to beat the Kings.
But again, I'm with you. Do we just see a team that's just, let's go home? It's done. We're sick of this, and we're sick of each other.
Right.
I mean, what really is it? Really, I think Josh is sort of asking the roster how much change you want to see.
Mm-hmm. I think there's something
Show
to
me that we don't have to rehaul the whole thing, and maybe a few of you that seem to like it here can hang out.
Yeah.
But quit on me down these next 3 games, and we'll really see what we want to do.
And I think what Josh Kroenke said is like, okay, if the problems that were on the floor were a result of the toxicity and the levels above you guys, which it was, then show me what it looks like when all of that gets removed. I'm really curious.
The problem, though, is you're not going to likely have Jamal to help figure it out. You can't really figure this out till Jamal's back, right?
Yeah, also a problem. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can't win an NBA championship without Jamal Murray at his very best.
Well, the way they've been playing last week, I'm worried you can't avoid the damn playing without Jamal Murray in this
also
thing.
that possibility. Yeah, you can't win a playoff series without Jamal Murray at his very best. Charles Barkley was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Want to get some of those comments, what Chuck had to say about all of that. Yes, the Avalanche did win via the shootout last night. That was an awful lot of fun as the Avalanche eventually woke up and really, I thought, dominated the Golden Knights of Vegas last night. So we'll talk about that today here on the show. In inauspicious Rockies debut last night out at Coors Field.
Yeah, that hit me funny. I didn't watch much of it. At one point, the Avs went to intermission, and I'm like, let's see what they're doing. Oh, they're continuing most of the same, frankly, in front of about as many people.
They don't score runs when the runners are at the places where they can typically score. It's
the old ducks on the pond.
One of the problems that they've got going on over there. Plus, we have a golden sombrero from last night we got to talk about today here on the show. It's all coming up. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. But after the break, our pal Nick Kosmider stops by. We check in with Nick Kosmider on a Wednesday. We are, 3 weeks and odd day away from the start of the NFL draft?
3 weeks from tomorrow.
We're right there.
That whole first round deal.
Let's do this thing. So we'll check in with our guy Kos about what's going on. The other Kos, that being Kosmider, not Kosmiski. He was here yesterday. But we'll check in with Nick Kosmider and talk about the Broncos and the draft because that's, a big deal. And who knows? Maybe the Broncos are cutting ahead of the Nuggets in the championship parade tractor. We'll talk about all that coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about the topic of erectile dysfunction. And I know, maybe you don't want to hear anything from me. That's fine. I get that. We don't need to be in each other's lives that way. But if you want to talk to somebody that knows their business and can help you with yours, go ahead and head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you need to find the right treatment for what it is you're dealing with in your medical situation. And not every treatment is the same. And every case is certainly different. So go to a place that can offer you options as to how to deal with this. This problem, ED, can cause stress in relationships, can have you pulling away from your partner, can have you, matter of fact, not seeking out romance at all. Don't live that way. You can feel better and you can ultimately get this fixed. Start with a visit to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You head in for your first visit. It's $99. And here's how it goes. You get a T and a PSA test, and then you'll discuss those results with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you're advised, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, the visit's free, so you have nothing to risk. They have an expert staff, and you're like a lot of men, they'll have you feeling like your old self, possibly right by the day after your first appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk to our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic as we are leading you right up to the start of the NFL draft. It is almost upon us. The Broncos, 3 picks in the top 100. Hey, Nick, first off, welcome back to the show. It's great to have you as always. We hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Secondly, this team actually having picks. It's kind of a new phenomenon a little bit for the Broncos. They have 3 in the top 100, specifically 20, 51, and 85. Obviously, pick number 20 gets so much outsized attention, but the part where the Broncos actually have picks in the first 4 rounds of this draft, how does that inform what they're going to do and maybe how they will approach this draft differently than they have in previous seasons?
Well, firstly, Nate, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you guys.
Good.
It is unique. Secondly, it is unique based on their very recent history or relatively recent history. Time is a construct or whatever. But yeah, not since 2021, George Payton's first draft as the general manager of the Broncos, have they had kind of the full cabinet of draft capital in the first 2 days plus of the draft, and that's what they have now. And when you look at the positions, obviously, that we know, that they're targeting in terms of building more depth, but also just more like immediate talent, you look at a position like running back, you look at positions like tight end and even areas of the defensive line, that's what the Broncos will probably be targeting in this draft. Those are good spots within the first 2 or 3 rounds of this draft. I'm going to give a shout out to my colleague, Dane Brugler, who puts out his Beast draft guide today. It's a huge resource for anybody that cares about the draft, but really for us that have to cover it.
I spent a solid hour with the Beast this morning, man.
I mean, the Beast is your companion for the next 3 weeks without question. But it really does kind of just, again, sort of underscore that point that this is the area of the draft where the Broncos' needs line up pretty well with what this draft has to offer. And of course, none of those are bigger than running back in terms of still the most pronounced kind of have-to-have-it position on their roster.
All right, do you think Shedeur showed well enough that he will still stay drafted top 10 and possibly push? Because when I talked to our guy Leggy, and I'm curious to see, I would love to know from Dane how many true first-round grades he has. And I know Legwald's trying to kick around how many true first-round grades he's going to have, but I don't think it hits 20. So, you need a couple quarterbacks to get pushed up for that to happen. You think Shedeur did well enough he stays within the top 10 the other day?
Well, asking me to come on and give draft analysis after Leggy is like asking Dario Saric to play center in the NBA after you've watched
well, you know what? You're going to have to. Guess what? Here we are. It's a new day.
He's got to have to. Yeah. So for this is the time your real draft enthusiasts take a break and you bring me on. No, it's quarterback is always such an interesting thing. We go into these drafts and say like, X amount of guys are going to go in the first round or high in the top 10, whatever the case might be. And then it's always higher, right? Like last year there was 6 drafted in the first round. Bo Nix was thought of as like somewhere in the 40s in terms of overall prospect and gets taken 12th overall. I think that the need, obviously Mel Kiper had Sanders, going 9 there to the Saints. It's just one of those situations where that need and the opportunity, the cost is such that you're going to take that chance. Like there's such short shelf lives. And I know obviously the news of the day yesterday was the big shakeup here in our town, in our NBA franchise, but that's true everywhere in pro sports. And you just don't have like a lot of time. You have to kind of take these risks. And so the idea that Shedeur Sanders gets to 21 at Pittsburgh, I just don't see it. And it's not, Andy, it's not going to be because of the pro day. Like, I mean, where you're throwing the ball deep to somebody that's uncovered. I don't care about that. I just think that, it's ultimately going to happen that he's going to be a guy that some team says, hey, like, we don't get to have that long to try to figure this out. Like, you've got to take some chances.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. So with that said, there's also a ticking clock on the Broncos. It's not you have to find a quarterback. It's you now have to maximize the quarterback while he is on the rookie contract. Again, digging through Dane Brugler's draft guide, which is out there today via The Athletic, he only has one true first-round grade on a wide receiver. That's McMillan, Teteroa McMillan, the wideout out of Arizona. And he looks at Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, and Egbuka out of Ohio State and says these all could be first-round guys. Okay, pass-catching talent. You got your Ty Warren, your Colston Loveland, and clearly, and you've written about, they could look at a running back that would help out the pass-catching game. Is immediately getting another weapon in the pass-catching game for Bo Nix the best way to maximize this particular window?
Maybe if it's the right guy. I don't necessarily think so. Just and look, this is me just kind of following a lot of what Sean Payton and even George Payton have said throughout this offseason when you're talking about the weapons that you need around Bo Nix. And I think it's critical for them because there is so much variance year over year in terms of like defensive carryover, right? Like you look at a defense and you say, oh, that unit, they had 63 sacks. They did this well. They did that well. That group's, they're going to be just as good next year. There's a lot more variance where you have to kind of consistently maintain and consistently tinker with a defensive roster to where I think there could be more value for Denver when you're talking about specifically their first pick and getting a guy like Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon who can come in right away and provide interior pressure and be a part of a defensive line rotation that continues to impact the games in the way that they did last year. Sean Payton said, look, like it's easy to point to a wide receiver target or a tight end target and say like that's going to help a quarterback. You know what else helps a quarterback is a defense that continuously gives him the ball back. And so I just think that's a consideration for the Broncos, especially where they're sitting, where you're left with a lot more choices in terms of what you can add to your roster. And so, yeah, I think first round is a possibility for a target, a wide receiver target. McMillan's interesting, first round pick, but is kind of all over the board when you look at, kind of national mocks about where he could go. But again, I don't think it's as simple as just saying, hey, go out and get a pass catcher. They went out and did that with Evan Ingram, but they've continued to express confidence in this young receiving group and where it can go.
Hey, let's be honest. He's an Arizona guy. You don't like McMillan anyway, right? He's a loser. It's Cam Scatterbo. That's what we got to be locked in on, right, Nick? Come on.
Yeah, like let's go trade for Ricky Pearsall or N'Keal Harry. What are we doing here?
All right, so I'm curious, and we were doing a draft podcast Monday night. I want to get you on our hot mic. One yesterday kind of screwed it all up, and then I forgot to call you, so I apologize because frankly my mind was blown at what happened yesterday. But look. We got into a tackle at some point in the first 3 rounds. In your mind, would a tackle be a wasted pick for this franchise? And I ask this because, granted, they just locked down Garrett Bowles, but how long, like the McGlinchey thing? Do you need a plan for when McGlinchey's done? You've seen him closer than I have. Is that a guy do you sense maybe getting a second contract, or do you have to have a better plan for when this contract's up?
What's interesting is you've noticed, like over the last, I don't know, I mean, however many years, again, time construct and all that. But what you've seen, I think, is that like teams tend to like look at tackle as like you fit that in the immediate, right? Like whether it's like you're going to go out and you're going to spend in free agency when you immediately need one that year, or if you have a first round pick, you're going to use that pick on a guy. I don't necessarily think that they would look at that position and say, McGlinchey's probably got 2 years left, so let's develop a third-round guy, because that really is, after you get past those top prospects in the first round, like very much a crapshoot in terms of how well those guys are going to develop. But again, I don't think it would be a wasted pick. I think that if you saw the value there, saw something that you think others are overlooking, whatever the case might be, then no, it's not a wasted pick, because you are going to need that in a short term. Obviously, Garrett Bowles signed a 4-year contract. Mike McGlinchey's still under contract for a couple more years, but you continue to need depth. This idea that they're going to remain perfectly healthy all the time, it's probably just not realistic. But again, this is a team that hasn't drafted a tackle at any point in the draft since 2017. Sean Payton, since he's joined, doesn't seem necessarily super eager to like change that. I just think that's for whatever reason, a position that teams just like, hey, let's either get the guy in the first round, let's spend the big money in free agency, or try to develop a lot of these back end guys, which the Broncos have done with their undrafted free agents. Alex Palczewski, DeMontre Jacobs when they had him here. That's kind of the route that they've gone with that. So I don't, again, it wouldn't be a wasted pick if you really think the value's there. But again, I just don't see them necessarily targeting that because they haven't given us much evidence that that's the way they're going to approach it.
Do you know when they took their last tackle when Sean Payton did? Do you remember who it was?
No, I don't. That's a good question.
It's Ryan Ramczyk, I believe. You know why?
Oh, same draft.
He passed on Bowles to take Ramczyk.
Passed on Bowles. See, right. So I think nobody's drafted a tackle in the NFL draft since 2017 at all. I think that's pretty much the stat.
Yeah. How did it work out for the Chiefs at that number one pick way back in the day?
Nick Kosmider is with us. He is from The Athletic, covering the NFL and the Broncos. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit RamosLaw.com. Really quick, one more question on the Broncos, and then I do want to ask you about Malone before we let you go because you covered him for a number of years. But you mentioned Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle prospects for the Broncos, something they could be looking at number 20. A lot of attention paid to, the Nick Bonito extension situation, but also, hey, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, all entering final year of their respective deals. Reading the tea leaves and asking around as best as you have, how do you expect the Broncos to approach all that?
Yeah, I think Zach Allen is going to be kind of a no-brainer that I would expect to probably get done somewhat early in the off-season / training camp area. I just think that he's kind of done everything over a period of time consistently to show that he is one of the best at his position in the league. And it's also not one of those where you're necessarily breaking the bank at that spot. I just think that it makes a lot of sense for both sides to get something done before this year because you've seen enough from a consistency standpoint with him that he's such a critical locker room part of that. He's not like this raw leader kind of guy, but he is very central to that defensive side in terms of just how he kind of leads. Bonito's just the interesting one because of the fact that you have this one incredible splash year where this guy, I don't want to say come out of nowhere because he had 8 sacks in 2023, but becomes a, defensive player of the year candidate, has 13.5 sacks, couple of touchdowns off of interceptions, just ridiculously monstrous year that, evaluated by itself is that's huge money, top of the market type of player. But I get the sense that there might be a little bit more that they just want to see. What George Payton said at the draft was, you guys have seen how at the league meeting said, you've seen how we've done our business. We wait until after the draft. Then we start talking about those things. We saw last year, Quinn Miners, Pat Surtain both get done before the start of the season. So if they are going to do that with Bonito, it'll probably be sometime in August or September. But, there is a possibility too that they just want to say, hey, let's kind of make sure on this that this is sort of fully who you are. I think we've seen that if you're that player, it's only going to get more expensive to keep you. So I ultimately think they'll get him done too. But for everybody else, I think it's kind of going to be something of a wait and see approach.
All right, Nick, we got to give you the floor. I mean, look, you covered Michael Malone for part of his tenure with the Denver Nuggets. What are your thoughts on the move yesterday?
Yeah, I covered him through from 2017 when I got on the beat with the Post a little bit through through kind of the bubble stuff when covering him remotely. Came back to cover the 2023 playoff run. So, parts of 5 or 6 years being around Michael Malone. And, I think that the prevailing thought that even after reading everything about and sort of knowing some of the stuff going on behind the scenes, with the tension between he and Calvin Booth and all those other things, I just still can't shake that whatever the rationale is, it's just hard for me to say that a guy who is – there should be at some point that you earn at the very least the opportunity to finish a given year, especially at the very tail end of it. That's the part that I have a hard time wrestling with. Whatever you might think of his 10 years and whether it was time to ultimately move on, I think all of that is fair play. But I just, to me, you've earned you've earned something, even in a relentlessly cruel business. I just think there should be a certain level that you get to earn of, like, you get to finish out a season and not be the national sort of story of a guy that got fired right before the playoffs start. I personally think he deserved better than that. But from a big picture perspective and how they're moving on, I clearly think that, look, 10 years, if you stall, you sort of become a victim of your own success. And it's something the Broncos are going to have to deal with now, right? That they made the playoffs. Like, you don't get to stand static. And when you've won a championship, it's the hardest level to kind of repeat. So, that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, tough business, man, pro sports. And, the idea of you earn the finish, here's the other part of that, Nick, and you've worked in pro sports long enough, like you're not naive to it, like that you don't get that. You don't get the good, the nice ending, the nice finish. Hell, even Mike Shanahan didn't get it here in Denver. Like, it is afforded to so few in the business of professional sports. And if you're the organization and the first thing that you have to figure out is what's the next step that we take for Nikola Jokic, well, we got to roll the dice with David Adelman in a postseason and just see what he has right now. It's like, yes, Michael Malone does deserve that, but also the organization does have to see whatever else is out there and do it as quickly as humanly possible. So while I agree with you, I would also say that's not the world that we live in and that these guys operate in.
It's not, and look, like that, and to your point, Nate, like, you could say, like, okay, is something really going to change? But if you already thought, and a lot of us probably did, that the trajectory that they were on was an early round exit, then there is something to just trying anything else to avoid that fate, if that's kind of the road that you're going down anyway. So from that perspective, I agree with you. And
but these are people, Nick, to your point, these are people.
Yeah.
And,
and that's just kind of where I come back to, like, and again, this is, nobody really wants to hear about, like, the human element of it and all that kind of stuff. But again, it's just like you said not a lot of people are afforded that. So, but championship plus 10 years in, again, and I'm not saying that should afford him after this year. I'm just like, at least 3 games,
right?
At least, whatever. So I get it. It's a challenging situation, but if you're just looking at this as a Nuggets fan, like, obviously at this point, you just hope that it can light a spark. And I'm a big fan of David Adelman. Got to know him a little bit when I was on that beat as well. Really well-respected guy, and this is his big opportunity, so hopefully he does well with it.
I want to ask you one more thing on this really quickly, Nick, is because lost in all of this and in the midst of all of the, sort of palace drama that has happened around the Nuggets and that has everybody talking right now, like, let's not lose sight of the fact that the Nuggets fired the greatest coach in the history of the franchise yesterday, and that's what he is, and he served here for 10 years, and when you combine the postseason and he won over 500 games on the sideline for the Denver Nuggets. You had a chance to cover him, and when you're a beat reporter, and especially in a town like Denver, I mean, Nick, how many games were there where you and Mike Singer were probably the only reporters that were traveling and that were covering the team on a day-to-day? So you guys were in a bit of a unique position right there, but you covered Michael Malone for all of those years. When you think back on it, and from what you saw from him, what were his greatest strengths and gifts as an NBA head coach that he was able to coax, championship level play out of his players?
I think that he had an ability to kind of connect with anybody. And I remember doing a profile on him when they were really starting their ascent. And I had talked to his coach, his boss at Oakland University, one of his first stops as an assistant when he began his career, Greg Campy, who basically said, like, he had this gift for being able to talk to, like, even as a young assistant, like, the millionaire donor or the janitor with, like, equal aplomb. Like, he had the ability to connect with just about anybody in an authentic way that I think people gravitated toward. Now, it is always a challenge. Like, every generation of athletes, as we've seen, changes, and you have to continually adapt. I think he largely did that by just his ability to connect with people. I think, he's got young daughters that are, kind of age of a lot, almost, not that much younger than some of his young players. I don't think that's a matter of him not being able to connect with guys. That's always been one of his strengths, and I just think he sensed people. Now, again, he runs hot. I think that's always kind of been a part of the the equation that you get with him. But I just think being able to connect with people, and just a personal story. You mentioned Mike Singer. When the pandemic happened, that night, March 11th, 2020 in Dallas, and the league gets canceled, and we're all kind of just, what the hell? He and Tim Conley basically come together and say, hey, I know this is crazy. Why don't you guys come back on the flight with us, get back to Denver, don't have to worry about trying to go to the airport, navigate all this stuff in the morning. And so, again, just kind of the personal, kind of touch with that, I think gave some insight into it was about more with people I thought that he was pretty good at, and obviously did a lot for this community.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of those stories from people kind of since that time. Nick, thank you for your insight, your perspective on all of that, and obviously, as per usual, outstanding draft conversation. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right, pals. Thanks a lot. Take
All
care.
right, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Andy, and I'm sure you've heard much the same when you talk to people around the organization of that part of it. Yes, he did run hot. Coaching is a brutal business. And I have always been of the belief, if you want to be a head coach in either pro sports or big-time college sports, you have a screw loose. You are just wired in a different manner because you deal with pressures and challenges that are unlike almost anything else that you have to really deal with in sports. The players get to go out and just play hard. As the coach, it's I can give you this thing and then I have to just watch it, And yet at the same time, yes, that makes these guys, I hate to use this word, but crazy in a lot of ways. And they're not always at their best, and they're not always the most patient, and they're not always the most kind, And yet, Michael Malone, of what I'm told, found his spots in there and still managed to try and be a person that connected with people and cared about people. It sounds like I'm talking about somebody that died. He didn't die, but it's you aren't just what happens in the few weeks before you get fired. And that's something that I think, history will, eventually tell the full story of Michael Malone and his time here in Denver. But right now, it's just we shouldn't lose sight of all of that. This is the greatest coach in the history of the franchise.
It is. There's no doubt. And I thought I heard Vic say all the coaches have been fired. No one's just retired.
You're right.
That's just how this works,
yeah.
Especially in basketball. I do want to get into a little bit of, again, why now?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think there's some other reason, and we've already kind of touched on it in the first segment, as to why now. And what hopefully this wipes away.
Why now? With Andy Lindahl next. Why now, Andy? Why is Michael Malone out the door? And Calvin Booth, I suppose, as well. Why now, with a week to go? God, not even an entire week in the regular season. The Nuggets play tonight, Friday, and Sunday. Why now?
All right, so I think there's a couple things to this. Look, the reporting's been all over the place. Shams put it out there about, Malone and how they were going to fire him after the title win. Had he not won the title in 2023, that was apparently going to be the time. I've seen some tweets online suggesting maybe they were thinking about this around the All-Star break, but then the win streak happened. Because again, this relationship has been awful. So I think there's probably an element of, look, I know this needs to be done, and I'm not going to risk maybe a heater coming when Jamal comes back, and then you're out in the second round, you're just left in this weird spot again.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, Booth is out the door, and you let the contract. Look, so to me, I said this to you earlier. Here's why I think it is a big deal to try to remove camps. I think another reason why this is done is you try to win 3 games and secure staying away from the play-in. We talked about it earlier. Who's going to be in the starting lineup? You had the great question, because I don't know the answer. Is it going to be Westbrook? Is it going to be Jalen Pickett? I'm not sure, okay? But again, reading a bunch of – it was like all these NBA people just had all this stuff they were waiting to release.
Right.
And it was just like this flood of information. Every time I turned, there was something new I wanted to read last night, right?
CBS had a great one.
Yeah.
Haverstraw had a great one in Yahoo. The Athletic had one. Zach Lowe did a podcast because he does podcasts with The Ringer, so he's kind of back now, and he did one last night. And once everyone's out the door, everyone's just kind of like, well, this is what I
Let me tell you what I know.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I'm just taking in all this stuff. But again, one of the things made clear in all the reporting, the theme is there had become you're a Malone guy or you're a Calvin Booth guy.
Yeah.
And we heard the report about, and so in order for this report to come true, that there was this back and forth between Malone and Booth about why are you playing Westbrook and not Pickett? That had to be within another week or last 2 weeks thing, right? So to me,
no, it goes back further than that, and some of it goes back to last year,
right? Of
why are you playing Reggie instead of Jalen Pickett right now? Reggie played 82 games last season. Like, he didn't miss time.
Okay, but isn't it reasonable to assume that there probably was another one of these conversations within the last 2 weeks that led to Pickett finally getting in towards the end of the game, as you talked about?
Yeah.
What was it, Golden State where he blew the – it was Indiana where he
closed
blew
the
possession?
Indiana game, and he had the bad turnover with 1:02 left in the game, and then he was subbed out for Westbrook.
I just think that by Josh getting rid of both guys,
yeah,
now you're all one team. One guy, this guy, they're both gone. They're both gone.
Yes.
So it's just time to be a roster of Denver players.
Yes. Yes, but because that's how this all goes, because there's so many different dynamics in it. But I do think like what you're talking about is optimistically that's what Josh Kroenke is hoping to accomplish.
Now look, we could see tonight none of that happened.
Right.
We can know. And I didn't realize you've got the Timberwolves and Lakers playing tonight on ESPN at 5:30.
No, the Lakers are at Dallas.
All right.
Yes, because Luka makes
there
his
it is. All right.
return to Dallas tonight.
My bad. Confused the logo. My bad. But you got the Lakers playing again. They lost last night. Let me go back to the standings. So if the Lakers, they aren't going to lose to Dallas. But who knows? It's been a weird. Davis is back and playing, right?
Yep.
So you got AD back. Let's just say for the fun of this, because not a lot has been fun this week. Just say the Lakers lose and they fall back. If the Lakers lose and you win, now you're back in the tie, and now you're back up in like around the top 3 or something, right?
Yeah, things can still go the Nuggets' way. They have to win their last 3 games.
Right. Well, tonight's going to be one of the telling
to.
days of the season.
Yes.
Now, the Lakers likely win, and maybe you don't gain any ground at all and whatever. But I'm just saying, if you can get rid of the camps and the team's just the team, then maybe this all works to the advantage. And yes, it is an optimistic outlook, but I'm going to take that. Look, you've been telling me to be optimistic for 2 months now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take it into tonight. We'll see how it looks, and we'll see how we all feel tomorrow.
Hey, Florida won the national championship, and Kevin Schur is the champion of the Not Another Bracket contest. Way to go, Kevin Schur. He had Florida, Michigan State, Houston, Arkansas, and Duke as his 5 picks, and he won himself a grand prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at the Denver Chop House, a new television, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. You can check out where you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Big thank you to our great sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. Also, Brothers Barbecue, from 10 to 10,000 people. Brothers Barbecue Catering and Party Planning Team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-bbq.com. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Yes, that city and county government vehicle auction is in the books. That doesn't change the fact that there are tons of great auctions available for you to bid on right now at roller.bid, including right now an auction for Mauer's Performance, a state auction. Some great stuff in there, some heavy machinery that you can go ahead and bid on. So go to roller.bid and check this all out. Plus, coming up a week from tomorrow, they will close on their City of Loveland vehicles and equipment auction, selling within the Northern Colorado municipalities. Vehicles and equipment auction. We're talking about well-maintained vehicles and equipment from the City of Loveland, selling at public online auction. Go to roller.bid to check out all of these auctions that are available to bid on right now at Roller Auction. Again, check this out. Mauer's Performance, the go-to mechanic for race car enthusiasts. Their equipment is up for auction right now. Plus, that City of Loveland vehicles and equipment auction will get going very soon. Check back to roller.bid early and often. Prior to the All-Star break this year, the Nuggets were 36-19. Since the All-Star break, as Josh Kroenke highlighted yesterday in his conversation with Vic, 11-13. They played 24 games since the break, 16 games against winning teams. They are 7-9. And there's 16 games against teams that are 500 or better. They are 4-4. And there are 8 games against losing teams. So it wasn't as though they got fat on the bad teams. They also were basically struggling against the bad teams as well. Since the break, by the way, the team is scoring about 5 points fewer per game and allowing 4 points more per game. That's bad. That's pretty bad. That's the kind of stuff that's going to get you fired. So, Andy, again, there's almost no way to talk about what happened between Malone and Booth or what happened really with the Nuggets without talking about the Malone v. Booth dynamic and what was so problematic about all of that with this organization. It's fair to ask the question then, okay? Like, because isn't this what we have to do in sports evaluation? We got to blame somebody, right? Is this the fault of the general manager who gave the coach a faulty roster, or is this the fault of the coach who did not get on board with the general manager's vision and actually execute what he saw for the future of the franchise?
It's God, there's a Pollyanna answer. Look, man, I thought about this. You kind of put it a different way. I feel like both guys will be successful at the next stops.
Yeah.
If they work with if Booth works with the coach and Michael just works with his GM and everyone's on the same page,
yeah,
then you'll be fine. But because the only year it feels like they actually were on the same page was the championship year where he got KCP and he got Bruce Brown, and automatically KCP's a starter, Brown's right off the bench. Yep. Everything is simpatico. It's all working perfectly.
You're maximized.
They were the two perfect pieces to add to this group to get the championship stew correct. So, yeah, I think when they showed they were work together, they're both very good at their jobs.
It's interesting, though. You bring up the championship year, though, because really, again, we could look back in hindsight and say, was that the start of cracks in the foundation of the visions between the two of them? Do you remember Peyton Watson didn't see the floor that entire season? Peyton Watson was kind of the first of the Booth boys. Like Christian Brown was as well, but Christian Brown was so good that he sort of played his way into just being a cornerstone piece of the franchise. Peyton Watson was one of the so-called sort of Booth boys. Him and Zeke Najee and Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson, Julian Strother. These guys are a part of, the vision of Calvin Booth of I'm giving you this younger talent. You are tasked with developing this younger talent into being viable NBA players that we can surround a championship core with. And Michael Malone's response to that was, I don't want to do that because I don't want to go through the headaches of developing these young players. So I'm going to play guys like Reggie, and I'm going to play guys like Russell Westbrook, because these are veterans and I'll trust them more and they will help us win immediately. And look, for the players that are on the roster, like, Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray, like they want to go out and they want to win every single game that they are playing in. And typically veteran players trust other veterans. That's just the way that it works.
No, I know you're right. And I keep going back to the quote Nate McKinnon gave us when they got all the veterans that they acquired at the deadline. And he said, it's just hard to win with young guys.
Right.
It just is hard to do it. And so I know you're absolutely right. But then here'd be my question. Who okayed 3 and pretty much 4 max contracts? Because even though Aaron Gordon's by law, by rule, by what definition is not a max contract,
yeah,
the money's pretty damn close when you've got 3 other guys getting paid maxed out. And so the formula is going to have to be, if you all agree we want everyone to have their big fat cash, well, then you're going to have to supplement with young, cheap players.
You are. And ultimately, I mean, to answer your question, who okayed those contracts? The answer is ownership. Ownership okayed those max contracts. There's no owner in the world that doesn't. If he's going to spend $200 million of my money, I'm going to have to go ahead and sign off on all of it. But again, this is where it goes back to, okay, you want these players, you want these frontline star players, or at least paid like star players, on your team what is the vision for how to supplement around it? In the case of Calvin Booth, it was youth.
And coaching and development.
Yeah, it was youth and development, and that is how we get it done. I think Michael Malone would have preferred to have seen more of those mid-level type of contracts given out, more contracts in the Zeke Naji, Dario Saric sort of neighborhood of paying players like that. Maybe more of those young players would have been trade pieces, your Jalen Pickett's, your Hunter Tysons, maybe even your Julian Strawthers of the world would be trade pieces in order to, again, give me the kind of veterans that I require to maximize this championship window and how best to give me a chance to win every single night, get the best possible playoff seeding that I can, which gives me a better chance to be able to win in the postseason. Like, ultimately, Andy, the answer to all of this is it's everybody's fault.
It is. Let me ask you this, though, because this is really I don't know, your statement there gets my mind working, okay? If you are going to do it with younger players, and I guess maybe it was me saying it to you, then you got to coach them up and you got to develop them.
Sure.
All right, now here's the thing. You and I even talked to Scotty about this. Half the time this year, the Nuggets have not had a chance to practice. The travel schedule has been so back and forth. They've not had the 2.5 week homestand, practice days mixed in. I think I was talking to Scotty earlier. They had a day off yesterday, obviously, or the day off before. Then they get on the plane. Now they're going to try to do a walkthrough in a ballroom. You're not developing guys that way. So I don't know, Nate. You know what? Maybe if you if you think about it, where you don't have a lot of practice time, if they're going to really play with the NBA players, sure, you can send them to the G League. But how many G League guys, like Jalen Pickett was good in the G League.
No,
he's been okay since he got up here.
You're right about that, but also like what Calvin Booth would tell you, his retort to that would be, no, there's not enough practice time. There's never enough practice time. But his retort to that would be, they will develop by playing. They need minutes. Okay, they need to be out on the floor. And this is where I will say, and Michael Malone is at fault on quite a bit of this. Okay, again, everyone's hands are dirty. That's why everybody got fired. But we talked about this last year. Like for Malone, his answer is merely, I'll play my starters 40 damn minutes a night. All right, I will leave Jokic on the floor all the time. But we talked about it after last year. Like, all of these young guys on the team, like Jalen Pickett never played with Nikola Jokic. Zeke Naji never played with Nikola Jokic. You know, like these were dudes that, quite honestly, could have had kind of a soft landing into the NBA. Hey, share minutes with Nikola Jokic and see what that does for your game. Let's be honest, all right? Why have the trade markets over the years been a little bit tepid for the likes of Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.? Because the rest of the NBA wonders, are you worth a crap without Nikola Jokic?
Right, it's the Manning effect on receivers.
Totally. It's a fair question. And you would look back on a career and you would look at, Jamal Murray, I don't believe, has a positive net rating in his career in lineups that don't have Nikola Jokic on the floor. That would indicate Nikola Jokic has elevated Jamal Murray. Now, to be fair to Jamal Murray and everybody else, again, Nikola Jokic elevates everybody. But what was the development of those younger players, which organizationally your philosophy was these guys have to grow and develop into rotation-level players, but did you give them the full opportunity to develop into those rotation-level guys? Again, Michael Malone's answer to all that would be, no, because I didn't want to lose games.
No, you're right, but then how did we not see another fault of, and I don't know, again, it's on both of them. You have to talk. How do you end up, here's my question. How do you end up with a Dario Saric that can't see the floor?
Right.
Whose fault is that? Whose bad decision was that? Okay. The Russ thing, at least he's seen the floor. And I said this to Scotty last night on our little podcast, man. Yeah, the Westbrook thing has kind of turned sour the last month, but Nate, you and I both know he was not brought here to play 30-some minutes a game.
Right.
He's become the new Reggie Jackson, which you and I feared beginning of the year. You can't, and it's not that he can't handle the minutes. He's in great shape. The bottom line is, the longer he plays, the return seems to go down. You were supposed to have him for about, 18 to 20-some minutes tops?
Right.
And now all of a sudden he's playing half the game.
And he has the ball in his hands.
Because you got nobody that you trust.
Right.
He's taking more shots that you would like in high leverage situations that aren't working out because Jamal has been out. So to me, like the signing of Westbrook, we can't say it's been bad. There's been plenty of this season that it's actually helped the team.
Right.
It's just gone sour lately because Jamal's been out a ton, and they apparently have no other options. So how did you get to where you have no other options yet again? How do we go year after year after year? I said there was with Thomas Bryant. They continue to sign guys that don't find the floor. Why? How did that happen?
So going back to the idea of what now happens with this group, because this is the other part of it. Jamal Murray and Michael Porter didn't get more tradable in the last 24 hours.
What did Springs tweet say yesterday as far as the MPJ trade? The market was cool.
Yeah.
As the offers were cool.
Right. Which is not surprising. And also, like, I don't even know if Porter would pass a physical anywhere. Okay.
Frankly, right.
Yeah. I have no idea about that. So right away, You've got that issue right there. You've got young guys that are not on two-way deals. They're on NBA contracts. You don't have any second-round picks because you unloaded all of those in an effort to try and get a roster that emphasized those young players. And then again, the coach wouldn't even play them. Like there are so few immediate fixes available to them right now. Like this does come down to, and this is where it's like, okay, maybe let's really see what David Adelman has right now and what kind of tactician he can be with final say authority on this team. And I know he already had a heavy influence over this group, but with final say authority, what ideas does he have to put out on the floor in the next couple of weeks here? Because I think this team is going to look pretty similar again next year.
Possibility it could if people don't play well, if Jamal's not healthy. I mean, Malone, one of Malone's last comments publicly about Jamal was, I hope he's ready for the playoffs.
Right.
If you go through another playoff where he's hurt, there will be no trade value come July 1st.
You know, the trade value on Jamal Murray, and, you know, it's we know the Nuggets canvassed the trade market on Jamal Murray last summer. And when they were exploring a max contract extension with him. And that's, you do that. That's just kind of something you do if you're determining, okay, if we're gonna pay this guy all this kind of money, also what else is out there? You lay out all of the options. That's Calvin Booth's job. Lay out all the options and put it in front of the ownership group and allow them to be able to examine it. And what was happening at the time? Well, number one, Jamal had a terrible postseason because he wasn't healthy. And number two, he was playing in the Olympics and he was awful. And so there wasn't a lot of value for him out there right then in that moment. And so, well, now we're kind of stuck right here. And ultimately, they made the decision. We'll do the extension right now, and we'll go forward with it. Well, all right. Now you're ending another season. And I think Jamal Murray at times this year did a lot to help whatever his perceived value would be in a trade market. He had a great couple of months in there. And now we're right back to the hamstring, and he can't play. So what exactly is the market out there? I don't know. I don't know if it gives you the kind of returns that you need. Like this team, I mean, I can tell you what they need. They need two-way players. They need 3-and-Ds, man. And they need a number of veterans that can both get stops and knock down threes.
And you said to create their own shot. How about a guy that can get his own shot? You've talked about that for 2 months
Somebody that could actually make the offensive load on Nikola Jokic a little bit easier. You know, that's when we were having the hypotheticals at the trade deadline and kind of clowning about it, and anybody would bring up the name Kevin Durant, and I was just like, yes, give him everything so that we can have Kevin Durant here, obviously. Now, that's a complete and total pipe dream, the idea of Kevin Durant playing in a Nuggets uniform, but like, it sounds awesome to me. Somebody else that can actually just run their own offensive game and isn't going to be dependent on Jokic to do freaking everything. But here we are.
All right, so to sum up my question to you, can David Adelman refresh the room enough to get this roster playing the way they were about a month ago?
I sure hope so. To answer you,
because that really is the best path forward.
To answer you with you, we'll see. Yeah. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. O'Coyle rules. I had not heard
You
that
like
one
that.
yet.
You
That's
like
good.
that. Give me the first part about that. Give me the first part of that call.
That got me chuckling a little bit. What was the first thing that Connor was saying right there? What was he apologizing for?
Sorry about that. My bad.
That was good. I like that. O'Coyle rules. Thank you very much. The great Connor McGahee, the voice of the Avalanche. Yes, the Avs get it done last night via the shootout. 3-2 over Vegas. Did you see this stat, Andy? After Vegas' second goal, the Braden McNabb goal, the Avalanche outshot Vegas 19-3 the rest of the way.
Yeah, they keep having these moments where they're like, I guess we kind of want to win this game,
Right.
so let's do it. Then they go dominate the other team.
We should probably try, and they certainly did. Nichushkin scored, fun goal in the glove, but across the line. Lengthy review. Jimmy Vesey got his first goal in an Avalanche sweater last night. That was good.
He got the tire. You know what I liked about that? It shot like 5 times, and finally Vesey's went home.
It was.
I like when you shoot the puck.
You know who had the assist there?
Wasn't it O'Coyle rules?
It was O'Coyle rules.
He did a lot of work.
He had himself
on
a good
that.
shift right there.
Yeah. By the way, on his shootout winner in spring, please weigh in. I felt like the goalie, who I thought his name was Schmo for a second. I didn't
Schmidt.
see shit. I know, but I was trying to read the name with the sound down because we were doing our podcast, and I was like, "Is the goalie's name Schmo?"
Listen, Schmo.
But anyway, I felt like he had his glove low. Like he kind of had a weird posture on the skate back. You know what I mean? Like it felt like he crouched down and made himself look small. And Coyle's like, really going to stay that way? Fine. Top shelf.
Boom.
Boom in the cookie jar. All right, let me ask you what you're more sick of. Are you more sick of Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche or the Kings and the Oilers? Because guess what? That's probably what we're getting again. That's the matchups again. Like, this is why the NHL's got to go back to the stupid regular seeding. Why are we doing this?
The 2-3s.
My God, yeah, you realize, and by the way, Colorado's got more points than everybody but the Knights in that dang division. So anyway, if we were doing it the old-fashioned way, Nate, they would be playing, who would they be playing? Probably the Blues, maybe Edmonton, but we wouldn't be dealing with the Stars again. I hate this. I don't want to see the same series year after year after year. Can we mix it up a bit?
Isn't that how rivalries develop?
Yeah, I don't need it. The Stars one is cemented. It's fine. We don't need another chapter of that.
I'm pro rivalry, by the way.
Are you pro same series all the time? Did the Bulls
Well, yeah, that's how
play?
you get rivalries.
Okay, but we've got them now.
Yeah.
They're
yeah,
good. Hey.
The Bulls played, they played Cleveland. I think every year of the first three-peat. They played the Knicks pretty much every single time, which those were absolutely wonderful. They played Utah in the finals twice. But yeah, also the NBA, it was just kind of the nature of the NBA back then. It was like the same teams were the ones that were just sort of good all the time.
At least the Bulls had a variety of opponents in the finals.
That
You
they
mentioned Utah. They played the Phoenix Suns. They played Portland once, right?
They did. Second one.
Trying to think, who else did they
went
have?
Lakers,
yeah.
Portland, Phoenix, baseball, 45 return, a couple of Houston titles in there. And then they went Seattle. They beat George Karl and the Sonics.
Forget about that.
In 6, and then
Yeah.
they took care of the Jazz twice at the end right there. Mm-hmm. That was the order of events.
So I told you my son's just kind of a minor. He's a casual sports fan.
Okay.
Like he likes watching it, but he's not hardcore into it.
Uh-huh.
And he walks in the other night when we were playing the Jazz. He goes, "Why are we playing the Blues? I thought they were in the NHL." I was like, "It's the Jazz. They're both a note. Wrong music style."
What genre are they playing this evening?
What the hell is going on?
Why are they playing soft rock again?
I couldn't get too hard on him. They're like, well, they're both a note. You're right. Whatever. I don't want to watch the Avs and Stars right away. Let it build up to this thing.
I
Why
see.
can we not
Too
flush
quickly
this
for you.
deal? You know, the Avs and Kings had a little something going there for a while. Did they face the Kings the last time? Who did they all play when they won the Cup 2 years ago?
I'm going to let you go
Nashville,
on this journey. Mhm.
Blues,
Yep.
Edmonton, Tampa Bay. There it was.
Yes.
Because I know they played the Kings when they won the Cup in 01. I really need you to get on this, switch the seating train, Nate. I've had enough of this. This is crap.
Andy, I am here to listen to your passionate hockey takes. I'll just watch the game and talk about it.
I don't want to see these same damn. Again, the Kings and Oilers is every year.
Here's what I like.
I don't care. Tell me what you like, Nate.
Andy, I have never watched an out-of-market hockey game in my life.
Well, I tried to.
Good. I'm fine.
I'll stay up till midnight with Kings and Oilers again.
Yes.
Here we go.
I'll be the guy while we're talking about it on the show going, who's playing in the other series?
No, you're going to send me a tweet going, hey, did you see this incredible Brewers highlight? They were playing the Angels. No, I didn't.
That too. I will do that. Last night, Nathan MacKinnon had an assist for his 1,015th career point. Do you know why that's important?
I don't. Is it all? It's an all-time something?
It is. It ties him with Joe Sakic for the most points ever in a Colorado Avalanche uniform.
Really?
Now, obviously,
Sakic's
he's got the franchise record. He's still got MacKinnon by like 600 some points because of the Quebec days.
Those pesky Nordiques years.
But from 95, 96 to present day, both MacKinnon and Sakic, 1,015 career points in an Avalanche sweater. Can I wow you even more?
Please do.
I plan to. They both got their 1,015 points in exactly 870 games.
You know,
how about that?
What is with hockey and all that lining up lately?
I don't know.
Because you know the Gretzky-Ovechkin thing's about the same.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That is wild to me. So MacKinnon's next point, he will pass Joe for points in an Avalanche sweater, in regular season points in an Avalanche sweater. And he's got a shot to catch him eventually over the course of the career. But there you go. Nathan MacKinnon. Last night, his assist, 1,015th career point in an Avalanche sweater. That I find fascinating.
Who was Joe's greatest teammate? Probably between Forsberg and Hayduk. I'm thinking forwards here, not
right,
defensemen.
Exactly. He probably produced the most points skating with Hayduk.
I think you're right. I think you're right because Hayduk could snipe just like him.
Yeah, and he and Forsberg weren't always on the same line.
Right.
So yeah, I would probably that's a good question right there, but I'd probably say Hayduk.
I also throw it out because what's amazing about what MacKinnon is doing is. Well, I guess he
did it with
Rantanen
Mikko
forever.
Yeah, he did it with Mikko forever. Mm-hmm.
He hasn't had Marty with him the last couple.
And Mikko's a top 10 scorer in franchise history.
All right, you taking Mikko or you taking Hayduk? Hedge duck. We did that dumb Bo Hartley bit on the old show. He'd call him Hedge Duck. He would pronounce all the names and make sure he'd get all the letters in. There were no silent letters for Bo Hartley, Bob Hartley's Cajun cousin back in the day. Milan Hedge Duck.
Milan Hedge Duck. So dumb.
It was, hey, now you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And now you know what influenced me to get here. With a Cajun accent, not a French one.
Great question. Hayduk's number's retired. As of yet, Mikko hasn't gotten there. Will he one day?
Well, would he have been had he stayed here?
Will they raise Malone's win total to the rafters like they did with Doug Moe?
If he's coaching San Antonio next year when he shows up, I don't think it's with the video.
I think it'll take a while for them to get to that place, but
yeah, you know what? I'm glad you said that. You don't have to do it right away.
Yeah,
we can wait on everything. We can let some feelings settle. It's okay to let time heal some wounds.
I think we're eventually going to see Melo. We'll see Carmelo Anthony, number 15, in the rafters, and it's going to again. Time heals a lot of things, and eventually you look back on these things more fondly than you do in the moment when everybody's big mad about things. I don't think Malone would show up for a ceremony on Friday night.
No, I think you're right. You're right. Right.
I think that's fair to say.
What does Mikko's Dallas portion of this, like, again, if Mikko rolls into town in this first round and helps, if he scores a couple of the winning goals
what if he
and
just
knock you out of
scores
the
like
playoffs,
6 goals in the
I'm
series?
not putting anything in the rafters for you, pal.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be some time before you get to that place. But, you know, he goes down as, I believe he was the leading scorer for the team in the Cup run.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big deal.
All right, I want to ask you the fun question.
Okay.
Because it appears now nothing is set.
Mm-hmm.
And Jared Bednar, who is awesome with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane about breaking news and shooting them straight, he does a great job. Frankly, I think he's probably the most honest coach's interview you'll hear in the city. You know, just shoots it straight.
I think Malone was that same way.
He was, but I mean, Jared, there's sometimes where I'm surprised what Jared will reveal to those guys before we even see it on like Avs Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Today, and the boys are a little annoyed by it, he would not reveal whether Gabe was going to take the conditioning assignment, and then like they get done with the interview 30 minutes later, out comes the tweet, and then they kind of wanted to know why couldn't we get that information, but the tweet has been sent, and it does appear that Gabe is going to be playing in the Eagles, a couple Eagles games this weekend, maybe all 3, get the conditioning ready, and then that sets him up to come back for the playoffs. So I asked you because it's taken the Twitter by storm. You can buy yourself a Gabe Landeskog Eagles jersey. It's currently in their pro shop.
No
Brady
kidding.
King was the tweet that I saw from Channel 7.
Okay.
But I've seen a few other people tweet it since.
You got to get the merchandising out there.
Do you want the Eagles or the Avs version of – because – and look, the retired jersey will be the Avs jersey.
Yeah.
And it's a sweet jersey.
Uh-huh.
But I will say that Eagles jersey is pretty sharp, and it'll be the more unique item. In these times, Nate, when you only have $150 to drop on a jersey, and you want to honor the captain, which one you going for? Is it better to have the unique one, or would you rather have the Avs one?
You know me, Andy. I'm the hipster, okay? Like, I don't own a Jokic Nuggets jersey. I own a Jokic Serbia jersey. Like, that's how I roll. I do things a little bit differently. I would never want to forget these legendary games between the Colorado Eagles and the Henderson Silver Knights that we will see on Friday and Saturday night up in Loveland, and big number 92, Thor, out there, blonde hair flowing behind the helmet, skating once again. I think that is sports history that should be celebrated. Your Avalanche Landeskog sweater, obviously a fine item. It's been done. The Eagles Landeskog sweater, I'm a big fan. You know this about me. So I own one Rockies jersey, and it is a bootleg Carlos Gonzalez jersey. Cargo's my favorite Rocky of all time, and the glitter on it is so poorly made that it comes off and it looks like you've been at the strip club all night long anytime that I wear that thing. However, the jersey that I wish I owned, and I hate him for it because Spring has it, is the misspelled Tulowitzki jersey. That, to me, is the coolest item, the coolest Rockies item that you can own in this town. So because of my affection for rando, unique jerseys, I will say Eagles Landeskog.
All right, one of our buddies that listens to the show down in the Springs, who's a Knights fan, Eric, who tweets quite often, he'd sent me a picture of dude in a Dead Marsh jersey.
Okay.
Is there something cool about the name Dead Marsh? I mean, to me, it conjures up Deadhead and all that.
You know,
like, what's the most rando? And Dead Marsh is really good, so I hate to say random.
Right.
But you don't see a lot of Dead Marsh jerseys,
No.
I don't think, occupying Ball Arena these days.
So I looked this up because I was hoping to make the purchase, but I couldn't find the item. I wasn't looking for a Rantanen Hurricanes jersey. I wanted a Mikko Rantanen Hartford Whalers jersey. Probably would have purchased the jersey. I don't think I would have made the full financial investment into the jersey, but I couldn't find the item. Like I perused their entire store and I couldn't find it. I love the Hartford Whalers. I think it's the greatest logo in the history of sports, and I still love Mikko Rantanen, so I would have proudly sported that. However, I could not find the item. So I wanted that one.
He scored his first goal in the Whaler, didn't he?
I think he did, yes.
I think he did, yeah.
I'm a big Brass Bonanza guy, but yeah, I was looking for that item. I could not find it, though.
See, I'm trying to think what other rando. Like, I don't want an Emmitt Smith Cardinals jersey. What's that going to do you?
Those ones are funny. Like anytime, if you ever see anybody rocking like a Rockies Saberhagen or Dale Murphy, it's kind of like, all right, that guy knows what's up, you know?
Oh, I like a Saberhagen.
Right.
Too bad he didn't do too much. All right.
What did Dale Murphy? He played like 26 games here or something. Like he did nothing.
Yeah, if that.
Yeah, but it's Dale Murphy. He's one of the coolest players of all
I also
time.
think I got to guess. I don't even remember who he came from at the time, but might have been Atlanta, but I don't remember. Whoever he showed up there from, I think they thought, he'll hit a few home runs in the launch pad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not really.
Who was it? Who's the scorer that we always talk about? You forget Yari Curry's one that you get the old Yari Curry jersey
Hell yeah.
for the Avalanche. Who's the most random Bronco quarterback he could get? Because now all of a sudden I feel like we've got a plethora of candidates these last few years.
I see this jersey. I've literally seen this jersey at least once at probably every single Broncos game I've ever been to, and I'm sure you do as well. The BVP number 11.
Oh yeah,
that's
solid stuff.
Yeah. Has Moj ever purchased a Chad Kelly?
I don't know.
Broncos jersey.
I don't know.
Right.
Who was the kid? Zach the third. Zach
Dysert,
the third quarterback on that first Super Bowl team. He got sick on the boat. I remember we were on the dumb boat they were sitting on, and Jacob Tammy was just he was waiting to puke.
Yeah.
And I go, well, can I talk to you about it? He goes, no, man, I'll literally puke on your any minute. It's coming up.
I think a Landeskog Eagles jersey is a cool item. Again, and I think that when you have those kind of those have staying power. You know, like you'll always remember Gabe Landeskog's crazy rehab assignment in Loveland coming back from, the only dude to ever come back from a cartilage replacement surgery to play again in the NHL. Like, that's a piece of history right there.
Didn't Helton have to go do a couple major league?
I'm sure he did.
Or any minor league injury warm-ups or whatever?
Yeah, almost every big leaguer does. Somewhere along the line.
They break that out.
Yeah, you gotta pick up that item.
There isn't, correct me, I believe this is true. There's never been a McKinnon Eagles jersey because he never went to the minors.
No, and actually Landeskog never played in the AHL. He went right from the OHL to the NHL as the number 2 overall pick, but he's never played in the AHL. So if he indeed suits up on Friday night against the Silver Knights of Henderson, then that will be his first ever game.
Where the hell's Henderson?
It's a suburb of Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right.
Yes, the Silver Knights. Get it?
Yeah, I do now.
Yeah, there you are. Mm-hmm.
Is there a Bronze Knights somewhere further in the system? I'm not.
Very well could be.
Is like the single A California League, the Bronze Knights, out there in Bakersfield.
Kreckman and
Barstow.
Lindahl. Another historic Denver sports moment happened last night. We'll debate whether or not it was actually cool next.
Lays down a bunt, and that's thrown up the right field line. Veen reaches, Farmer to third. We'll have to stop there. And that's one of the elements this kid brings.
Drew Goodman on the call last night. Zach Veen in his major league debut in Colorado. The Veener, 1 for 4 last night. Bunt single for the first big league hit, Andy, in his 3rd career AB. Lays down a 2-out bunt, forces a bad throw from Peralta over to first, stretches it, gets all the way to second base. I think that's a cool first hit. What say you?
Yeah, I thought it was lame. I'm expecting some power, and instead I get, he bunted, and then he took advantage of a throwing.
He turned it into a 2-bagger?
I told you I'm bitter. Bunt? I'm bitter. No.
He showed some wheels?
Sure. Good.
The lost art of the bunt single?
Yeah.
I'm
staring at a 4-1 score. How about we just go ahead and rack a few up?
They can't do that either. Sorry, not this club. Rockies fell 7-1 last night. They are 2-8 now on the campaign. They did have 2 on. I think it was in the 4th, and Chris Bryant struck out, and he continues to struggle. Brenton Doyle did hit a solo home run last night. The Brewers rallied for 4 runs in the top of the 3rd, and then they hit 3 home runs in the 7th. One of those was off of Freeland. Rockies
I saw that.
fall.
The Avs were in intermission, and I turned in just in time to. Didn't they go 1-2-3?
I
feel like they just
it was 9-2-3. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Not a great inning there for Kyle Freeland or Jimmy Hergé. I don't think that's how you say his name, but that's how I choose to say it.
By the way, are the Rockies bothered at all that they were psyched to bring up their big prospect and the Nuggets go ahead and fire their coach and GM and
kind of?
That's the end you heard about it.
What little bit of pub
they were hoping
the Rockies could get from an evening?
Whoops.
Sorry
about that.
Yeah. By the way, one other major accomplishment last night over there at Coors Field, Jacob Stallings.
Okay.
Tough night with the bat in his hands. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Let's check in on his final at Bat. Brewers TV on the call. Spring.
7-1 Milwaukee as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Brewers trying to pull above 500 for the first time in 2025.
Struck him out. Sombrero for Stallings today. 4 Ks. Nasty breaking ball from Hudson.
That's nasty. That'll haunt your dreams.
The sombrero or the breaking
I was going to
ball?
say the breaking ball or the 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts last night. The golden sombrero for Jacob Stallings. Tough night.
Didn't he have to wear the golden thong then back in the day? Wasn't that what it was for? Isn't that what Giambi brought over? Wasn't if you were struggling, you had to go golden thong to get out of it?
Maybe put a golden thong on after a golden sombrero. By the way, the exact definition can be debated a little bit. A non-golden sombrero, really venturing into some interesting territory with this terminology here, was in use to describe a 4-strikeout game at least as early as 1977. A golden sombrero was defined as 5 strikeouts in a 1979 article about slang used by the minor league Jackson Mets. In Keith Hernandez's 1987 memoir, If at First, he defined a hat trick as 3 strikeouts, sombrero as 4 strikeouts, and a golden sombrero as 5 strikeouts. In modern usage, a golden sombrero is 4 strikeouts. A platinum sombrero, also known as the Olympic rings, that's pretty good, is 5 strikeouts. So there you are, everybody.
If you've gotten a 4, how often are you a chance to go for 5 strikeouts? You're getting pinch hit for at some point.
If you're catching, though,
well,
that's
right.
They don't often substitute catchers.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, that gives you a shot. So if that game had gone any further, maybe Jacob Stallings would have had a shot. Here we go. Here's a little bit of baseball history for you. On October 11, 2017, Yankees right fielder Aaron Judge and Chicago Cubs third baseman Chris Bryant each recorded golden sombreros.
All right.
Uh-huh. That guy continues to make history, doesn't he, folks?
What happened last night? Was he the 0 for... No. Who was batting cleanup? Was it Stallings?
It was Bryant.
Bryant?
Yeah.
How'd he do? I feel like Woody's giving me daily updates on the ineptitude of his hitting.
It's not going well. Let's see. Last night,
Woody being Woody Page.
He offered last night. The batting average down to 148.
But he didn't strike out, so he's not wearing a sombrero.
So far here on the campaign, the OPS 392.
At what point do you can't DFA him, right? How many more years are left on this contract?
3 more, I believe.
What? You owe them all, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's fully guaranteed contract.
All right.
Yeah, it's fully guaranteed.
At what point is there just no use? Seriously.
Right now.
Keeping a roster spot from a young player? I don't know who you're left to call up now that Bean's up here bunting, but
Jordan Beck back to the big league level.
Well, he was a big league player a week ago.
He was. He's not anymore. Here's what I had this thought. I was watching the Rocks over the weekend against Oakland, and I was watching Chris Bryant do nothing. It is so cynical that he's here in a Rockies uniform. It really is, and it is cynical on the part of the owner that wanted him, and it is cynical on the part of Bryant himself that he's here. Okay, it was this marriage of convenience that. The organization blew the Nolan Arenado thing as badly as they did that Dick Monfort convinced himself, well, I must have a high-priced star player to put butts in the seats over there at 20th and Blake. That's a part of the deal here. I always have one of them. So, okay, I'll go and drop a bunch of cash on former MVP Chris Bryant, and that guy's a name. That's the guy that ended Chicago's streak of futility. I got to have this guy on my ball club. And Chris Bryant, who was coming off of a good, he'd had a bad time in Chicago, and then he gets traded to San Francisco, and he has a great second half to the year, and that team is contending, and then he just decides, oh, wait a minute, you're going to give me $175 million? Yeah, I don't give a crap about winning. I'll go play over there at Coors Field. I'll go schlep some beer for you. Move some Coors Lights for you, Dick Monfort. I'm more than happy to do it. And it is blown up in everybody's face. And quite frankly, everybody got what they deserved. It's just that Chris Bryant gets to laugh all the way to the bank with his $175 million. But it is just pathetic that guy is wearing a Rockies uniform. And it's pathetic by the people that signed him, and it's pathetic by him.
And you've got a little plushie of him.
I do. Here's the thing. I'll love him forever. Chris Bryant authored the greatest sports fan memory of my life as a Cub fan, winning the World Series. He recorded the final out in the 10th inning in Game 7 in Cleveland. I'll love that guy forever. I have no emotional investment in what is happening right now. I'm just watching as an observer going, this is BS, and everybody that's watching it knows it right now.
Well, and this is why they're going to lock out come the winter.
Yep, probably.
Contracts like that. Even though
that's not, again.
I know.
It's not Bryant's fault.
I get it. You're right.
No, he didn't want to win. That's why he ended up here.
But there should be. Look, there should be some way out of some of these
deals.
There shouldn't. They're all over
I
sports.
completely disagree. I completely disagree.
If you're going to show up and you're going to be hurt all the time and show no interest, then I want out of this.
There should be no escape because guess what? That's what he was before they signed him.
Fair enough.
He was already going in that direction.
The fans. Ugh.
Go ahead and look at the owner that signed him to the deal.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You knew what you were getting into. You know what? You'd already been down this road with Mike Hampton.
Exactly. It was an unbelievable failure on their part. Florida won the championship, and we have a champion in the Not Another Bracket contest. Congratulations, Kevin Schur, who had the best entry out of thousands with Florida, Michigan State, Houston, Arkansas, and Duke, and not Chris Bryant. He won a grand prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at the Denver Chop House, a new TV, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. You can check out where you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Big thank you to our great sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. Also, Brothers Barbecue, from 10 to 10,000 people. Brothers Barbecue catering and party planning team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-barbecue.com. All right, let's do it. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL draft world. What do we got here, Spring?
Hey, let's find out in today's High Five.
Let's find out. Let's take a journey together.
Let's all go to the High Five. Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. I have safety news to start the High Five. The Broncos.
Did OSHA stop by today and give you some advice on how we should
Yeah, you wearing one of those belts?
protect ourselves here at work?
No, this is not about putting your seatbelts on. It's about the football position safety. The Broncos have signed free agent safety Sam Franklin to a 1-year deal. He's 29 years old. He spent the past 5 seasons with the Carolina Panthers. He played in 10 games last year, seeing action on 4 defensive snaps and 241 special teams snaps. So there you go. Sam Franklin is a Bronco.
Andy, give me a breakdown on the career thus far of Sam Franklin, what the Broncos and their fans should expect, the kind of contribution they'll get out of Sam Franklin in the secondary.
Judging by what I saw in the secondary last year when the Broncos played them, he doesn't see colors well. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know he was a guy.
I was today years old when I learned of the existence of Sam Franklin on
I've
this
heard of
planet.
Sam Goody. I bought a few CDs there.
There you go.
More than 4, which were his starts.
This way, when you're at OTAs and training camp, you'll be like, I know that guy.
I remember.
I've heard of that guy.
Sam Franklin. Okay.
You know I won't. We'll get to the training camp and I'll be like, who's this Sam Franklin dude?
Write this
the guy
down.
with 4 defensive snaps.
So when we do know your backup safeties, you can remember Sam Franklin. Go ahead, Spring.
Justin Simmons is once again a free agent. He signed with the Falcons last year, and Justin Simmons went on Kay Adams' show. It's called Up and Adams.
It sure is.
And Kay asked Justin, what is attracted to him about a potential NFL team to sign with?
Yeah, like I said earlier, really the only attractiveness is a team that's going to give themselves a chance to go to the playoffs and go win, right? Like, as much as I'll always be a Denver Bronco, I know the 8 years that I was there were rough, and not having a playoff appearance, especially coming off that Super Bowl win that they had, choosing Atlanta, thinking there was a shot there in the division. Baker and Tampa have been doing really well in that division for a while. And so going to Atlanta thinking there was a chance there to make something special happen. But I said in a podcast maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, but, teams like Buffalo, Philly, Cincinnati, like teams like that have always been in the mix. And obviously Philly just winning it last year.
Yeah.
It'd be special.
He wants to win, and he went to Atlanta last year, and they didn't really win. And that team is kind of it's the Michael Penix world now over there with the Atlanta Falcons. Andy, what is the value of an aging safety at this stage of his NFL life? Who is for really lack of a better term, you hear he's talking about Buffalo and Philadelphia and Cincinnati. Let's be honest, he's chasing a ring right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really watch him play much last year. I thought he was good as last year with the Broncos. I mean, the Broncos aren't going to bring him back. I don't think he's the kind of hitter that Sean Payton wants at safety. I think Sean Payton sort of hinted around that.
They're pretty
last
set
year.
there. They got Sam Franklin.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You can't unseat Sam Franklin. But I don't know. Maybe the Raiders and Pete Carroll, if he could get back in this division with the way he seems to know how to bite Mahomes a couple times a year when they play.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the best situation for him. Maybe he could get to the Chargers. The Chargers would be closer to what he described there. I don't think he'd mind Buffalo, but, look, I think he's probably – I love Justin. I really do.
Sure, he's a great Bronco, but also Broncos needed to save money.
They did, and they appear to have made the right move because, Justin's back on the streets right now, and frankly, he didn't sign until August 15th, according to the story Spring put in front of us last year. That's probably about the time he signs again this upcoming season. No one's going to rush to sign a safety until they lose one.
High five. All right, I have Shadur Sanders news. Yesterday, he visited with the Cleveland Browns. He had previously visited with the New York Giants. Tomorrow, he will visit with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he is set for a visit with the Raiders on Monday.
He's fallen It's becoming clearer and clearer that the Giants are not terribly interested. Mel Kiper's latest mock has him going to New Orleans at number 9. I had the Saints circled throughout the draft process as a team that would make a ton of sense for Shedeur Sanders. He could go and play for Kellen Moore. He could play indoors in New Orleans and kind of go to a low-pressure situation and get the opportunity to be able to develop. But I don't believe he's going to be going in the top 3 picks to either Tennessee, Cleveland, or the Giants.
Doesn't feel that way. And even New Orleans could be interesting, They do still have Derek Carr there.
They sure do.
So
paying him a pretty penny, too.
They're paying him a lot of money. So we'll see what Kellen Moore thinks about that, the new coach down there. But, I
think New Orleans would be a great spot for him to be able to land.
Well,
Pittsburgh,
it's a dome.
Pittsburgh makes all the sense in the world simply because of their need.
Sure,
they
but is that the weather
need?
Is that weather ideal?
I mean, he played in Boulder. He played some cold weather games in Boulder.
He did.
I wouldn't. Did you think the weather adversely affected him?
Oh, man, we didn't have a ton of games that I could even give you a fair answer on that, Nate. Now,
sure.
The rain. No, he did fine in the rain against Baylor. It was pretty rainy that night. Remember that?
Yeah. And he played well that night.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he's done well in the cold, but we didn't have any blowing, snowing games like you're going to get in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a unique destination.
Yeah, but also
get some of that Three Rivers effect or whatever.
What do you get? 2 of those a year at worst?
Then what about Baltimore in your division? What about Cincinnati in your division?
Sure, and Cleveland in your division, absolutely. But this guy's a pro football player. I'm not worried about whether or not he can survive the cold weather. Again, he played in Boulder. You don't hear these things about the SEC guys that only ever played in bright sunshine. I think Shedeur could handle it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just know there are a few people that were a little surprised that the short passes didn't look like they did in the game up there. He was a little wobbly with the now. Probably was because he was trying to overthrow it because all he heard about was a narrative about his arm strength.
He's putting some juice on those things.
He's very – but see, I would compare him – the arm strength I saw was comparable to Tom Brady, and I watched both guys live. And so I'm saying there's plenty of arm strength. And look, Tom played New England, so probably you're right.
Isn't one of the biggest things you're looking for at a pro day aren't you sort of gauging it based on preparation? Did the player with a game plan put in front of him essentially to be able to go out and operate and put on the show that they have to in a pro day, did they go and do it? Because doesn't everybody look awesome at their pro day?
They should, yeah.
And Shedeur looked pretty awesome at his pro day.
Yeah.
And again, isn't that sort of the test? Did you go out and ace it the way that you're supposed to?
Yeah. But again, I guess what I'm being thrown off by is ever since his pro day is done, he has not done the rise. Now, everybody feels like they've decided Travis Hunter is the number 2 pick in this draft.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's saying, right? We're not seeing these definitive statements on Shedeur. And matter of fact, to your point, when we opened this little back and forth about him, you had said it feels like he's fallen.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the Giants don't appear to be a place. The Titans cancel their visit with him next week.
I don't think he's going in the top 3.
Right. But again, the Raiders, I don't even think the Raiders are a real possibility for him, frankly. That feels like Ashton Genty all day.
And
that could just be groupthink in the mock drafts.
Yeah, but they paid Geno, man.
Right.
They committed multiple years in big-time dollars to Geno
what about
Smith.
The Jets? Do you ever hear about the Jets anymore? The Jets still need a quarterback.
They sure do.
I mean, Justin Fields, we'll see.
Yeah. But no, they still very much need a quarterback. Maybe it's just because I'm hoping Shedeur doesn't get drafted by the Jets for his sake. I don't wish anybody to have to be a New York Jet. That's not a good situation. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, a couple of Travis Hunter notes. I got odds in front of me to go second overall to the Browns. Travis Hunter is a pretty big favorite now, minus 300.
Over Abdul Carter.
Yes, who is now a minus 250 favorite to go third to the Giants.
Okay.
But Travis Hunter, and this is making the rounds today. This happened at the CU Pro Day, so Travis did several interviews. One, now he betrayed Dion. He talked to CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Travis Hunter talking with CBS Sports, and he was asked this.
So there comes a part in the draft where your name is called, a card is turned in, and the commissioner says your name, and he assigns a position to it. What position do you want to hear the commissioner say when he says Travis Hunter?
He better say wide receiver and DB. He got to.
So just wide receiver, DB, not athlete?
Nah, I need him to say wide receiver and DB.
Should we make something out of the fact that he said wide receiver first?
See, I wondered that.
Not DB and wide receiver.
I wondered that.
Or does it just kind of sound a little bit better?
Well,
I don't know.
in your mind, I know why your mind works.
Uh-huh.
The D would come first in the alphabet, so it should be DB wide receiver.
Very much so.
And frankly, I think the more you're going to play is at DB. So for me, I'd agree with you. Go DB wide receiver.
Yeah.
But I think he wants people to know. I think he knows most of the league has let him know. It sounds like a lot of the league has let him know.
Yeah.
You were a generational DB, and he's letting him know, I also want the ball on the offensive side.
Yeah, because I will make more money one day.
Yes.
What's funny about it, though, is like when he gets fifth-year option time, he's going to want to be a wide receiver.
Sure.
They make more money.
Yeah.
You know, when he gets to that point, that now I'm a wide receiver if you're going to put that
That's going to be a tricky contract to work out,
If
Nate.
he gets to a franchise tag, he's going to want more.
Think about it. With what you're describing, I mean, the agent's going to have to put in, are we going to do it by receptions? Are we going to do it by yardage and receiving? What are we going to do it by?
Yeah, because he doesn't necessarily fit.
Right.
Yeah.
But then that becomes also the problem of, all right, are you gonna limit me? Are we gonna play games with my stats come fourth year or whatever?
Right.
Could
exactly.
be interesting.
Yeah. No, we don't play a wide receiver so much anymore. You just play corner. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Jets have the 7th overall pick. Today, Justin Fields, new Jets quarterback, talked to the media, and he was asked this.
Justin, what if the Jets take a quarterback here, whether it's 7th, 2nd round, whatever? How do you feel about the possibility of a young guy who might, you might have to mentor or could be like nipping at your heels?
I don't really like to answer rhetorical questions, but like I said, I'm willing to teach, but I'm not really interested in, rhetorical questions. So.
That one rhetorical.
I think you meant hypothetical.
Thank you.
I think
I was going to say rhetorical.
You were going for there.
Rhetorical means you don't answer it.
Hypothetical, I think, is what he was going for. Although he really didn't answer it, so I suppose it was rhetorical for him.
That was a no. I'm here to still create my own path.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes.
He's way too young to be discussing. Am I going to mentor people?
Also, does anybody want to be mentored by Justin Fields?
Yeah, I didn't want to be a jerk, but you're right. You're on your third team, and
I'm sure he knows some things.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no wisdom to
the
be
pressure
gleaned.
of being a top pick. Yeah,
Sure.
I can talk to you about that.
Absolutely. But in terms of reading the defense or anything else like that, Justin Fields, he would like your advice on that, if he could please get it.
And it's not a rhetorical question. Please help me.
And that is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Nuggets tonight against Sacramento. Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets trying to get this thing righted with David Adelman running the ship. Nikola Jokic is going to finish his career in a Nuggets uniform, right? Right? We'll discuss next. Nuggets, Kings, tonight, 8 o'clock, pregame coverage at 7:30 after the Blitz, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets got to have it. They can still get to 50 wins this season, Andy, with victories in their final 3 games. So after, the entire ground underneath the franchise has moved to the way that it was yesterday with the firing of Michael Malone, with the dismissal of Calvin Booth, I suppose the not renewing of his contract of Calvin Booth. After all of that, after all of the toxicity that went on behind the scenes, the disagreements that happened behind the scenes, the lack of development for the Peyton Watsons and Jalen Pickett's and Zeke Najee's of the world and Hunter Tyson's of the world, and then, giving minutes to guys like Reggie Jackson and Justin Holiday and Russell Westbrook. Like, clearly you could see it in real time, the disagreements happening within the very organization. Either way, because, ultimately, Andy, nobody wins. The Nuggets still have this roster. They still have this roster born of the great philosophical disagreement between give me veteran backups or develop young backups. That ultimately is still here, and you still have a bunch of players that are either low on experience or aging and ineffective, and in the midst of all of that, you have a starting lineup that's exhausted. And they ran out of gas last year at the end against Minnesota. And given the massive amount of minutes that the starters, and those that have been healthy have been asked to play here in recent weeks, I'm really curious to see what they've got in the tank here down the stretch and what they have available to them. Again, maybe David Adelman taking over kind of wakes something up. But we talked about this earlier in the show. I don't believe there's a quick fix in store for this team. I think there's going to have to be a process that they're going to have to go through to get this roster back in a place to surround Nikola Jokic with the kind of team that he needs to be able to go and compete for an NBA championship. As we know, Nikola Jokic has never had an all-star teammate, Andy. He is the only player in NBA history to have ever won 3 NBA championships, to have never played along another Hall of Famer. I suppose Westbrook is going to be in there, but that's a reach to say that he's playing with the Hall of Fame version of Russell Westbrook.
He didn't get that version.
Exactly. This isn't 2017 Westbrook. This is 2025 Westbrook. That's a very different player. You have to maximize the window of an all-time great. I think the decision that Josh and Stan Kroenke made yesterday was in service of that idea. You have to maximize the window of an all-time great, but, kind of given the missteps with the roster in recent years and with the payroll and everything else, it's going to be tough for the Nuggets to be able to do that or to be able to do it very quickly. In other words, it's hard to see a world where the Nuggets are contending next year. So, what is Nikola Jokic's patience level going to be with the retooling of everything around him?
Well, it's interesting, Nate. Look, I've been told by anybody I can that's close enough to the guy that he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen all the stories. It seems like what I do laugh about over the last 24 hours is everybody, you don't talk a lot about Nikola Jokic, but the minute his coach get fired, everybody's like, get him out of there. Get him out. Let's bring him to the Lakers. Let's bring him here. Let's bring him there.
The Nuggets they're the center of the NBA universe
they are
right
now because of that.
Yeah.
I've asked Scotty. Scotty's assured me he's not upset. He'll be fine with this.
Yeah.
But look, to your point, it's hard, Nate. I don't think that I would say next year he's going to want out of this thing. I don't know if in 2 years he'll want out of this thing, but you talked about it. When the contract is up, what's happening? I'm not going to be disingenuous. It's always in the back of your mind. But before the firings, beginning of the week, there was a part of me, after watching him complain to Chanchar and Saric on the bench and, pointing to the key and seemingly expressing frustrations about the strategy, there is a part of me going, is he going to want to keep doing this in a couple? Now, I always thought he would retire and go back to Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're in the boat with me there. But, yeah, I do let my mind wonder at some point if you've got to get this right. You got to get this coaching hire right and this GM hire right.
I think in so many ways Nikola Jokic is wired differently, and that's a part of his greatness. And I think it's a part of why he's so beloved here in Denver. But also, like, there are certain things that are just truisms about every great athlete, and one of them is they want to win. You know, like Nikola Jokic, I believe, would like another championship ring. Nikola Jokic, I believe, is the ultimate competitor, and I do think that Nikola Jokic does want to leave behind the greatest basketball legacy that he possibly can, that he wants to maximize this period of his life where he is living in a different country, where he is in the spotlight, where he is being put through, the media obligations and all the other things that are pulling teeth in his life, and yet he does them. He does them and does so very professionally. He answers questions. He dismisses plenty of questions, but he answers the questions on a night-to-night basis. And it's like, okay, if I'm here and I'm doing this, am I doing this with a situation that is maximizing my brilliance?
Right.
And
is it worth my efforts of getting the crap kicked out of me all year?
Right. That's just it. And like, look, like, again, do I think Jokic is wired differently? Sure. But also, you know what? Damian Lillard didn't stay in Portland forever. Kawhi Leonard eventually was just like, I'm out of San Antonio. LeBron James said, is playing with Zydrunas Ilgauskas going to be enough for me here in my hometown of Cleveland? Anthony Davis begged out of New Orleans. Like, these dudes do want to win, and they do want to maximize their window. And I believe that Josh Kroenke wants to give him the best opportunity, and I know that Josh Kroenke has been in communication with Nikola Jokic and wants to give him that. It's just like with the Nuggets' current situation, how quickly can you get it back to a place where the window of his brilliance is being maximized and Jokic is going to be as fulfilled as he possibly can be, because I think he wants to win championships.
I don't disagree. The problem, here's the tricky parts of the question, for me anyway. How soon can they get healthy? Because look, if they're healthy, this is a different deal.
Sure.
And that's not just Jamal. That's MPJ feeling like MPJ hitting his threes again.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon, to me, the calf feeling normal to where he's back more of a paint presence than he is hanging out by the three-point line.
He's had a tough year, man.
Yeah. He's had a tough year in 1,000 ways.
Yeah.
Starting, unfortunately, with the death of his brother. Can't even imagine how he's mentally grinded through this year. So my hat's off to him. But if you can get back to the core looking like the core again, then this can be a quicker fix, right? Sure. But if this continues to look like you've got a lot of guys that are just broke down or not the same guys that are in those contracts, then even talking trade's going to be a little bit tricky.
I think it is.
And then that's where the scenario you're laying out could be a little bit of a problem. But I don't know how quickly, like, again, let's say they just do the first round or second round exit. Can everyone get healthy over the offseason? Does nobody need a surgery? We don't know what's going on with Jamal yet still. Is this a cleanup? Is it just the hammy?
Yeah.
Is it what, does Gordon need something done to the calf that he just has gutted his way through?
Or do these guys just simply need rest?
Right. And if you can rest it out and everyone and there's no Olympics and there's none of that.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm Josh, I'm telling all the roster, no international play this year, boys. Please do me a favor. Come back in October.
I don't believe there's any tournaments of
there's
them
no
would be
World
playing
Cup
in.
or anything
No,
like that?
not
Okay.
this year.
So just take the summer off and just go get right. And let's see what this is. Because when you talk about the trade value, now look, MPJ, when he is shooting right, maybe somebody will be willing to make a trade with you, but I don't know if the offers get any better than what was reported in the Yahoo or whatever it was report yesterday, where they said the offers were cool. So how does it get better?
Because you get the contract with it.
Unless he just goes hot. And see, that's the conundrum. If he and Jamal go hot during the playoffs, I don't really want you to get rid of him anyway.
Sure. Oh, if you could tell me Jamal Murray is going to be championship level Jamal Murray. If you could tell me that Michael Porter is going to be the maximized level of Michael Porter, which he is what he is, but he is a 6'10" dead-eye sharpshooter when he's right and when he's healthy, which he has mostly not been of late. But if you get those versions of those guys, the problem is like you've basically gotten them once. And the one time that you did, it all worked out great. In the meantime, Oklahoma City is awesome and young and ready to kill for years. Luka Doncic is rebuilding the Lakers, and that team looks as though it is ready to contend and do cool stuff for a long time. I don't think Minnesota is going anywhere. That team is both built to beat you, and Anthony Edwards, I think, is going to be brilliant going forward, blowing a 24-point lead last night, notwithstanding. Houston's pretty cool. That team, I don't know if they're ready to do any damage in the postseason yet, but they're young and awesome. They're not going anywhere. So the Western Conference.
We haven't even mentioned the Spurs, and we don't know quite the future.
Don't forget about the
Wemby.
He's got the blood clot thing, but yeah, there's also the Wembanyama thing.
And he's got De'Aaron Fox with him now.
And maybe Michael Malone's going to be coaching him. Who knows?
Could be.
Who knows what's going to happen there? But that's what these guys are up against. And so, like, this next move that the team makes in trying to make sure that we're maximizing the part of Jokic's career where he's not going to get antsy. He's 30, man. Like, and I don't know if Nikola Jokic wants to live in the U.S. for another 10 years. Okay? Number one, I don't think Jokic is a spotlight chaser. In fact, I would say he's quite the opposite of that. But also, I will say this. He's gotten much more comfortable in the spotlight. He's a 3-time MVP now. He knows the eyes that are on him. When he goes to All-Star Weekend, he's much more comfortable in his own skin in that environment as the greatest player in the world. And he's also, he is a human being, okay? He hears when everybody, and the basketball world is united on this, he hears when people say he's the best basketball player on the planet, okay? And he knows that's what he is. And so, again, how long does he want to deal? How long is he willing to say, now that I am age 30, how long do I want to put up with it? I think he loves Denver. I don't think he wants to leave this place. But is the team doing enough? Right now, I think it's fair to have those questions. And that's why the next move, the GM hire, they're going to nail this thing.
Well, that's why I'm saying we had the report yesterday from the Forbes guy, but go get Bob Myers.
I am 100% with you on that. Now,
because I just think he understands everything that goes with this.
Historically, would that fit the profile of a general manager hire made by the Denver Nuggets? No.
Yeah, but we're not in a historical pattern of the roster.
That's just it. This is the moment right here that ownership and the organization have to recognize these are extraordinary times. All right, and the let's be honest, he's in the second half of his prime now.
Yep.
When you turn 30, it pretty much starts the second half of the prime. And if we're going to do this for real, some things are going to have to be done differently. They really are. The Nuggets are an organization that, yes, they like to promote from within, and
there's a loyalty there.
Josh Kroenke would tell you that the greatest GM in the history of this franchise was Tim Connolly. And what was he, the assistant in New Orleans or whatever? And Josh, found him and identified him and recognized him and said, this guy's ready for the big chair. And guess what? Tim did a great job. And he stepped into it, and Tim was wonderful. And then he eventually got lured away by big dollars from Minnesota. Masai Ujiri eventually was lured away by big dollars from Toronto. Like, this is one where it's okay. We got to do it a little bit differently now. And if that means going to get the big-time name and Bob Myers, I completely agree with you, Andy. I think he would be perfect right here. It's just it would require a break in philosophy from this ownership group, and I desperately hope they're willing to do it.
Well, I'm with you. And look, they deserve credit. They've identified a lot of really good GMs.
Sure have.
And I will say this. I know it hasn't worked out with Booth here. There's no doubt about it. But he was not a good pairing with Michael Malone, and that's become terribly clear over the last 24 hours.
I think Calvin Booth was a very good basketball mind.
I still think Booth in a different situation may thrive.
Right.
He may.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think, but this chemistry between he and the coach just wasn't working.
Right.
But to your point, Denver has never had this guy, and you don't have time necessarily for all the reasons you laid out to have a young guy. maybe get the young guy to be the assistant to take over for once Myers pulled off the task or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much time you have to get a young guy up to speed or let him find his way. Because remember, Connolly had some struggles in his early going too. Now, he got to a great place, but he wasn't great out the door.
Sure.
Matter of fact, there's articles written about how teams were laughing at him, in the early going. You can't mess around with that, I don't think, this time. You need, and again, for those that don't, why Bob Myers? Because he's lived with the burden of not wasting Steph Curry's prime.
Yes.
And he put a team around him and drafted it, as you said, to get it done. He understands what the task calls for here.
The Golden State thing, and people, again, I know he got Kevin Durant, and he got Kevin Durant at the perfect moment with what the collective bargaining situation was in the NBA, and they got to puke money all over Kevin Durant, and boy, did that work out great. But long before Kevin Durant showed up, I think Steph was the 7th overall pick. I think Clay was late in the top 10. Draymond Green was a second-round pick. They got Andre Iguodala from Denver. They didn't necessarily pay him a fortune or anything. That was a pretty savvy signing. And as we know, Iguodala wanted to be there. It doesn't change the part where, in a lot of ways, what Tim Connolly in Denver built was very similar to what Golden State did. And this was in the era of Big Three in Boston, Big Three in Miami. And there were the Warriors that built this thing up through the draft without the premier pick. They didn't get a Shaquille O'Neal or a Tim Duncan or a LeBron James walking through the door in Golden State. They did it with guys that were identified a little bit lower in the draft to what they wanted to build. We know. Here's one thing that doesn't change also about Denver is this is not a free agent destination in the NBA.
No.
It's just not. And Nikola Jokic being here doesn't change that part of it. It never has, okay? There is still young, rich NBA players want to go and play on the coasts, and we get all of that.
They just want more out of city life than what you'll get here.
Exactly. And so that is something that, again, the Nuggets are up against, and that's going to take a really, really good GM to be able to do that. But also, do you remember what Golden State was? The Joe Lacob Warriors were for years before Bob Myers was able to start to construct that thing and get it turned around. It was hideous. That was one of the most laughably bad franchises
Brian
in
Shaw
sports.
Nuggets
Yeah. For a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it was they were retired. It was maybe Mullins' number. They were retiring a number, and I remember Joe Lacob going out on that floor and just getting booed. Just getting crushed by the fan base that were so sick of the losing that was going on right there. So again, yes, right now it's San Francisco and it's big tech and it's everything that the Golden State Warriors have become, but it wasn't that for a really, really long time, and Myers helped to build that up. So yeah, you're talking about a really, really smart executive right there, and that to me is the kind of profile of what the Nuggets absolutely need to do. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. Summer is coming. The hot days are right around the corner. Well, you need to make sure that your air conditioner is ready with a $29.99 safety checkup from Apple Air. That's right. It's a special offer for new customers. You need your cooling unit working to the best it possibly can. And who better to tell you about that than the coolest dude you know, Nate Kreckman. At Apple Air, they believe in earning your business by doing things the right way from day one. No upsells, no gimmicks, just great service, expert care. I had them install the furnace in my home, and I love the work that Apple Air did. They can do the same thing for you. Schedule your AC checkup right now at appleair.com or give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813 for that $29.99 AC checkup. Apple Air, they're here to keep you cool for years to come.
Apple Air, DX
Wrapping it up here on a Wednesday. Hump Day's done. You're halfway there. Nuggets play at 8 o'clock tonight against Sacramento. Avs back in action tomorrow night. I already forgot who they're playing. Spring, who are they playing tomorrow night? It's
the Canucks.
Oh, that's right, the Canucks. Yikes. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. For those that missed it, it was unbelievable last night because somehow Dallas is up 5-2 in the last minute of the third period, and they end up losing in overtime. I still have not seen how they decided to pull that off, but they did. So that'll be interesting. I don't know what the bigger collapse of last night was because it's tough to beat that where you lose a 3-goal lead in a minute of time, but then
You're telling me a Mikko Rantanen team did that? I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's did Mikko not have any goals? Was Mikko out there for any of the 3 goals at the end?
That's a good question. I'll check that box.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and look. But anyway, Avs Canucks tomorrow, and then the Nuggets will play their final home game coming up on Friday against Memphis. That, as Nate said earlier in the week, is going to be super weird because both teams are with interim coaches. Then they wrap this sucker up against Houston coming up on Sunday. Now, our buddy Nick Kosmider, who we spoke to earlier in the show, Nate, we need to try to find this audio. Probably have to play it tomorrow. Here's the tweet from Nick Kosmider on the heels of our segment. The way Bob Myers eloquently broke down the Nuggets situation on ESPN totally doubles as a great reason why he should be the top candidate to run the team. Now I'd love to hear what he said. Because, again, we've got Luka returning to Dallas tonight. ESPN's got Countdown Crew there. That game has that game tipped off? It's going.
This scene in Dallas is absolutely wild. So a 3-minute tribute video was run during the player introduction segment. I watched a chunk of it on Twitter in the break. Okay. And Andy, it's not just like game highlights of Luka. It's him, like it's a bunch of like behind the scenes stuff. It was Luka in practice, clowning around with his buddies. It was a 3-minute video of his time in Dallas, and he was on the bench sobbing during it. And somebody tweeted, it was Rob Perez, who's a great NBA Twitter follow, Worldwide Wob, tweeted, "Imagine getting dumped by someone you loved, and then your ex has you come over 2 months later to watch your greatest hits." That's basically what Luka was put through before the start of this game with the tribute video. The fans going absolutely ballistic for Luka Doncic during the broadcast, during the lead-up. Apparently, in the last several weeks, Doncic Lakers jerseys have become the most popular thing to wear to Mavericks games. It's an insane scene what is going on right now. The game is just underway, just started. I would imagine that Luka's probably a little keyed up emotionally right now. But Andy, like when you watch him react to the tribute video, it just like it reinforces over and over again. He never wanted to leave.
Dude, it's Mikko Rantanen all over again.
It is.
Because the same thing happened when the Avs played their video. Mikko looked like he barely wanted to watch it.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That pain look on his face?
Except there was a negotiation that was going on right there. Luka was just hanging out, just being like, hey,
and all of a sudden,
things are going wham! Great. We just went to the finals last year. Nope. Nico Harrison was like, I think you're fat. You've got to go. And suddenly he's an LA Laker. It is unlike any sports divorce you've ever really seen before. Like, do you remember when Manning went back to Indianapolis?
Oh, yeah.
And he was all keyed up and everything like that. But again, like, he had 4 neck surgeries, and they had the number 1 overall pick, and they had a generational talent. I know Andrew Luck didn't turn out to be the generational talent, but he certainly was on his way before injuries broke his body down. Like you can't really compare to this. Luka was at the very height of his powers as an annual MVP candidate in the NBA, and the Mavs are just like, we don't want you anymore.
Well, and for just stupid reasons.
Sorry, we think you're chubby.
Yeah. They actually went to the finals with this guy a year ago. Came close to winning it at points.
Yeah,
right?
You're 3 wins away from a title. They lost in 5, but you're 3 wins away from a title.
I mean, Nate, just no reason. No reason. Really.
Not a good one. Not a really good one.
I mean, the closest thing to it, and I don't even think it's in the same hemisphere, is Jay Cutler getting traded out of Denver just because the new coach didn't like him?
Because, yeah, and in this case.
But Jay did not have the resume that Luka did, and Jay certainly had not led the Broncos to any playoff success.
Also, Jason Kidd liked Luka. It was just that the GM thought he was out of shape and didn't take it seriously enough because he liked hookah and
I'm
beer.
telling you, somewhere we were going to find out that the ownership did not want to pay him the max.
It was completely.
They just looked at that number and have not probably digested what they'll make as a franchise and just said, nope, not doing that.
This is really, like, you think back to what the last several months have been in the NBA.
It's been a nutso season.
Like Luka getting traded obviously was the biggest move that went down. Jimmy getting traded was a pretty damn big deal and ended up in Golden State.
But he forced his way out of that,
But he forced
right?
his way out. Yeah, the Luka thing was absolutely insane. The Celtics got sold for $6 billion, a heritage franchise, the Boston Celtics in the NBA, maybe the heritage franchise in the NBA. Let's see, Taylor Jenkins got fired, with 9 games left in the season, and then Michael Malone.
What the heck? Only to have it happen at our city a week later.
Fired with 3 games remaining in the season.
The Nuggets have gone from
wild year in the NBA.
Sure, top 4 to Nuggets fans need to watch this game tonight and root for Dallas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And luckily for the Nuggets fans, the Lakers played last night.
Yep.
Where were they? Memphis? No, they were in OKC.
They were in OKC, and they lost that game.
That wasn't a terribly far trip. But
again, because Luka got
well, and get this, the NBA today rescinded the second tech.
Oh, because he was yelling at somebody in the stands?
Yeah, that doesn't help them, though. He got ejected because of that tech, and they couldn't finish the game.
By the way, did you see what happened to Jalen Wells from the Grizz last night?
The wrist thing?
No, the wrist, but our old buddy KJ Simpson clipped his legs out from underneath him, and he went down and smashed onto the ground. Yeah, KJ got ejected for that. Bad look for KJ. He's got it. You can't take a guy's legs out when he goes up for a dunk. I think he was trying to make a play, but dude, you
got to be smarter.
Cannot do that. That was such a scary moment last night. What happened to Jalen Wells? He will not be on the floor when they play the Nuggets coming up here on Friday. As for the Sacktown Kings, they come in tonight's game 39
now, hold on,
and 40.
where are they? Are they East or West?
Playing. Oh, Sacramento. I think they're on the other side of the river. That's what I learned.
West Sacramento A's.
Yeah, it's the river.
The river tells you.
There's a river going through Sacramento, and the A's play in West Sacramento.
Why can't East come on over and
Born
join
and
them?
raised.
Is the West Sacramento Stadium only big enough for the west side of town?
You know, in my experience, Andy, East Side and West Side have never gotten together.
That's true.
They don't get along. There's a lot
Who
of
are the
beef
two
right
gangs?
there. The Crips and the Bloods?
no, from West Side Story.
Oh, the Sharks and the Jets.
Okay, I was about to say. No, that's a much different movie, Nate. I was not looking for colors. I was looking for.
I think the Crips and the Bloods, they were about a 7-touchdown favorite over either the Sharks or the Jets.
Yeah, I don't think either.
Yeah,
well, it's that bigger LA market.
Bunch of guys walking up to you.
Yeah.
Snapping their fingers.
Who was the one? Warriors. Wasn't that a New York deal? Come out and play.
Yeah, that was.
Weren't they all on a Subway?
I think they worked at Subway.
That was Jared.
So, Sacramento. Trey Lyles and company. You got to deal with Domantas Sabonis. I don't know, Andy. Do they win? Do they win tonight?
What do we update on Jamal? We're expecting no Jamal, right?
I again, despite Kos's report from yesterday, I don't think that he plays tonight. It would be my guess.
No, Nate, I'm going positive. You've talked me into it.
Okay.
I'm gonna hope this sucker works.
Yeah, a little dead cat bounce.
Yeah, let's go. Little new coach bump for 3 games. You're out of the play-in.
Did you happen to see, by the way, Marlowe's cold open to the broadcast the other night?
I didn't.
It was a whole it's always darkest before the dawn thing, and they're gonna get this thing going against the Pacers. No, it got darker.
Turned out we were only at 10 p.m., not midnight.
There was still darker to go.
We're not to 5 a.m. yet.
Get a win tonight, fellas.
Please.
We really, really appreciate it. Senza versus Tyler Alexander over at Coors Field at 640. Senza has not allowed an earned run so far this year, Andy.
Trade him. Do it now.
And with that, the Blitz is coming up next. 90-minute Blitz, pregame at 7:30 with Birdo, and then Kaz has the Nuggets and the Kings from the Golden One Center in Sacramento tonight. We'll see you later.